Moments from the start here in Portland. It's time now for Kyle's Corner, presented by Continental Tire. Kyle Martino watching for us between the benches. What do you have for us today?
Well, John, Caleb Porter, the Portland Timbers coach, told us yesterday that tactically he wants to get more width out of this side and also wants to set up 1v1 battles in wide positions. He feels Alisson and Nagbe can get the better of the outside backs for the Seattle Sounders. And for the Seattle Sounders, it's all about striker balance. When Clint Dempsey's in the side, his inclusion normally triggers a formation change, and they don't practice it much. They haven't had a lot of time together. They have to make sure that they have Clint Dempsey on the ball in those dangerous areas, and he has striker options ahead of him.
Kyle, Caleb Porter is the reigning MLS Coach of the Year. He's actually a Tacoma native, but he's all Timbers now. He's actually fined yesterday by MLS Commissioner Don Garber for criticism of referees after the loss in Dallas last week. Ziggy Schmidt, quite similarly, was a big-time championship-winning coach in college before coming to MLS. Since, however, though, he's won a Supporters Shield and MLS Cup double, a couple of U.S. Open Cups, and a CONCACAF championship as well. Hilario Grajeda is our referee today, the reigning referee of the year. Did MLS Cup last season, and actually did the last game between Portland and Seattle here in the regular season in October. Darlington Nagbe included, despite injury. Clint Dempsey returning from suspension. All the stars are out for the 85th all-time meeting between the Portland Timbers and Seattle Sounders, and it's underway. First of 3 meetings this season. Timbers have won the last 3, including both legs of the playoff series in November. That's the first time they've done that in over a decade of the rivalry's history, dating back to 2004 in U.S. Dallas. Maxi Arruti just has that skip past his foot from Diego Chara. Let's remind ourselves of the series history between these two teams. It dates back to 1975 across a myriad of leagues and levels. It has always been dominated historically by Seattle. The MLS records still an edge to Seattle, but again, those 2 playoff wins for Portland, a rare winning streak in the history of this series. Well, Kyle, we saw it was raining all throughout the warm-up. Seems to have tapered off now. What's, as ever, a talking point here, the condition of the field?
Well, it actually looks to be in great condition. You know, not waterlogged at all. The benefit of having this artificial surface, and it actually is dried up a little bit, so the ball shouldn't skip and play too fast. They'll just try to make sure that they can keep the ball on the ground in this important rivalry match.
Kenny Cooper, the former Timber, poked away by Harrington. DeAndre Edlin first on the scene. Keeps that ball in play. The cross, though, caught by Andrew Weber. Edlin, who made his second appearance for the United States on Wednesday, flying upfield early on in this one. It's a touch off Valeri. Alonso for Seattle. Now Martins. Osvaldo Alonso setting it up from distance. It comes off of Paparazzo. It'll be the Sounders' first corner of the game.
It's just a bad giveaway from Valeri, and look at all the space Alonso has to after this ball comes back to him. Great little cheeky back heel from Martins. It's probably going to go off target, but Alonso has that ability from long range.
Gonzalo Pineda, the longtime Mexican veteran, to swing it in, and it's back in front. It's stabbed home on the doorstep by Kenny Cooper. Appeals for offside, not given. Audi Baba played it back. He's the one leading the celebration. The Seattle Sounders, 2 minutes in, have the lead in Portland.
Well, as this ball gets played far post, no one on Ani Baba, and hits this back across, and definitely onside because there's 2 players, a goalkeeper and the man on the post there. And Kenny Cooper can't miss from there. We asked Kenny Cooper yesterday if he'd celebrate against his old team. He said, you know, I haven't thought about that yet. Well, we just saw the answer. No celebration, but a huge goal for the Seattle Sounders.
And it had to be Kenny Cooper, the first real big signing the Timbers made coming into MLS. Their leading scorer in 2011. He scored the first goal in Timbers MLS history. Scores 2 minutes into his return to Seattle as Harrington's cross is covered up by Stephen Fry.
You know, John, we talked to Caleb Porter yesterday about defending set pieces, and he said we've been doing really well on set pieces defensively, and said they've been playing zonally, and it's helped them. And I think that's a good example of how zonally can hurt you. Absolutely unmarked, Ani Baba.
Nagbe on the overlap to Harrington. Again, the cross knocked down by Michael Azira and cleared forward to Cooper. Nagby, former teammates in chase there. Cooper goes for a tumble, but he's waved to his feet by the referee. Nagby then fouled for the first time today. Michael Azira making his second start. Native of Uganda, had been playing with the Charleston Battery the last 2 years. Won a spot in preseason camp as Alonso comes forward. Martins, now Cooper. Alonso waiting for DeAndre Yedlin. Not on the same page with Cooper. And now Nagby trying to lead the charge for Portland. Azira first there. Nagby fouled again. Now the yellow card shown again, Kyle. This is a big talking point for Caleb Porter. Doesn't feel that Nagby is being protected by referees. Feels that it's being targeted. Would referee Hilario Grajeda been aware of that at all, been mindful of how much it's been a talking point?
Well, I'm sure he's heard it, and I'm sure that it's been said directly to him to watch out for that. And the tough part about Nagby, the reason he gets fouled so much is he does linger on the ball a little bit, but he's also so quick. A lot of times players aren't trying to cut him down. Players are genuinely trying to get the ball, but Nagby is so quick and so deceptive, it's really hard to time your challenges on him.
Diego Valera to take the ensuing free kick. Paparazzo was offside.
Take another look at this goal, and this is what I mean about marking zonally. All the players get drawn to the ball. No one picks up Ani Baba. And Ani Baba, free run at this, and it might have been going in anyway, but does the right thing to hit it back across the goal. Kenny Cooper there to put it in. And when you're defending set pieces, the debate goes on forever of whether zonally works or man marking works. The reason I don't like zonally is because you don't bump a player before he gets a free run up to a ball. Even if you lose your mark, you at least can bump him off balance a little bit, and he can't run up like that effortlessly, making a challenge on the ball.
Chara got to it, but it's off the back heel of Maxi Urruti. Jalil Anibaba involved in the goal. He's in for the suspended Jimmy Traore, who was sent off last weekend against Columbus, as Cooper gets it away for Yedlin. The return for Cooper. Chara shoulders him off, but it falls over for Martins. Now Dempsey's shot. A touch from Paparazzo. Cooper's offside, and the play's dead. Well, it's now 3 goals and 3 in air quotes for Cooper against his former team. With New York in 2012, he led a comeback from 2-0 down as the Red Bulls beat Portland 3-2, a goal and an assist. Last year with Dallas, scored a penalty kick in the second half to lead FC Dallas back for a 1-1 draw with Portland. Made a brief substitute appearance in just the dying moments of a game here with Dallas last year, as Cooper fouls Nagby. And now has scored early on for Seattle against the Timbers.
Well, for Kenny Cooper, that third striker position, if that's what you want to call it, is up for grabs. You figure that Obafemi Martins and Clint Dempsey are starting to establish a really wonderful partnership, and Nagel and Kenny Cooper are going to battle for that third spot.
Valera in for Urruti, couldn't quite control it, but a hesitation between Fry and Anibaba almost allowed him back in. And the early punt will go on a bounce to Andrew Weber. Alvis Powell, the young Jamaican international, in the place of Jack Jewsbury today. Back for Khalif Al-Hassan. Al-Hassan whips in the cross. He's going to stay in play. Yedlin gets it clear. Well, here's 2 other pieces of significance to that goal for Seattle. The first is that was a big bullet point for Caleb Porter for his team. We have to score the first goal. They've been down in all 4 of their games so far this year. The other is this: Seattle last week had a run of 51 straight games unbeaten when they score the first goal in the game. Since the end of the 2010 season, it was approaching an all-time MLS record. Columbus came back from 1-0 down to beat them in stoppage time. But Seattle, only 5 times in their MLS history, have lost a game when they scored the first goal. Knocked down behind Nagby. Will Johnson plays it out.
Now, one thing that's happening in this game with the Seattle Sounders, they're playing this sort of unbalanced 4-3-3 where Clint Dempsey's coming off this left side and floating, and at times leaving a lot of space when they give up the ball on this near side of the field, and that's what the Portland Timbers need to exploit.
Chara first there to the ball with Pineda. Diego Chara's shot is a goal! 2.5 years between goals for Diego Chara, and it's 1-1.
Terrible place to give the ball away right here. Pineda just way too casual on the ball, and Chara picks his pocket. Late to step, might take a tiny little deflection off of Chad Marshall as this ball comes through, pushing the ball away from the goalkeeper. Stefan Frei extends, can't get anywhere near it. What a gift to give to this Portland Timbers side from a player that's too experienced. Pineda can't be giving the ball away that cheaply in that spot on the field.
Going to be pulled back here. Maxi Urruti coming in late on Jalil Anibaba. Diego Chara's first goal for Portland since September 2011. This is his 92nd MLS game, his third ever goal. And we're one apiece inside of 10 minutes. Urruti fouls Alonso. Zero lets it go for Cooper. The touch now for DeAndre Yedlin. Yedlin's cross is going to find Cooper again. It's a fine save from Weber. Powell first to the rebound. Powell long ball to find Nagbe. Gets away from Yedlin. Anibaba now to meet him. Nagbe shot off the post. The rebound swing and a miss on the doorstep from Valeri. It's cleared away. Everyone on their feet now as Harrington's on the ball. Valeri. Back for Michael Harrington. Foot race with the byline. No one there except for Stefan Frei. Cooper trying to lead the counter, and it's a foul from Will Johnson.
Well, what a wide open game we have here. And the first chance was Kenny Cooper through the smoke. Outstanding volley as this ball skips off the ground and curling away from the goalkeeper, which makes it an even better save from Weber. And this is after Nagbe got the best of Yedlin, spun him like a top, hits that ball hard to the near post. A lot of times you see that hit the post and come off the back of the goalkeeper, and they would have been cutting another log if it did.
Nagbe has not scored in the regular season against Seattle. Diego Chara has now. Kenny Cooper. In for Martinson, almost fell for Dempsey. Harrington immediately leading forward for Nagbe. Puts away with a heavy first touch. Chad Marshall knocks it away from Urruti. Yedlin being pressured, gives it away. Nagbe on the ball. That's Urruti. Urruti with the shot wide.
Well, we teased the 1v1 matchup out wide, talking about being one of the keys. Outstanding diagonal ball from Powell. Watch this little bit of skill to spin Yedlin. Outstanding from Nagbe. Gets his head up. Great strike. Rebound almost there from Valeri, but that's what Caleb Porter wanted in this game. Wanted those players to stay wide. Nagbe tends to float in the middle and create, and he has that ability. But when you isolate him 1v1, you can see what he can do right there. Has the moves to get someone off balance and has the explosive speed to just separate himself from players.
Well, apparently the intensity was getting to Kenny Cooper during that last goal kick. He went over and changed out his long sleeves for short sleeves. Cooper pressuring Powell now. Amadou Ka, the center back, gives it to Osvaldo Alonso. Although Chara first there to win it back. Advantage played. Now Nagbe again in some open space. This is what Caleb Porter wanted. Nagbe running at DeAndre Edlin. Hands off to Michael Harrington. Harrington's cross cut back. Valeri picks it up, turns, shoots, it's in! 2-1!
A little bit of a transition here, great overlapping run, and Yedlin gets stuck with the inside man late to get Harrington. But how about this from Valeri? I said at the beginning of the game, Caleb Porter says he has the game-changing ability and wanted to see it in the final third. Well, there it is. An impossible angle. Spins so quickly, tight little touch, and the only place he could finish that ball, he does right off of the crossbar near post. Outstanding finish, and what a past 3 minutes we've seen here in a response from Portland Timbers after going down a goal.
And now the Sounders a chance to respond. I got to be honest, Kyle, I've seen a fair few of these Portland-Seattle games. I can't remember one that had quite this much go on quite this early.
I was just thinking the same thing. Think back to that Western Conference semifinal. It was a bit cagey. Even though there were goals scored, it was a chess match to begin with. This is just wide open punch, counter punch. And at this point, the scoreline obviously suggests it, but I think that definitely benefits the speed, the pace, and the intensity of this Portland Timbers side at home.
As you see, they're now leading in a game for the first time this year. Still in search of that first win. Leo Gonzalez on his first start this year. Coming up to pressure Khalif Al-Hassan. Powell battling. Just 19 years old, the Jamaican. Again, Michael Harrington getting forward. Darlington Nagbe. Back for Harrington. Harrington on the deck, sent away by Audi Baba.
It's going to be a long day if Kenny Cooper doesn't help out Yedlin there. He's getting stuck in 2v1 opportunities, and Alonso's trying to come and help him. That's a few times now we've seen Harrington overlap without a challenge.
Johnson wins it back off of Cooper. Now he'll run at Yedlin. Will Johnson cutting it back, swinging it in, up in the air from Audi Baba. Marshall helps it away, only as far as Valeri. Didn't get full contact on that, but it's deflected out for a corner.
Let's look at the brilliance of Diego Valeri on that last goal, but also the pace. He just glides with the ball, Darlington Nagbe, and look how many players he takes out of the picture. Perfectly weighted pass to Harrington. Lovely little nutmeg pass, but that turns a tight space with a defender on your back, and then to have the wherewithal, the understanding of where the goal is, and then the skill to finish it off, outstanding.
Valeri takes the corner, headed away by Dempsey. Al-Hassan brings it down. The strike is a comfortable save for Frye. Gonzalez finally opens it up a little bit for Cooper. Cooper will lift it in too far for Dempsey and all the way through. So trying to find Valeri, just got caught in the spokes. Char able to keep it for Portland. Nagbe, Alisson dummies it on. Powell trying to make up the speed and cannot on Leo Gonzalez. But flash down off Gonzalez, says the linesman. He can't believe it, and he's not going to believe it when he figures it out in a second. He's still getting a ball back in. And Hilario Grajeda, perhaps appropriately, lets him get back involved in the play before Portland can go. Valeri, Alisson, Pineda stepping in to take it away. Cooper now takes the shoulder from Alvis Powell. Just a foul. Well, early goals were not necessarily a strength of the Portland Timbers last year. Nor has it really been a strength of theirs throughout their MLS history. Just 3 all of last season in the opening quarter hour. And they punched the net twice in the first 15 minutes today. That excludes a shot that came off the post as well, it should be said, as Paparazzo gets to that ball before Dempsey. And Dempsey was offside anyway. Say Clint Dempsey back from the suspension levied by the MLS Disciplinary Committee for violent conduct against Toronto, as Alisson trying to cut back on Gonzalez, goes down, and a free kick for Portland.
Well, here you see a little bit of the ability of Alisson and a little tangling of the feet as he cuts by Gonzalez.
Was that a foul for you?
Light one. I think you let that one go. It doesn't look like Gonzalez even put a foot in to make a challenge, but these poor outside backs from the Seattle Sounders have been pinned back. Great job from the Portland Timbers to find those passes and isolate players 1v1 wide positions.
Once again, Valeri to take. Center backs are forward for Portland. Everyone in around the 18-yard box for Seattle. Valeri right to Martin's head. Alisson able to keep it. Trying to go nutmeg on the pass for Pineda. And now can the Sounders break? It's Martins. Dempsey to his right. Yedlin to his left. Able to play in the end for Noah. Azira couldn't get there in time. Pineda able to hold it in. Harrington though there first. And now it's space for Darlington Nagbe to accelerate into. You saw him check over his shoulder. No one there. Alisson gets it eventually. Skips around Yedlin. Skips around Anibaba. Still Khalif Alisson. Chad Marshall finally stops it and draws the foul.
There's not one nutmeg short of a hat trick here. Alisson really enjoying himself. Nagbe and Alisson getting on the ball. Nice little strength, but first nutmeg right here. And another one. Nagbe just letting him have it. Chad Marshall not going to let that happen to him.
23-year-old from Ghana, Khalif Alisson, was actually with the Timbers in their USL era, was the first player really scouted and signed with MLS in mind by their GM, Gavin Wilkinson.
Well, that's a big decision, John, to leave Gaston Fernandez out of the starting lineup. And Caleb Porter stressed to us it wasn't because of form, just wanted to make minor changes. He's liked the way they performed and wanted to make just minor tweaks to see if that got things going.
Pineda might be in trouble here in a moment. Advantage playing as he fouled Diego Char behind the plate. Johnson, Valeri can't connect with Alisson. Johnson and Pineda in that challenge. Given right to Cooper. Alonso's header finds Martins. He's got Dempsey in space. Clint Dempsey a chance to tie it up. He's done it. Back from suspension. Back to scoring goals. 2 apiece.
Well, again, another gift. Terrible ball out of the back from Paparazzo, who's playing on the left side of the center back instead of the right. That little change maybe hurting them a little bit as he tries to play with his weaker foot. But great ball in to Dempsey. Outstanding first touch to prepare it in front of himself, and then so calm and easy. Watch as he just gets it in front of himself, slots it home. And that's what you pay the big money to Clint Dempsey to do. A response from Seattle Sounders after the Portland Timbers give them a gift.
Poked away by Zero. Now Cooper trying to run the other way. May be able to catch him and draws the foul. Alonso gets the cross away. Aruzzi awkwardly trying to control. Whistle's going to go here for a handball. Major League Soccer on the NBC Sports Network is being brought to you by AT&T, Rethink Possible, and by Volkswagen. That's the power of German engineering. Power of Cascadian engineering. Through 25 minutes is Chara, able to find Valeri. Now Al Hassan. Going to engage with Leo Gonzalez. Gonzalez read that well. But Al Hassan able to win a corner. Valeri, the outswinger man, falling down in the box. That was Norberto Paparazzo with a free volley somehow, and he put it wide.
Paparazzo trying to make amends for his recent mistake. Frees himself up. It'll be easier to go with the right foot there. Tries the spectacular. The danger of that situation for Paparazzo of giving that ball away and leading to that goal is you're in a moment where your outside backs are forward. It's absolutely a time where you have to be sure with your passing. And Caleb Porter said that this is an experienced player. He's the type of player that he expects more from, and was hoping that little bit of an adjustment to move him to the left center back position. He said sometimes that's all it takes to get someone going, get a little confidence. But struggling a little bit there as well.
For Nagbe, a foot race with Jalil Alibaba. Alibaba gets it clear. And just to finish your point on Paparazzo, he was the captain with Tigre in Argentina. And Porter said part of the challenge he's had adjusting is the fact he was used to being a big vocal presence in the locker room there, and he doesn't speak much of any English. It's been hard for him. He said he's lost his voice really in a lot of ways with this Portland team so far. Zero. Poked away by Valeri. Saw the touch to get around Alonso. Aruzzi trying to send Nagbe forward, and the referee was willing to play advantage. It'll be a free kick in the center instead. th MLS appearance for Darlington Nagbe today, and he was close to scoring a goal with that shot off the post earlier in this first half. Elvis Powell lifting it in, and right to Stephen Fry. Going to skip out last off of Elvis Powell. It's a bit beyond over from Martins. Ka lifting it up. Al Hassan nodding it down, but not on the same page with Powell. Dempsey looking to turn. Will Johnson got the foot in, gets the shove from Pineda at the end, and Pineda was let off the hook a few minutes ago, not receiving a yellow card when he might have, and he'll get one there. Well, Pineda, we had a great chat with him yesterday, Kyle. Longtime veteran. He's played in some big-time rivalry games. Chivas against Club America, Mexico against the U.S. So wouldn't expect him to be too phased by Portland, Seattle necessarily.
No, and it was interesting. He talked to us about pressure. He said, in soccer, pressure isn't this rivalry. Pressure in real life is, losing your job and having to feed your family. He said, this is pressure I enjoy. Pressure that every player should enjoy. It's the right kind of pressure. So he's going to enjoy today, and he's trying to send a message. He's trying to do what you do in a rivalry game, which is be tough as nails and get in on tackles, which is too late on that one.
Mistake at the back there, or the front really, for Seattle to allow Portland to come forward, but then Yedlin is fouled by Valeri. And Valeri has some words at the end of it. Half an hour gone at a sold-out Providence Park. Already 2 goals apiece. To put it into context, the highest scoring game in the MLS era of this rivalry was a 3-2 Seattle win in the first game here in Portland, July 2011. All 5 of those goals scored in the second half. We had 4 goals in the first half. Stephen Fry is just going to get there for half a second. He had a little bit of panic in the eyes on the ball for Marshall, but gets it clear. Valeri trying to send Powell forward. Chad Marshall reads it well. Will Johnson, long crossfield ball for Michael Harrington. Can't keep it in play. Flags up. Harrington, who again should theoretically not be in this game. He was shown a red card late in the first half in Dallas. He and Javon Watson both for an incident off the ball, spotted by the linesman. Arruti off of Nagbe's takeaway. Nagbe back to Arruti, clipping it in, knotted down by Anibaba. And cleared away. Harrington now battling with Cooper. And the red card was jointly appealed by both Dallas and Portland. Independent review panel overturning it. And Harrington is back out there again today. Did, though, and what was approaching a team record for consecutive minutes. It is a 22nd consecutive start here in this game today. Looking to turn inside. Couldn't quite dance his way out of the 3 black shirts. Martins, Dempsey. It's away by Ka. Got to be careful. He was really flying into that one with Pineda. Hilario Grajeda will show the yellow card to Palmodu Ka.
Well, as Ka goes through this first challenge, lunges in on this one, and yeah, has that right foot off the ground. I think a yellow card's the right call there, but very fortunate. Some referees look at that as a very dangerous challenge, endangering the safety of an opponent, having that cleat exposed. Needs to be careful to control those emotions.
Styles will push the numbers forward here. Both the center backs are up for this. Pineda lifting it in towards Chad Marshall. Alvarado gets his head to it. It was a bit casual trying to start the counter, but it's going to be a foul. 15th foul whistled in 33 minutes and change. Actually, the 16th. Harrington couldn't find Valeri. Alibaba gets it clear. Rollins and Nagbe. Azira chasing him down. Still Nagbe, Valeri, Arruti got a touch. Alibaba there defensively. Martins does very well to control that ball, keep it in play. Pineda back heels, cleaned out by Will Johnson. Referee could have played advantage. Elects to whistle it dead, and Will Johnson might be in some trouble.
Well, he should have played advantage, even though he's given the yellow card out here. You can go back and give that yellow card to Will Johnson at any point, but Portland Timbers were all over on this side of the field trying to win the ball back. Outstanding combination to free themselves up by the Seattle Sounders. Get a look right here. Lovely back heel from Pineda, and Will Johnson a little bit late on that one. But that next pass opened up the game, and Seattle Sounders were going to have some joy on the far side of the field. Need to take a beat and realize you can come back and give that yellow card.
Fourth yellow given out to match the 4 goals that have been scored. Yedlin just keeps that in play despite the howls from the fans, but Arruti tracking back, forces it free. Nagbe wants a foul, he doesn't get. Osvaldo Alonso is Cooper with his hand up running. Instead, the ball is for Yedlin. Yedlin going to run at Harrington. Will Johnson comes over to help and does the job. Although gives it right back. Martins now for Seattle. Alonso calling for it. Martins takes the shot himself. Takes the deflection. Alonso for Cooper. The return, no one there. Valeri's pass behind Arruti.
That was one of the first times we saw Yedlin get forward on that far side of the field, and I think the tactic to get some width and create those 1v1s in wide positions has worked for the Portland Timbers because it's locked Gonzalez and Yedlin to that back four. One of the threats in the Seattle Sounders team has been Yedlin bombing forward, his ability in that final third to get service in and become a goal-scoring threat himself.
Dempsey looking to create for the center of the park. Rolls it ahead for OFMA Martins. Paparazzo there defending. Now Pineda for Seattle.
See this position from Gonzalez right here. I don't like that position. He should be all the way on this width, all the way on the touchline, pushing up and receiving the ball where he has it now.
Martins caught by Powell, and OFMA Martins in demonstrative pain as he went down.
It's almost as if the Seattle Sounders are so conscious of the counterattack because they've been burned giving the ball away cheaply that those outside backs aren't willing, when they establish a little bit of possession, to take that offensive posture.
Alvis Powell, just 19 years old, but he started for Jamaica in World Cup qualifiers against both the U.S. and Mexico last year. And Martin's back to his feet. Seattle a free kick chance. Valeri in a bit of a shoving match here over the placement of this. Valeri stepped in, thought it should have been further back. Pineda pushed him off it. They exchanged words. Fighting for every inch. Pineda's ball in. Marshall able to keep it there as Will Johnson thought he had an easy clearing header. Dempsey now. Dancing on the ball, and the cross coming in from deep from Azira. Chad Marshall gets his head there. What a save. Andrew Weber, full stretch to his left to keep it out of behind for a corner.
You got to jump with Chad Marshall as this ball comes in. Plenty of height on it. Watch. No one really gets off their feet. Powell trying to jump, jumps too late. You got to get up early and get into Chad Marshall. Look at how much power he's able to generate on that, which is difficult with a ball that's floated that high.
The ensuing corner in towards Cooper. Star able to clear only as far as Azira. Gonzalez lifting it up. Paparazzo heads away. Into Nagby, acres of space, though. Kenny Cooper able to slow him up. Chara switch for Alassane. He's got Powell on the outside. Powell a foot race here with Leo Gonzalez that he'll win. Can't keep the ball, can't win anything out of it. Oh, likes to bring it down to the chest and just gets away with it. Khalifa Hassan running at Gonzalez. Trying to run around Gonzalez, and he's done it. Now Powell with high cross. Going on the backside. Yedlin's header. First touch from Cooper. Powell picking Dempsey's pocket. Now he's trying to hold on for dear life, but he can't do it. Osvaldo Alonso brings it away. Kenny Cooper now, only Martin's in front of him. Johnson, hard challenge with Alonso. All this Powell, early ball. Urruti trying to get on the end of it, shoulder to shoulder with Anibaba. They go for a tumble, free kick, Seattle.
All the interesting tactics and 1v1 battles that are going on out there. One that's been interesting is the center of the park, and hardly ever do you say that someone gets the better of Ozzy Alonso in the center of the field, but several times now he's been beat to a ball or he's been beat through a challenge, and that's a collector's item.
Off the bounce, Kaw heads away to Clint Dempsey. Will Johnson trying to accelerate, instead circles around. Yedlin right on top of Harrington as he receives the pass. Now for a Portland throw. Harrington wants to go fast. Got blocked off his run by the referee, it looked like, on that ball from Kopp. Martin's pressured out of it. Diego Valeri the other way. He's got Urruti to his left, Nagby to his right. It's Maxi Urruti who cuts it in front and just wide across the face of goal.
How many times are the Seattle Sounders going to linger on the ball in the center of the field? Had several opportunities to lay that off to Pineda. And Martin's electing to try to dribble out of the dangerous area. The ball played just a little bit wide, and Urruti looking for this far post, and you can see how the ball just gets away from him and makes that angle tough. Does the right thing to hit it low, hard, far post. Seattle Sounders, if they want to impose themselves on the match and get Dempsey on the ball in dangerous areas, they have to protect the ball better in the center of the field. It needs to be 1 and 2 touch in there.
Running forward and can't control it. Well, coming up at halftime, Russ and Kyle will break down the first half highlights, of which there are many, and Kyle will give kind of a closer look at what Darlington Nagby's been doing here in this first half. All that and more on the MLS halftime report presented by Volkswagen. Alonso able to skip away from Valeri, who goes down awkwardly, holding his knee behind the play. Michael is here for Seattle, flipping it across. Dempsey off his shoulder. Kaw able to clear it away. Valeri still down, holding his right knee for Portland. Urruti's trying to alert the Sounders to that fact. And Anibaba will play it out, and this is a concern for Portland. The reigning MLS newcomer of the year, the reigning assist leader in MLS. Scored his first goal of the year, and he is now down.
Also, man, John, it struggled with injuries, with the bilateral sports hernia, and you can see that cut right above his knee. And finally got healthy, had a full preseason with the team. You see the trainer working on that right knee right now. Valeri pointing to the inside. And normally when the trainer comes out, testing the stability of the knee to make sure there's no ligament damage, but you can see that cut right on the top of his knee.
Caleb Porter conferring with Sean McCauley, his lead assistant. As Valeri gets looked at. Valeri had gone the first 4 games this year without a goal or an assist. Actually matched his longest drought from last year. So this was really his big triumphant return with that goal back in the 14th minute, which made it 2-1 Portland.
You can see just off to my right, Sigi Schmidt talking to the team, and haven't had their best 45 minutes, but they're still in this game, and that's something to take a lot of positives from. In little moments where they've been able to break the pressure and switch the point of attack, you can see how dangerous the Seattle Sounders team can be. Let's take a look back at what happened with Diego Valeri, where this injury came from. Well, that was it. So that cut that he suffered on his knee was probably from a play before that. Didn't look like there was much contact, just a sort of awkward movement.
And we've hit stoppage time. 2 minutes indicated there by the 4th official. It was interesting there, and we saw a little bit of it, but DeAndre Yedlin and Clint Dempsey having a very animated conversation there in that little break. "45 minutes of frantic action and a long big pause there." Loose ball in the center, picked up by Alonso. Quickly ahead for Clint Dempsey. Dempsey going to engage with Kaw. As the overlap coming from Gonzalo Pineda, the cross knocked down. It's going to be a handball. Free kick just outside the box for Seattle.
Well, it's that hand away from the body that the referee's calling. Once you get that hand away from yourself, that arm away from yourself, and it makes you a bigger target, you always see more times than not the referee give a handball for that. I think he's right.
Timbers conceded a goal in first half stoppage time last week in Dallas. I very much want to avoid that here as Seattle presses the numbers forward. Everyone back in the 18-yard box for Portland. Gonzalo Pineda is the man over it. Pineda lifting it back post, the header back across and just wide. That was Cooper who sent it in. Dempsey was one of 2 Sounders on the scene. Marshall the other. He's slow to get up. Very close to being 3-2 Seattle.
Watch this. Such a dangerous ball back across the goal from Kenny Cooper. And Chad Marshall barely there. Runs into the post for his efforts, but look, it's Clint Dempsey and Chad Marshall. Looks like Chad Marshall actually runs into the post with his head, and that's going to be it for the first half.
Well, what a first half it was. 3 goals inside the first quarter hour. Diego Valeri scoring his first of the season back in Portland. Just in case you're on the fence of whether to watch the second half or not, understand that in the series history in MLS, by far more goals scored in the second half than in the first, and know as well that Seattle has scored 5 goals in the opening minutes of the second half in the MLS era of this rivalry. Just in case 2-2 at the break wasn't enough for you. Second half underway. Timbers in green, Seattle in their pitch black alternates. DeAndre Yedlin's flying header is eventually sliced out by Jalil Anibaba. Kyle Martino between the benches just had a chance to chat with Caleb Porter. What did he tell you?
Well, overall happy with the first half. Obviously not the mistakes they made. And I asked him what to expect from the second half, and he said high pressure. I really want to create turnovers, get pressure on Alonso and Pineda, and also make sure we get our outside backs forward. He thinks they're going to win the game on the flanks.
And again, Kyle, this was such a significant thing for Portland to get their first win of the year. You could feel that pressure yesterday. It was a very agitated Caleb Porter we met with, having been barraged by questions in the local media of why they hadn't been scoring, why they hadn't been winning. Here's Nagby now on the overlap for Harrington. Yedlin sweeps it away. Azira clears to midfield. Martin's able to bring it down and hold off Chara. Martin's back from Dempsey. Dempsey doesn't want it. He keeps giving it back to Henry Martins. Pineda. Martins knocked away by Elvis Powell. Steelers actually have numbers if they go quick here. Powell, though, just runs into the traffic.
Powell's got to pick his head up. He had Nagbe streaking and Yedlin struggling to catch up with him.
Now on Hassan. That's Valeri running into an offside position. So Hassan will go on his own. Running at Leo Gonzalez. Hassan clips it in from the byline. Urruti just beyond him. That's just too far for Azira. Again, Alisson out wide. Hands in for Diego Valeri. Suffered that cut certainly over his knee and was down receiving treatment, but he's begun the second half. Chara looking to sneak in Harrington from behind. Harrington's header right to Fry. Early ball for Cooper, who opened the scoring just beyond 2 minutes played in this game. Alonso loses his footing, loses the ball. Azira tackles it off of Michael Harrington. Now Kenny Cooper. Throw with Henry Martins. Will run it Paparano. Roberto Paparano wins the day. Loven gives it right back to Dempsey. And Pineda opening up. Now sees him. Gonzalo Pineda. Early ball trying to send Cooper in. Cost sends it out. Owls for the fans as Marshall and Urruti were battling for that. Harrington's header stays in play. Now Nagbe looking to accelerate. Chara puts it a bit behind Nagbe, and Yedlin gets it clear. Dempsey for Martins. Dempsey skips away from Chara, catches him late. The man who's committed more fouls than any other player since the beginning of the 2011 season goes in the book.
That's a big yellow card, too, because his game has a lot to do with covering ground and also just being a bit chippy, stepping on your foot, getting an extra tackle in, getting a little arm in there. And he's so important to this side because of how intimidating and how difficult it is to play against them. And now with that yellow card, that takes out one of those aspects of his game that he's so good at.
It was a Chara tackle that separated Clint Dempsey's shoulder when these two teams played in October last year, and really limited Dempsey the last few games of the regular season as he was dealing with that. Pineda lifting in the ensuing free kick straight to Andrew Weber. Weber 2 saves in the first half as he gives it away. Dempsey got the foot into the rollout. It's going to be knocked out for a corner. Well, again, it's a big point of emphasis for referees this year. 6-second rule for goalkeeper. Is that why Weber felt he needed to get rid of this ball?
Yeah, he looked very anxious to get it out, but how casual is that? Doesn't even take a look. Rolls it to someone who's standing a foot away from him. Clint Dempsey almost can't believe his luck.
Third corner for Gonzalo Pineda and the Seattle Sounders today. Pineda drives it in. Harrington heads away. Azira that came off of Nagbe, and will do it again from the other flag.
Good start to the second half from the Seattle Sounders. Getting on the ball, a little more comfortable. They had plenty of the ball in the first half, but didn't really look all that threatening, and looked a lot more threatening at the beginning of the second half.
Pineda, the in-swinger this time. Marshall's header into the traffic. Anibaba wide across the face of goal, whether it's deflected or not. It's going to be a goal kick in the end. Once again, Seattle going close from a set piece.
Well, once again, talking about this zonal marking and Chad Marshall, if there's anyone that you're maybe just going to mark, it looks like Obafemi Martins actually is the one that keeps that from going out as that drops down to Annie Baba. It looked like Martins was trying to backheel it. Might have deflected it out in that second replay.
And then Weber hits the goal kick, and it goes straight out. Don't forget, he's playing against his former team, too. He was the Sounders' backup the last 2 years, in for the suspended Donovan Ricketts for a second straight game for Portland as Dempsey holds off Chara to keep the ball. They go for a tumble. Free kick Seattle just outside the box. And Chara barking back at Ilario Grajeda.
He's walking a fine line right now. Clint Dempsey is going to know that. The skill of that player right there is good enough to be able to get on the ball and bait you in to make a tackle and move the ball. Draw fouls in dangerous areas.
Trying to get his foam canister reset. And before the free kick's going to be taken, just wants to get himself in a better position. Now it's Gonzalo Pineda. So lift this in again towards Marshall. Cog out there first. Azira back into the mixer. A touch from Paparazzo to keep it out. Urruti upended. And Azir is already on a yellow card from back in the 5th minute.
As this ball comes through, it looks like it might catch the arm a little bit of Azira. There's no card there, just following through. It doesn't even hit the face of Urruti. He's going to grab it anyway.
Now 4 red cards in the 4 games played in this stadium between these two teams, at least in the regular season. In their respective MLS era, will we go 5 for 5 here? It would not be a shock. Long switch for Harrington. The first touch to get around the Andre Edlin. Michael Harrington puts it wide.
Well, if only his second touch was as good as his first. Really nice diagonal ball from Will Johnson. And the first touch was outstanding. Gets it onto his right foot. And just shanks that one wide. Good opportunity there for the Portland Timbers.
And became a regular starter with the Timbers, Harrington, after becoming surplus in Kansas City and won a spot on the U.S. national team camp in January, though wasn't part of the team for that game against South Korea. Offside given there as Urruti was trying to put off Chad Marshall. The most offside player in MLS this year, Maxi Urruti, adding to his talent.
Sometimes I question the intelligence of his running. He definitely covers a ton of ground. He's willing to put the work in.
Dempsey and Powell battling. And the 19-year-old from Jamaica wins the ball. Now Valeri for Portland. Alonso sizing him up. Alassane finds Chara on the turn. Diego Chara, pocket of space here with the runners in front of him. Chara takes it himself. Sensational goal!
Well, he did it to you in the first half. You'd think that memory is long enough that you wouldn't give him this opportunity to do it to you in the second half. And Annie Baba just in no man's land. And that's why Alonso gives him that shove and asks him what he's doing. Backpedaling, backpedaling, backpedaling. Just has no idea what to do. And how about that strike from Chara? Picture perfect. Can't believe that he's been able to carry the ball so long without any pressure and watch it come through the bodies. What a beautiful finish from that man right there, Chara.
2 goals in his first 91 MLS games, Diego Chara. 2 goals today. Timbers' first designated player. He's not here to score goals. He's here to gum things up in the middle, control possession. And he set Providence Park alight yet again. Give away in the center. Onibaba the mistake. Urruti the other way. Maxi Urruti!
Well, just another mistake right here. Onibaba has no idea Urruti's behind him, and Kenny Cooper puts him in a really bad spot. What delightful finish from Urruti. I thought he paused and held his run up a little too much and let Chad Marshall come into it, but he knew exactly what he was doing, just setting up this curling strike that's absolutely delicious.
Just the second goal for Urruti in 12 games with Portland. Young forward from Argentina who was chased for a long time by the old guard of Toronto FC. Was there for 3 weeks before they sent him to the Timbers in September of last year.
You talk about great leagues around the world, John, and one thing that's consistent is if you make a mistake, you get punished for it. I think one of the best demonstrations of the growth of Major League Soccer is we've seen 2 or 3 examples in this game alone of if you make a mistake, there's the quality out there to punish you for it. That was beautiful. Chainsaws out, cut another piece of the log off for that goal from Urruti.
This is now the highest scoring goal in the MLS history of the Portland-Seattle rivalry. All-time, all competitions. You have to go back to July 2005 to find a game with this many goals, and we may have more coming as Dempsey trying to combine with Martins. Cooper's header away by Kaw. Lamar Nagel, who was kind of a late question mark whether he would start. He's getting set to come on for Seattle as Yedlin's cross is headed away by Paparazzo. Zero just keeps that from Nagby. Yedlin wants someone to pass the ball to and gives it away instead. A flying challenge to try to win it back, and Will Johnson staying down. And Johnson remains face down on the turf. And this is not a player, Kyle, that goes down and stays down easily. As the Sounders will make the change, Lamar Nagel, Seattle area native, replacing the former Timber, and a goal scored today, Kenny Cooper. Will come off gingerly here as we pass the hour mark.
Well, here's a look at that foul. Yedlin coming in, and looks like as Will Johnson's trying to clear it out, just takes one on the foot. He's walking gingerly off to my right on that left foot. And it appears the way they're setting up, their Seattle Sounders are moving into a 4-4-2 with Clint Dempsey playing as a withdrawn forward. Right
offside Martins.
Underneath Martins.
Well, the Sounders in their history have only ever lost when they've been 2-0 down. This is 2 goals down. How, in your opinion, Kyle, do they find a way back into this?
Well, they've already made a tactical adjustment, which I think is a good one from Ziggy Schmidt. You're going to have Nagel operating on that left side. Zera over here on the right side. Get Clint Dempsey and Obafemi Martins closer to each other, and also get Clint Dempsey the ball higher up the field where he can be dangerous, make that final pass, and also create off the dribble and create goal-scoring opportunities for himself.
Johnson wins it back from Alonso. Maxi Urruti thinking about it, lets it fly just wide.
Just too many poor giveaways from Seattle Sounders. The repetitive theme of this game. And they're still in this one, and yeah, they've been good enough in moments to be in the game, but the reason the scoreline's so lopsided is players that don't usually give the ball away as cheaply as they have, Alonso on that occasion, are just making it too easy for the Timbers.
Dempsey tripped up as he gets away from Powell. And Grajeda, the referee, wants the ball pulled back. Dempsey again on the run. Powell backs off. He gets it away for Nagel. Has to chase it down in the corner. Off of Powell, out for a throw. Gonzalez in for Nagel, gets a piece of it. It's last off Alvis Powell. It'll be corner kick number 5 for the Seattle Sounders. Again, Gonzalez permitted to take. Chad Marshall's been involved in a couple of these. Header up in the air, just in front of Marshall by Harrington. Chara able to stab it away. Alisson dances out of trouble. Now Valeri, space and time in the center. He's got Nagbe open on the left. Yedlin comes to meet him. Two former Akron Zips to go each other here. Nagbe a bit of a stumble as he cut back. Now Valeri. Will Johnson. Well closed down by Pineda, so he plays back for Powell, the right back. Alisson back for Powell. Nagel defending, poked away. Timbers corner. It in. Paparazzo is there. Is that over the line? It came off the other side of the bar. Linesman says no. Pineda then goes down in a heap. Paparazzo might be given a yellow card. He thought he'd scored. Goes in the book for the challenge on Pineda. All right, Kyle. This will be interesting.
Well, all you Premier League fans, well, I'm sure we're waiting for the referee to look at his watch, but no goal line technology in Major League Soccer as Paparazzo rises up, heads this one off the bar, and does it cross the line? Doesn't appear to have. Referee's assistant, you can see him standing right next to that corner flag, gets it right. It actually comes off of Yedlin's face.
Wow.
Doesn't know anything about it, but probably saves a goal right there. Impossible for us to tell from that camera angle.
Well, the fans are reacting to the replay on the big screen, but holding the ball must cross the hole at the line, and DeAndre Yedlin, whether exactly as you said, Kyle, he knew anything about it or not, has managed to keep the Sounders in this game. Urruti fouls on Ibala.
Well, the fans at Providence Park reacting to this right here. Hits Yedlin's face and actually sends it away from the goal. And that moment right before it hits his face, If you had a hot light on me in a dark room and asked me if it was a goal or not, I'd say no, but very, very difficult to say in that situation if it fully crossed the line.
Just in case we haven't had enough interesting things happen today, save off the line off the face. Why not DeAndre Edlin? Marco Papa getting set to come on for Seattle. He's conferring with Ziggy Schmidt right now. Maruti, and for a challenge here with Hani Baba, and Yedlin had to clean it up. Maybe for Alisson. Dribbles into traffic and somehow gets away with the ball. Harrington there. I think he was trying to pull out of the challenge as Yedlin was coming into that ball. And here comes the second substitution of the day. Marco Papa, the Guatemala international who was starting early in the season, has found minutes harder to come by last couple of weeks, is replacing Michael Azira.
He's going to play on this near side, look to tuck in on that favorite left foot of his and create. And one message maybe he's given to Yedlin is, I'm open up that lane, start bombing forward.
Papa, the former Chicago Fire player, returning this year after a year and a half at Heerenveen in the Netherlands. Is that an errant free kick from Portland? He was trying to combine there with Nagel. Nagel comes to the ball instead. As Leo Gonzalez coming forward on the overlap. Gonzalez sends the cross in. Header away by Paparazzo in front of Martins. Chara helps it away. Referee playing advantage there between Al-Hassan and Gonzalez. Foul that time.
Well, you'll notice with a 2-goal lead, minor adjustment from the Portland Timbers is Nagbe's actually tucked into the middle of the field to try to get on the ball, dictate the tempo, give them a little bit of possession. Opening up this near side for Harrington to make those overlapping runs, but we've seen Nagbe do that a lot for his Portland Timbers career, be the playmaker in the middle of the field, composed on the ball, makes good decisions.
Well, Harrington that time under-hitting the pass for Nagbe, and DeAndre Edlin will go in the book with a yellow.
You can see his argument right there, suggesting he got the ball, and 20 or 30 yards away from me on the left. It looked like he actually did, but it doesn't always mean it's not a foul. Here's a look at it as he comes in. Yeah, he definitely gets the ball, but gets a big chunk of Nagbe afterwards.
7th yellow card issued today. And we're now over 30 fouls whistled between the two teams. The rain starting to come down once again, and it stayed dry through most of the game today. Powell up for Alisson. Marshall the defender. Valeri. Powell. Valeri running through into the box. Diego Valeri looking to cut back. Falls for Urruti. Deflected wide. And out for a corner.
Well, I've been impressed with Powell on that far side. His willingness to get forward, showing great strength here to lay this ball off for Valeri. Trying to cut back on Alonso. Takes a deflection.
Marshall, uncontested header away. Chara first there. Bundled over by Martins. Free kick from the wing. Diego Chara, 2 goals today. By the way, it's his 28th birthday. So not a bad 70 minutes for Diego Chara so far. And so we're now to 35 fouls total. Valeri's upset. He wants the full 10 yards. He wants the spray can. Linesman's going to come across now and send Martins and Alonso back. As the rain steadily increases. Well, who was that look for? Whipped in. Alisson gets a back heel flick to it. No one there. Except for Marco Papa, who gives it right away to Alvis Powell. Just a bit of a mishit from Powell.
That's an understatement.
Major League Soccer on the NBC Sports Network is being brought to you by the new Windows, one experience for everything in your life. And by Bacardi. Live passionately, drink responsibly. Bacardi, untamable since 1862. Untamable since 1975 between Portland and Seattle. And this is tied for the second highest ever scoring game between these two teams. Arruti. Johnson, the pirouette to get away from Osvaldo Alonso. Michael Harrington. Diego Valeri, Darlington Nagbe. The shot takes a deflection. It's going to end up wide. 3 black shirts converging on Nagbe there. It's behind for a corner.
One of the things that's great about Valeri is he has all this pace around him, and at times you can use him like a wall and get into your top gear and know that the ball is going to come back to you in a great spot. And Chad Marshall, last-ditch challenge, slides in there, blocking that Nagbe shot.
Nagbe's going to come short for Valeri, who had his head down. Whistle's gone before the ball's played in. Referee spotting some pushing and shoving. Paparazzo and Gonzalez getting a talking to. Well, the ball's back in. Referee hasn't seen it. And he'll whistle dead again. Stefan Fry had 2 shutouts in his first 4 starts for the Sounders, the Seattle goalkeeper. He's had 4 come by him today and forced into 1 save. And now he's got this set piece to deal with. Valeri this time does get it in. Powell able to keep it in play. They'll reset for Will Johnson. First time shot was scuffed at and Marshall sends it out. Yedlin gets to that ball in front of Powell. Ball still in play. Everyone's howling, thinks the play is dead. Too long for Nagbe. Well, last year, this was a real strength for Portland amongst the league leaders, and this has been, again, a category that in the first couple MLS years had not been a strength. Goals scored in the final 15 minutes of games. And both goals the Timbers scored of their own accord in the first 4 games this year had come in these last 15 minutes. Chara miss-hit touch. Papa chasing. Papa Duka there in time. Valeri blocked by Pineda. Alisson steps right back in. Alonso's there. Pineda lifting it ahead for Marco Papa. Just keeps it in play. Powell can't take him off the ball. Still Marco Papa. Chance to whip it in. No one there in the penalty spot except for Michael Harrington. Well, Chara's touch sends it out for a Seattle throw. Gonzalez. Right to the foot of Will Johnson. Yedlin for Nagel. A spinning hit away from Harrington. Nagel inside, finding Clint Dempsey. Dempsey trying to chip it. No, it's from Martins, who puts the header over. What a ball. And Martins just couldn't keep it down.
We've seen these little stretches where the Seattle Sounders have looked so dangerous, and this is another little sequence that shows how talented this side is and how dangerous they can be at times. And that ball far post to Martins, right on the money. It looks like it might take a tiny little... No, that's just a great ball far post from Dempsey. Puts it right on the money. Here you'll get a good view at it. And Martins just trying to backpedal and knot it onto goal. You expect a player of his quality to put that on frame. And that hasn't been a bad performance from the Seattle Sounders. Just a couple lapses defensively and maybe a little sharper in the final third, and they're right in this game.
It's very reminiscent of what Ziggy Schmidt told us about his team throughout the last few weeks. Particularly the loss to Columbus. Good performance, just a couple bad moments as Urruti's fouled.
I think the real issue for the Seattle Sounders is they still don't know how to play with Clint Dempsey. What's ideal? I mean, he's so versatile, and Ziggy Schmidt told us all the permutations and the different options he likes. They're good options. I still think they're trying to figure out how to get the best out of that man right there and how to fit him into the team so that they can fire on all cylinders. And once they do, you see little moments of how dangerous they could be, and they need to figure that out sooner rather than later.
Papa now foul behind the play, advantage played as Pineda rolls it ahead for Dempsey. Heavy first touch, able to keep under two different challenges. Papa outside of his left foot, ball for Lamar Nagel. Drops it off for Yedlin, lifting it in. Martins flicks it along. It's Clint Dempsey, blocked by the traffic, held in by Pineda. Back for Papa now. Dempsey mishits the ball. Andrew Weber's there.
As all the Timbers turn their head and see who this ball makes it to, I'm sure they were thinking that's the last guy we want to have it, but great saving challenge from Paparazzo. Slides over to keep that from going on target.
Sounders a good boost of momentum here. They will not fade quietly away. Nagel inside for Dempsey. Dempsey turns, fires, and he had Weber leaning the wrong way. Just wide in the end.
What a beautiful turn this is. Tough ball in from Nagel. But in the same motion, Clint Dempsey collects the ball, pirouettes, and gets the shot off. How quick he got that shot off, and that skill of getting it turned, that's what's difficult for the goalkeeper. Doesn't expect that shot to come through the crowd so quickly, and don't think he would have been there to make the save if it was on target.
Nagel first to react to that header. Martins and Dempsey play 1-2. Dempsey, what a ball to find Papa, and just a touch from Diego Chara. Urruti able to keep it for Valeri. Alonso steps in and win it back off Valeri, then a handball, Maxi Urruti. Alonso will thread it through. DeAndre Yedlin bombing forward. Yedlin gets the cross in between the two targets. Awkward touch from Paparazzo, and he cleans it up to send it out for a throw. In for Papa. It's the cross away from the byline. Nagel sizing it up, wins the challenge over Harrington. Martins laying it off, and Kaw just there in front of Dempsey. Yedlin now for Dempsey. Wide for Nagel. Martin's making the run up the touchline. Again, Nagel. Nagel centering it. A touch from Johnson. Held in by Gonzalo Pineda. Dempsey. Alonso. Clint Dempsey. He'll take the left-footed effort. It's a comfortable save for Weber. Timbers preparing to make their first substitution of the game, 82 minutes in. Alonso wide for Papa. Overlap from Leo Gonzalez. Gonzalez now sends the cross into the traffic. Weber a punch. Yedlin first on the scene, but he has to spin around it. Pineda. Again, we haven't mentioned it much, but Brad Evans out for this game with a calf contusion. That's part of the reason why Pineda's been in there. Papa hands off for Nagel. Nagby stepping in, wins the ball, needs some help. Goal kick.
The Portland Timbers get stretched right now. Their back line and their first line of pressure too wide. Little pockets that the Seattle Sounders are finding and getting players on the ball. Clint Dempsey, a lot of touches right outside that 18. That's going to worry Caleb Porter.
Maxi Aruzzi, a special goal. The fourth goal, the insurance one. He'll be coming off to a rousing ovation. Replaced by Frederick Piquillon, 35-year-old. Premier League experience with West Ham and Portsmouth. He's played for Lyon and Marseille in France. And Darlington Nagby's gone down all the way at the other end of the field. Nagby, who came off with what originally was called a pulled hamstring last week in Dallas. He's officially listed with a leg contusion. He was sort of a game-time decision to see how he came through warm-ups, whether he would start this game or not.
I got to interrupt you for a second, John. Just off to my left, Caleb Porter screaming at Char and Will Johnson, saying, Dempsey, gotta pick up Dempsey. Repeated that about 4 or 5 times. I think he's made the message pretty clear.
Nagby will be coming off here. It'll be Ben Szymanski, his former Akron teammate, to replace him. Szymanski, utility piece for the Timbers now in his second year. Second change in quick succession for Portland. Over the top. Nagel brings it down. Now trying to hold off Michael Harrington. Spins inside of him. Lamar Nagel gets the cross away. Martin's a touch. Clint Dempsey! Here they come. It's 4-3 with 5 minutes to go.
One reason I love Clint Dempsey in this withdrawn forward position is he's more willing to get into the box and get forward into these dangerous spots. Nagel has been a bright spot since coming on, but watch him bring this ball with him. That is such a difficult touch. That ball deflects before it gets to him. This will be a great angle. And he collects it as he's running, keeps it in his stride, and then still has the ability to finish it off. Outstanding finish from Clint Dempsey. Is it too late? I don't know, the way the Seattle Sounders are playing right now, I'm feeling they're going to have something to say about this and have a few more chances to level this off.
Advantage played as Pompo is fouled behind the play. Alonso, the touch from Dempsey to find Martins. Char steps in. Yedlin gets there. It's a penalty. Penalty kick, Seattle Sounders.
How quickly things can turn. Watch as Yedlin comes in. And you can see Szymanski takes a look once, takes a look twice. Still can't get there before Yedlin. Right here's a good look at it. Absolutely spot on, right call. The contact on the left foot as he goes through. He was going to be beat to the ball. Szymanski at that point, it's not easy to do, but he's just got to let Yedlin collect that ball and hope someone else makes a big play.
Fourth penalty kick given away by the Timbers in 5 games. Andrew Weber faced 2 of them in Colorado, both goals. Clint Dempsey an opportunity to not only complete his hat trick, but to bring the Sounders back into a 4-4 scoreline in the 87th minute in Portland. Done it! How about this?
Here's another look at that foul from a different angle. Absolutely spot on from the referee to point to the spot. And there's been a lot of talk lately about Clint Dempsey at the club level, at the international level, suggesting that he's not on form and struggling a little bit. And I think it's been overly critical. I think Clint would raise his hand and say, I haven't been at my best. But all he needed was one really big performance, I feel like, to get him back going. And this might be that performance.
Anibaba heads that away. Piquillon now involved for the first time. The foul coming over the back of Yedlin. They've been doing these since 1975, the Portland Timbers and Seattle Sounders. Never before have there been 8 goals scored in a game between these 2 big names. And just in case we needed an extra little flourish, Steve Zakawani is getting set to come on for Portland. As the rain now increases. Martins and Szymanski battling. Valeri stamps it away. Johnson, it came off the referee. Pineda. It's the 500 Sounders fans making most of the noise right now, it feels like. Szymanski in open space gives it away. The first draft pick in Sounders history, co-leading goal scorer in 2010, Steve Zakawani suffered the horrible leg break in April 2011. Played just 16 games the last 2 years. He left Seattle. He came to Portland. He replaces the captain, Will Johnson, for the final minute plus stoppage time.
Well, at halftime, the Seattle Sounders players came out for the second half and gave Steve Zakawani a big hug. All of them went up to him.
Free kick Sounders.
Still a part of Seattle Sounders history and one of the better players they ever had.
Gonzalo Pineda with the man over it. Stoppage time still to come, we understand. Pineda lifting it in. Header knocked down. Marshall first to react. Dempsey right to Weber.
This ball comes down. Chad Marshall just trying to put it right in the path of Clint Dempsey. Maybe hits it back to him a little too hard. You can see disappointed with himself as Clint Dempsey has to snap at it a little bit.
Oppa's header finds Alonso. Dempsey with 4 goals in 2 starts this season for Seattle. Gets it away from Martins. Pineda put it behind the target. Valeri trying to get away. Poked away from behind by Clint Dempsey. He's doing everything right now. Yedlin wide for Nagel. Into stoppage time. Nagel running at Harrington. Hands back DeAndre Yedlin. Deflected just wide. Femi Martins.
Well, of course, Clint Dempsey's having a fantastic performance, but Lamar Nagel's changed this game since coming on, and this is such a good opportunity. Yedlin obviously trying to shoot this one, and over Femi Martins. the knowledge, the understanding that all he has to do is just get a little glance on that, doesn't catch enough of the ball to send it towards target.
Piquion's pressure, forcing the header backwards from Marshall. Alassane picks it up, trying to set up Szymanski to send the cross in. Fry is there.
Talks about John Siggy Schmidt trying to find the ideal way to play with Clint Dempsey. He might have found it. This is the best Seattle Sounders have looked all season, and last year it was a diamond that they got the best out of Clint Dempsey, him playing at the top of the diamond, but this looks very dangerous the way they're playing right now.
Zakawani knocked out by Alonso. Halfway through the 4-minute stoppage time, Valeri finds Zakawani. Does he have the speed to get back to the touch on Yedlin? He doesn't. And it's just going to be, actually last stop Zakawani. Just going to be a throw, but Alario Grajeda right on the scene says it takes the touch off of Steve Zakawani. Well, and if the Timbers seemed agitated yesterday, searching for that first win at 4-2 up with 5 minutes plus to go. It's a missed touch by Pineda. Piquion picks it up. Piquion holding up Pineda. His shot, though, into the stands. You're looking at the Timbers Army, you're hearing the Emerald City supporters. Final minute or so on the watch of Alario Grajeda. Zakawani, he's trying to lift it ahead. Piquion brings it down. Piquion holding up. Pineda throws the elbow. Advantage played, though. Pineda's down on a heap. Grajeda will stop it here. And Gonzalo Pineda is down.
Clint Dempsey and Piquion having a conversation right there. And Piquion saying, just getting my arms out to defend myself. And Clint Dempsey accepting that. We'll get a look at it right here. He doesn't really know where Pineda's head is. He's not taking a look. He's not lining it up, but that elbow is a bit high.
Nagel almost got away for a counter. He just couldn't quite control that ball. Zakawani's header inside, finds Alassane, trying to backheel Anibaba for the seat of his pants, gets back on the ball. We're past the 4 minutes indicated. Only Hilario Grajeda knows how much time we have left. Zakawani trying to win a corner, does so. The Timbers, you might remember, in a game against LA last July, scored a goal off a corner in second half stoppage time. They'll have their chance here. Valeri floats it in. The header knocked down. It was Paparoto closest to it. Back in from Powell and over. And that's it. Cascadia at its best. Major League Soccer at its best. 4 goals each between the Portland Timbers and Seattle Sounders. The highest scoring game between these two in a rivalry that goes back 40 years. The Timbers' search for an opening win this season continues. The Sounders, a 2-goal comeback led by that man, Clint Dempsey's hat trick in the final 5 minutes to once again break the hearts of their southern rivals. Our degree deodorant 2 more moment comes from what feels like a very long time ago. The Timbers were 3-2 up, and Maxi Urruti got involved on a mistake from Jalil Anibaba. Urruti just 1 goal in 11 coming in. One of the very best you'd ever hope to see. Made it 4-2 Timbers at that point. They thought they were going to cruise home for a win before it all caved in the final minutes. We've got a lot more to take a look at between these two. Kyle and Russ will take us through the highlights, and we'll digest what has been a sensational afternoon of soccer here in Portland as this one finishes. Portland Timbers 4, Seattle Sounders 4.
a year ago, and we are underway from Stanford Stadium. The Earthquakes in the dark colors. Galaxy in their road whites. Stephen Lenhart immediately into the play. In contact.
Looks like offside was called.
Omar Gonzalez, one of the great American defenders there. You saw the season series, or the all-time series, rather, 25-17 in favor of LA. Although San Jose undefeated over the last 7 here in Northern California. Last loss back in 2008 at the Oakland Coliseum. Jason Hernandez back in there on the back line, sending it out to touch. Earthquakes not quite desperate for 3 points, Kelly, but certainly looking to get 3 and move up the table. Taken down by Marvin Chavez, and he's wreaking havoc down the right side. And a foul here called by the line judge, Todd Donovan, involved.
Well, that's going to be a very good matchup to watch today. Marvin Chavez going against Todd Donovan. You're going to see him just grab his shoulder.
Slowing down Chavez. Now the service goes into the area. Cleared out. This one gets sent all the way back toward John Bush, who has to play with his feet. Bush looking into the sun just a little bit down there, Kelly.
Yeah, just for a few more minutes till that sun drops below the tree line.
Bobby Keane. Now Donovan. Will play back. A.J. De La Garza's played every minute for LA. There with the turquoise boots. Now Omar Gonzalez, one of the great young defenders for the U.S. national team.
Yeah, recently coming off some very good performances in World Cup qualifying.
Donovan to Keane, back to Donovan, a give and go, just a bit too far. Good challenge there by Morrow. Sean Franklin, though, the throw-in for L.A. Marcelo Sarvas for Keane. Keane tries to turn, but Victor Bernardez there with very good defense.
Keane not happy with the physical play of Victor Bernardez. Keane's got to expect that.
Served into the area. Taken down. Left for Franklin. Turns. Shot blocked by Sam Cronin. Selfless defending by Sam. And Marvin Chavez chasing that ball. Tried to draw a foul, but didn't get it. Pretty fast tempo here through the early 3 minutes. Center of the field, Sarvas. De La Garza plays ahead. Touch from Robbie Rogers. And now Quakes look to counter. Marvin Chavez with speed. Chavez chipped toward Lenny and just a bit far.
Very well played by Omar Gonzalez, but I like that Marvin Chavez gets the ball, runs at defenders, and is looking to connect with Stephen Lenhart up top.
That goes to your keys to the game, or keys to winning, of taking chances there.
Yep. Especially out wide with Marvin Chavez and Shea Salinas. Those two players are very confident on the ball, and when they run at players, defenders get scared.
Well, Chavez has so much speed, he'll terrify any defender when he comes straight at you. Lenny goes for the 50-50 ball and wins it. Stephen Lenhart. Look for Shea Salinas, and Sarvas puts it off of Shea for a Galaxy throw. Shea Salinas, man of the match in the 1-0 loss at DC United. When he's been in there, he's played with such confidence and great fitness, which could come in today with this heat.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Shea had a great performance against DC. We talk about the things that the keys to winning, having that confidence to take players on. Within a span of about 5 minutes, I think Shea had 4 shots on goal. That's the kind of confidence that the Quakes need to have.
Robbie Keane all over Shea Salinas. That's twice now, Robbie Keane. He's trying to influence our official, Armando Villarreal.
This is great by the Quakes, though. You want to frustrate the other team's best player. And the Quakes are doing exactly that. First with Bernardez being tough defensively, and again there with Shea Salinas.
Greatest player in the history of the Republic of Ireland.
Oh, yeah.
Robbie Keane, 53 goals for Ireland. He is the all-time leader. And now Villarreal will step in here and try to calm things down between Salinas and Keane. I think Robbie Keane's in the wrong this time, Kelly. I don't think Shea Salinas got him with an elbow at all.
I don't think so either. But I like that Shea Salinas is now in the head of Robbie Keane.
Bush the long free kick, looking for Chavez. Giassi Zardes chased it down for the Galaxy. Now Hernandez. Baca.
Well done.
Quakes' first real possession of this one. Chip ahead toward Lenhart.
Good
Ian Gonzalez go for it. Lenny keeps it alive. Lenhart looks for a cross. Partly blocked by Gonzalez and cleared away. And out the touch. That'll be a great matchup to watch. The 6'5" Omar Gonzalez against the 6'1" but tough Steven Lenhart. Wondolowski comes together. Contact with AJ De La Garza. And a foul will be called, and AJ remains down.
Just a little head-to-head contact.
Simply no bad intentions here from Wondolowski, trying to play a 50-50 ball.
Yeah.
Clearly a foul, but no malicious intent. De La Garza is up, and play resumes. Ahead, Zardes leaves it out wide. Robbie Rogers serves it across, and it goes untouched and over the byline. Good build-up from the Galaxy here, as Robbie Rogers just couldn't serve this one across the mouth of the goal.
The Galaxy do a good job getting that ball out wide to Robbie Rogers, but just can't execute on that final cross.
Giassi Zardes running in the center of the area. Robbie Rogers, of course, acquired from the Chicago Fire in late May. First openly gay player in American professional sports. Quite a blockbuster trade that was. You send one of the best players in MLS, Mike McGee, to Chicago in exchange for Robbie Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, I think a great trade for both teams. Well, Mike McGee still continues to be on a tear this year with 10 goals.
Among the league leaders in that category. And for more on the Robbie Rogers story, we go back down to Kate Scott. Kate?
Well, Danny, you were talking about how Robbie, the first openly gay player actively playing a major U.S. sports. And, you know, the Quakes and the entire MLS recently partnered with the You Can Play project, which is working to rid the sports world of homophobia by promoting the idea that athletes should be judged on talent, work ethic, and heart rather than on their sexual orientation. And earlier this week, Alan Gordon and Chris Wondolowski both actually filmed videos for the You Can Play project. And coming up later this summer, the Quakes are going to be participating in San Jose Pride Weekend in August and hosting an LGBT night at Buckshaw on October 9th. Guys.
Thank you, Kate. Pride Weekend in San Francisco this weekend. Certainly a terrific campaign of inclusion. And Robbie Rogers, one of the great symbols in American sport, Kelly.
Without a doubt.
Galaxy in the final third with a throw-in. Zardes thrown in there to break it up. But Baca can't get it out. Robbie Rogers fouled down the left-hand side, and this will be a free kick in a fairly dangerous area.
You see Baca pressuring, and then Beitashour comes in and just catches Robbie Rogers' foot.
Bruce Arena. Head coach of the LA Galaxy. Gets 2 straight MLS Cups if you don't need him. This one very dangerous now for the Galaxy. Landon Donovan, the service, drives it in. Zardes up and sends it out.
Well, that's a big miss for Zardes. Unmarked in the box. Beautiful ball in from Landon Donovan. Zardes has got to do better with that.
Gyasi Zardes, a homegrown player for LA, making his 10th appearance. He's got 2 goals. One of the great, bright stars in Major League Soccer.
A lot of potential. Very good for him that he's paired up top with a veteran like Robbie Keane, who's just been around the game for so long. There's just so much that Zardes can learn from a player like Robbie Keane.
Well, get your spot in the T-Mobile 4G Power Zone. Tickets just $17. That's $10 off a day of game priced Earthquakes ticket. T-Mobile 4G Power Zone vouchers are available to purchase at over 50 locations across the Bay Area. Go to SJEarthquakes.com for participating T-Mobile locations. Foul on Steven Lenhart a moment ago on the goal kick, and the Galaxy back with possession. Hernandez breaks it up. Now it's Morrow who finds Salinas. Sarvas takes it away. And now Sean Franklin. Stick around after the game. Fireworks, a pyro spectacular that you are not going to want to miss. An unbelievable fireworks show coming to you. We're going to carry it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet California. Grab the kids and enjoy some pre-4th of July fireworks. It is fireworks season after all, Cal.
Without a doubt. And it is quite a show here, too. If you've been here in years past, it's absolutely amazing.
We play on there.
Good early ball.
For Salinas and the flag up. We got a pretty good vantage point up here, Cal. Look just about even to me on that long diagonal pass.
Yeah. I like that early look, though, from Sam Cronin, trying to spring chase Salinas right in behind Franklin.
Galaxy bringing their defense pretty high, playing a high line so far in this one. It's a turnover back to Big Vic Bernardes. Back in the action after missing a couple. Now Hernandez. Big contact from Keane. And now the flag goes up. Looks like they're going to call Keane for a foul here, a little bit delayed.
Yeah, it was a late call, but it was definitely a foul. Jason Hernandez has the ball, plays the ball out wide to Justin Morrow, and Keane just comes in and runs him over.
Something to keep an eye on is our referee tonight, Armando Villarreal. He's been known to give the red pretty quickly.
Yep, Jason Hernandez makes that little pass, just gets a nice forearm shiver from Robbie Keane.
Foul called after possession was lost. Chavez bangs it off the Galaxy defender. Now we've got our first corner of the night. Heads up play by Marvin Chavez.
Well, last year we saw Big Vic Bernardes get a goal from this exact play. Hopefully at some point tonight he'll be able to replicate that.
Quakes a 7-up for this one. Oh, they went near post, and Bernardes with a look at it, with a header just wide. Almost deja vu, partner.
Almost. But a great run from Victor Bernardes, going to that near post, getting in front of that first defender, able to get to the ball first. Just not able to keep it on target.
They take an obtuse angle with that header in order to steer that toward goal. A good opening chance on the corner for San Jose. Robbie Rogers the throw. Now he leaves it for Donovan.
Good pressure. That's it for Marvin Chavez.
Tripped up from behind by Rogers, but we play on. Now ahead toward the area. And Hernandez protects it back for John Bush. Long ball toward Wondolowski. Runs it down for Lenhart. Pokes it wide. Now Justin Morrow in the play. Cuts it toward the area. Morrow serves it up inside. Omar Gonzalez, 6'5", nods it away. Badisher a bit too heavy with that first touch, but Zardis puts it out for a Quakes throw-in. Omar Gonzalez has been so terrific for the U.S. national team. Wando, chip ahead the box, and he's offside. Just close, Kelly, right when he had the service. You can see Baca was just about a yard offside.
But what I like out of that is Rafael Baca making that third man run past the forwards. You see him start the ball in midfield. He just keeps his run going and just a yard or so offside. I like seeing Rafael Baca attack.
If Wando could have controlled it just a hair quicker, he could have delivered that pass to an onside Baca. De La Garza. Plenty of action from around MLS today as we're reaching the midpoint here in the season. Things starting to get very serious. Here's Lenhart. Steven Lenhart, top of the area. Out to Wondolowski. This looks promising. Lenhart. Pass didn't get there. Chavez, the volley from 30. Goes up and over. Good build up there. Chavez just unable to get that onto the frame. You see the updated standings. This LA team holding on to that 5th and final playoff spot. San Jose 6 points out, but a win here and you get within 3.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2 games out. That's nothing. There's still so many games to be played.
First of many beat LA chants ring out here at Stanford Stadium. We are near capacity here in Stanford, California. A spectacular night for soccer. Landon Donovan. Donovan will try from 30, and Bush gathers that. Rather routine save for John Bush. Interim head coach Mark Watson, his first Cali Classico in charge, his 3rd overall match. One up and one down so far for Coach Watson. Now the Quakes playing with a high line here. Robbie Rogers taken away. The Quakes with a chance to counter. Marvin Chavez drawing a double team now. Steven Badisher was shaken up on that last steal.
Slow to get up. Looked like he got stepped on and almost rolled his ankle.
Badisher appealing to Villarreal, and he appears to be okay. Omar Gonzalez. Long ball for Zardis. Goes down very easily as Hernandez collects. And goes back to Bush, who turns it over. Zardis to Keane. Keane in the area. Leaves it to Rogers. Rogers still there. Chip. Oh, and a save by John Bush. A near calamity in the Classico.
But you see John Bush, after he makes that save, puts his hand up. Guys, I know that's my fault. I made a mistake. I love seeing that kind of leadership from John Bush. Take ownership of that mistake. But the team reacted very, very well to stop LA from scoring right there.
50,000 hearts stopped in Stanford Stadium. They avoided disaster in the 19th minute. Cronin chipping toward Morrow, but it goes into the hands of Carlo Cudicini. 6 shutouts for Cudicini in the LA Galaxy this year. Now it's Robbie Keane with some space. Jossie Zardis. Now the former Quake Landon Donovan. Chipping across to Keane, who sends it to a goal, and they score! Oh, and a 1-2-3. Marcelo Sarvas, the goal. Donovan to Keane to Sarvas. Terrific play by the Galaxy, and it's 1-0.
You said it just right. Terrific play by the Galaxy. Just a beautiful, beautiful combination of passes. Landon Donovan to Robbie Keane. Marcelo Sarvis, who just puts it away. Look at this little ball. Sarvis just tucks it in with the outside of his right foot, right past John Bush. It all starts with this ball right here from Landon Donovan, chipping it into the middle, finding Robbie Keane. Just a beautiful play from LA Galaxy.
Salinas tried to close down the space, and Keane only had about a yard from Bernardes, but it was enough. And the Galaxy strike first, and they lead 1-0. And LA nearly unbeatable. They have been unbeatable this year.
Yep.
7 wins, 2 draws in the 9 fixtures where they have scored first. In San Jose's story, they've now allowed the first goal 14 times, Kelly, in their 18 matches.
Well, there's still a lot of time left in this game. And if we know anything, it's that these Cali Classicos are always exciting for the full 90 minutes.
Pass head to Marvin Chavez, and it's offside. Chavez just a hair offside. How about one more look at this terrific goal from LA?
Just look at this ball from Robbie Keane. Just floats that ball right into the middle of the box, and Marcelo Sarvis runs all the way through. Is able to flick that past John Bush.
For Sarvas, goal number 2 this year. He previously had scored against Sporting Kansas City. Robbie Keane, 5 goals and 5 assists for the Irish national.
That just shows how great of a player Robbie Keane is. Not only is he scoring goals, but he's setting other players up to score goals.
For Landon Donovan, career assist number 113, Kelly. He's 3rd all-time in MLS.
That's just amazing.
Tough to argue that he's not the best player in the history of the game. 3rd all-time in goals, 3rd in assists. Here he comes again. Donovan sends it across. Oh, and great defense by Beitashour. Robbie Rogers alone on the back door, and Beta able to break up the play.
With Donovan again finding too much space out wide. Tries to pick out Robbie Rogers, but just like you said, Steven Beitashour in the perfect position to flick that ball on.
Steven Lenhart taking off the ball at midfield. Now Omar Gonzalez with it. Plays back to Kudicini. Keep our eyes on Chris Wondolowski and how he's doing with that foot. Suffered a contusion in practice some 10 days ago. Did not play against DC. Keep an eye on how he's doing out there today.
Doesn't look like it's bothering him one bit.
Lenhart goes right through De La Garza. And Villarreal will hustle over and admonish.
It's a little forearm to the back. You see De La Garza just frustrated. That's what Steven Lenhart does so well. Gets in the heads of those defenders.
From his Sportsnet Central tonight, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, 10:30. Review a Giants loss. They got walked off in Colorado. The A's with a defeat against St. Louis. And highlights from this Classico all tonight on Hyundai Sportsnet Central. Shea Salinas down the left side. 1v1 with Franklin. Salinas, gone! Near post, he just missed it. Shea Salinas turned and fired. Kudicini got a hand to it. And the best chance yet from San Jose.
Well, I like this from Shea. Everybody thinks he's going to cross, but nope, just tries to tuck it in that near post, forcing that save from Kudicini.
Shea Salinas with a great shot to the near post. Setting up corner number 2. Marvin Chavez. Sends it in. Wondolowski punched out. Robbie Keane fanned on it. But now they're able to possess, and a good chance at a counter here. Chavez runs down the play. And now LA will pass it back. Sarvas, long ball. Rogers knotted down and cleared now by Cronin. Coming up in about 5 minutes, we talk to the interim head coach, Mark Watson. Get his thoughts in the first 30 minutes. It's really a critical stretch here for San Jose. Starting to show some greater possession. A couple of good chances at goal.
Yep.
Donovan. Long ball to Donovan. Donovan with space, leaves it for Sarva. Shot! Bush with a save! Long run from Sarvas to get open, but John Bush in the right spot. Now it's with Wondolowski as Lenhart headed it his way. Now Wando will wait for reinforcements.
A good quick play from John Bush after making that save. Getting that ball all the way down the field for a good flick on from Steven Lenhart.
Marvin Chavez into Lenhart. De La Garza's there. Baca runs it down. Now Badischer. They'll reset the play with Morrow. Now Salinas. Pressured by Donovan. And he goes by him. Salinas toward the byline. Sets it in. And Omar Gonzalez blocks it out for another corner. And again, Shea Salinas taking on defenders and causing some trouble.
Every time Shea Salinas gets the ball, he wants to take somebody on. I love that about him. And with that kind of speed, he's been dangerous on every single play.
Now Shea with the corner. Bernardez up. Lenhart up. Wondolowski inside the 6-yard area. Served it up. Punched out by Cudicini. Lenhart had a chance at it, but just couldn't get onto it. We have a Galaxy player down in the penalty area.
It's like Todd Donovan. A good dangerous ball in from Shea Salinas. Steven Lenhart just barreling through trying to get his head on it.
Todd Donovan in his 11th year out of Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Making his 257th appearance in MLS. One of the great veterans. Actually played for San Jose, Kel.
Yeah.
I don't have to tell you that. And
scored in his first game. And actually a bit of a homecoming for him. He played here at Stanford as well.
Not going to out-prepare my partner, folks. Donovan in his second stint with the LA Galaxy. Go to a little water. Not a bad idea today, Kelly. Mid-90s today here in the South Bay. Extremely warm day in and around the Bay Area. Well, the head coach Mark Watson joining us. Mark, Dan Diddley, Kelly Gray. What are your impressions through the first 28 minutes here?
Well, obviously we're a little disappointed to be down a goal. You know, I think we haven't really got into our rhythm yet. We're still looking at moving the ball a bit better. We've had a few good counterattack opportunities, but LA's been good so far. Their movement's good, their passing's good. You know, we're working hard to deal with that and look to go forward when we can.
Now, Mark, it seems like you guys have had some success when you've gotten the ball out wide to Marvin Chavez and Shea Salinas. Is that something you work on in practice, trying to focus on getting those two players isolated and have them take players on?
100%. They, you know, those are good matchups for us. They both have pace. They both love to take guys one-on-one. It's both of their strengths. So, plus LA, you know, they send a lot of guys forward, and we knew there's going to be chances to counter. So getting the ball to their feet early to take the fullbacks on is definitely something we're looking to do.
Looks like Morrow and Badischer getting involved in the play as well. Are you going to try to push more numbers forward now that you're a goal down?
No, we are. I mean, we're not panicking at this point. We're down a goal. We have 15 minutes left in the first half and the second half to go. So there's no panic right now. I think we'd like to move the ball a little bit sharper and be a little bit more dynamic in the final third.
Coach, good luck over the final hour. Thanks for joining us and all the best.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Mark Watson, your interim head coach. Made great points. He's trying to find a little bit more comfort on the ball, and it seems, Kelly, over the last 5 minutes, they've gotten that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I like what he says there. It's still very early in the game. There's no point in panicking right now. He just wants to see the boys move the ball a bit better, a bit sharper.
Good diagonal pass there, again to Shea Salinas. that will produce corner number 4. An excited crowd at Stanford Stadium breaking out into the wave here. Maybe celebrating the fact that the sun's actually going down, Kelly.
They may be.
After an oppressively hot day. Salinas serves it up and knotted out. Robbie Keane sends it back to Badisher, who will play to John Bush. Marcelo Sarvas, a goal in the 20th minute, gave LA the 1-0 lead. Badisher now in the overlap. Good run. Badisher tackled off very nicely by Sean Franklin, but it'll be the 5th corner for San Jose.
Well, the Quakes continue having success down this left-hand side for them. Badisher now making the run, but well defended by Sean Franklin.
Another set-piece chance. This one's sent in, far post, and nobody home for this one.
Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful ball in from Shea Salinas. The Quakes just didn't have anybody in that back post. You see as that ball floats over, everybody kind of puts their hands on their heads like, oh.
You can see Big Vic Bernardes being held up by De La Garza and Zardes. Unable to get in on that corner. Well, a new Earthquakes era of soccer begins in 2014. The opening of the Earthquakes' new stadium, the intimate 18,000-seat stadium, will feature a European-inspired roof, unparalleled sidelines, and VIP seating options. Priority season ticket deposits now available. Visit SJEarthquakes.com for more information. Collision here between Lenhart and De La Garza. Foul. Now LA comes back with it. Sarvas into the middle, Juninho. Robbie Rogers, now Keane. Donovan tried to play back to Keane, but they turn it over. Now Shea Salinas has caused so much problems down the left side, but good defense this time by Sarvas. Gonzalez ahead looking for Jossie Zardes, and it goes out to touch for San Jose. Short rest for San Jose, Kelly. They're back in action Wednesday night. Earthquakes at the Chicago Fire. I think you know a little bit about the Chicago Fire, Kel.
A little bit.
That'll be 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Catch it on the Plus channel as the Earthquakes take on Chicago. Pretty busy stretch for San Jose. Tonight's match, of course, they play Chicago on the 3rd and then at New England on July 6th. Another one of these 3 matches in 8 days stretch. There's Juninho. Robbie Rogers with space. Now Robbie Keane. The goal scorer, Sarvas. He'll try from way out and miss it wide.
Well, you can tell Sarvas is feeling very confident. Scored 1 goal. Had a good chance on another. Why not have a go from 35, 40 yards out?
He played professionally in Sweden, Poland, and Costa Rica before joining the Galaxy a couple years ago. Part of a very international and very experienced LA Galaxy team. Morrow out toward Chavez. Let's see what he can do against Donovan. Serves it up toward Wondolowski in the far post. A good idea from Chavez. He had Lenhart and Wando both chasing this one down, but he couldn't get there.
Yeah, great idea from Marvin Chavez. Just cutting it back on that left foot, floating to the far post, trying to pick out Wando and Lenhart.
Good idea, but just couldn't quite connect it. Gonzalez. Donovan, nice fake by Keane, and he's got some room. Robbie Keane far side. Rogers walks in and saved. John Bush up to the test. They didn't have a hand on it, but they're going to give him a goal kick. Robbie Rogers one-on-one against John Bush. And that's a big moment in this one, Kelly.
Well, again, you see Donovan and Keane connecting. And Keane just picks out Robbie Rogers on that far post. And Robbie's got to do better than that. John Bush closes that space down perfectly, giving Robbie Rogers very little space to try and shoot for. And you see the frustration in Robbie Rogers. Knows that he should have done better with that.
And Robbie Keane saying, how about you play one square to the 6-yard area for an easy tap-in?
Yeah, but you know, Robbie Rogers is an attacker. You've got to be selfish. You have to be angry at yourself if you want to pass that ball.
Rogers making his 6th appearance of the year, his 3rd start for LA. Really starting to find his form. Chavez to Baca. Out wide, Beitashour. Tries to serve it, but it's blocked by Donovan. San Jose looking for its first shot on goal.
Good ball. Well defended.
Beitashour cleared out. I sure thought John Bush got a piece of that, but upon review, looked like it just sailed up and over.
Well, John Bush did so good at coming out quickly and cutting down that angle, really giving Robbie Rogers nowhere to shoot that ball.
Long throw from Beitashour. Looks for Lenhart. Finds him. Ball's loose. And Lenny tried to keep it in, but was unable to do so. He did a good job to control that one among a couple of people.
Well, let's take a look at this shot from Robbie Rogers again. See if John Bush does actually make a save here. I don't believe he does. Maybe it caught that right fingertip of his.
Maybe.
But sometimes to make a save, you don't actually have to touch the ball. Like I said, he closes down that angle, gives Robbie Rogers nowhere to shoot.
Ultimately, if he didn't save it, he changed the shot.
Without a doubt.
Full credit to John Bush either way. Kept it out of the back of the net, which is ultimately the only thing that matters. Lenhart. Slipping down the right side. And Sarvas has it. Now Rogers. Zardes. Robbie Keane with room. Plays it now to Sean Franklin. Center of the park. Juninho lost it, and we play on. Good chance to counter here if the Quakes hurry. Chavez looks for Wondolowski. Morrow up for it. And cleared out to touch. You know, LA's bringing the defense so high that these long counter opportunities will be there.
Yep.
Baca looks for Lenhart. Steven tries to keep it in and does. Cleared out to a throw-in. They go quickly to Beitashour.
Got to let that one run. Lenhart was just offside. If he plays that ball, they're just going to call an offside, so may as well just let it go.
Mix up there between Beitashour and Lenhart. He wanted to play back to Steven in the corner, but Lenhart about 5 yards offside. Beat LA chants ring out in the near capacity Stanford Stadium. Gonzalez, Al Franklin. Lenhart has to let that one ride. He was offside again. Tough for the forward to always stay onside with the ball constantly going back and forth.
Well, as a forward, you also want to be walking that line very carefully. You want the defenders to never really know where you are. Look at that crowd. It's just amazing.
It's a spectacular event each and every year. Don't miss the Pyro Spectacular following the game. We'll have the fireworks show for you here on Comcast Sportsnet California. Jossie Zardes, the young phenom, ahead. Nicely played toward the line. Drop back, and Bush comes off to take it. Sean Franklin with a nice touch to lay that off, but no Galaxy player there.
Some very good skill from Jossie Zardes to just spring Sean Franklin. That fancy footwork, little dragon step over. Sean Franklin just tries to lay it off, hoping Zardes is following him. But Bush comes up with another save.
Sean Franklin, a 4-year starter at Cal State Northridge. Many of the greats have gone to Northridge, Kelly. I don't know if you'd heard.
I had heard of a couple. One, was it perhaps you, Dibs? Did you spend some time down there?
Till they drummed me out of that place. I was a little bit ahead of Sean Franklin's time, too, by the way.
Year or two?
Maybe 3. There's Donovan. Down toward the corner, Landon Donovan serves it up. Franklin just ran over it. Near chance for the Galaxy.
Well defended by Sam Cronin, though, staying with Franklin that entire run.
And Shea Salinas again. Causing trouble with his legs and just too far for Baca. And Baca commits a foul on De La Garza.
I'm not sure I agree with that. De La Garza and Cudicini having a bit of miscommunication. See this ball through. De La Garza thinks that Cudicini's coming. He's nowhere to be seen.
Referee's thinking that Baca just went through De La Garza there to get that ball. Zardes down to Robbie Keane.
Great
tackled
tackle.
away. Jason Hernandez, terrific job. Now Keane playing angry. Hernandez got ahead to it. Out to a Galaxy throw. Donovan to throw it in. Sarvas. Back to De La Garza. De La Garza won the NCAA title at Maryland with Omar Gonzalez and a guy by the name of Graham Zusi.
Yeah.
How do you not win the NCAA title
Honestly.
when you go De La Garza, Gonzalez, and Zusi?
Honestly, so much talent right there.
Talk about a great fullback pairing, if you will. De La Garza and Gonzalez in college. Throwing Graham Zusi as well. Coming up at halftime, we check in with Sportsnet Central. Give you highlights and stats from an entertaining first 45. That's all coming up at halftime here from Stanford, California. Dan Dibley, Kelly Gray, Kate Scott on the sidelines. Cronin slips down. Robbie Keane with it. Keane with room. Cronin recovers. Keane, left-footed shot. And Bush is there. Well, Sam makes up for the slip with great hustle.
Exactly. That's why I love Sam Cronin so much. He's such a good player. Makes a mistake. Ooh.
Chavez. Chavez into the area. Marvin Chavez with it. Leaves it. Oh, and Wondolowski a step away. So close to greatness there in the final third.
Just to finish my thought there, Sam Cronin makes a mistake, but fights back, gets up, and causes Robbie Keane to not be able to get a good chance on goal.
Good chance here with Wando. Far post. Ooh, he just missed it. A yard away from tickling the twine from 30 yards away. Oh, what a drive from Wando.
This Chavez just cutting it back, looking for Wando's right foot, just a foot or so in front of him. Not able to connect. And Wando just turns. Right foot obviously is not bothering him. Blasts that to the far post, just about a yard wide of goal. I love seeing that confidence in Chris Wondolowski.
Best 3-year span in the history of the league. He's got 73 goals for his career. That one nearly 74. You know, Wando wants to get one here badly. It's been 5 games without a goal for Wondolowski, which for most mortals is nothing. Yeah. But if you're Chris Wondolowski, it's quite a stretch. Served into the area toward Wondolowski, but Cudicini the save. San Jose showing much more enthusiastic attack here, Kelly, over the last 10 minutes. And 2 minutes of added time in the first half. The throw in from Quakes. Morrow finds Sam Cronin. Switch the play over to the right side. Now to Morrow. Chip ahead to Baca. Nice try to Chavez. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Marvin Chavez contacted, but they play on. Sean Franklin made contact with Chavez. But the official Villarreal says play on.
Well, Chavez just touches it by him, has that body in front of him.
With the arm on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Not a clear-cut situation where a call has to be made. Quakes back with it, Bernardez. Cronin. Wondolowski. Oh, he had room if he could have controlled that. Cronin comes together with Juninho and a foul. Yet to see yellow here tonight, Kelly, at Stanford Stadium. The referee, Armando Villarreal, averages about 3 yellows a game. 7 reds, by the way, issued in his 18 games prior to tonight. It's a fairly large number.
It is.
The whistle goes here, and that's the way the first half ends. That man, Marcelo Sarvas, a goal in the 20th minute. The LA Galaxy will head to the locker room leading 1-0, but the past 15 minutes perhaps providing bright spots for San Jose. Yeah. Part of the salute to the armed forces here tonight. It's halftime at Stanford Stadium in Stanford, California. Just a spectacular halftime ceremony in honor of the men and women who do so much to protect our country and keep it as the best nation in the world. Just an outstanding visual there, Kelly. Men and women from all 5 service branches out on the field in front of 50,000 people. A singing of God Bless America as the crowd comes to life. John Bush, of course, known for his Saves for Seals program and the Saves for Seals section. Certainly it means a lot to him to have a salute to the armed forces night here in the Earthquakes game. Absolutely spectacular crowd and a perfect night here in the South Bay, Stanford, California, Stanford Stadium. 50,000 fans on hand. The only thing missing right now, Kelly, a San Jose Earthquakes goal or 2.
Well, like we talked about earlier, San Jose had the momentum in that first half. They keep pushing and pushing. Eventually, a ball's going to go in the back of the net for them.
Those 2 men, a big part of the LA Galaxy goal. Landon Donovan, Robbie Keane assisting on the Marcelo Sarvas goal, and we are back underway at Stanford Stadium. Foul on Jossie Zardes. Don't miss the fireworks, brought to you by Pyro Spectaculars. It's coming up following the game here tonight. And it's going to be a perfect night for fireworks, Kelly. Those of you enjoying this game at home, certainly stay tuned to what will be perfectly crystal clear fireworks. Not a cloud in the sky as the sun begins to dip down below the horizon. Cronin sends it in toward Lenhard. And a big bounce. Cudicini up to grab it. Steven Lenhard, 1 goal this season. Would love to find a second here tonight in the Cali Classico. Ball headed out to touch. You throw it from Landon Donovan. What a career he had with San Jose, 2 MLS Cups, 32 goals in 87 appearances. I know some Quakes fans hold it against him that he moved on to LA, but you can't deny what he did while he was here, helping them win the MLS Cup in 2001 and 2003.
Well, he's from LA. He wanted to go back and play for his hometown team. And as somebody who wanted to do that same thing, coming to play for San Jose, I completely understand his move.
Cudicini plays it out. Here is Landon Donovan. Zardis loses it to Hernandez. Long ball to Shea Salinas.
Both teams a little bit cautious right now.
Goes ahead to Robbie Rogers. Actually, it's Robbie Keane who plays it through. John Bush off his line. Oh, we talked about it, Kelly. Landon Donovan with the San Jose Earthquakes.
Youngster.
Look at how young he looks. This is 2003.
I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, boy. Where's Kelly Gray in that footage? Of course, San Jose beating Chicago for the MLS Cup in 03 and in 2001. Young blonde Landon getting it done at San Jose. Won 2 cups in 3 years. Long pass, Zardis contacted with Justin Morrow in the area. Salinas run off the ball for a throw-in. Ahead to Lenhart. Steven Lenhart almost got there. Nice defense by Omar Gonzalez. Keane stepped over it. Hernandez pulled on by Jossie Zardis for the foul.
That was just good defensive positioning by Jason Hernandez. Almost forcing that foul from Jossie Zardis.
32 goals, 29 assists in 87 games for San Jose. Just a remarkable early burst to his career. Out to Salinas. Wondolowski almost had that. Baca keeps it. Lenhart went for it. Now Steven Badischer. Be interesting to see what Mark Watson does from a substitution standpoint as we get near the hour mark if San Jose still trails.
Well, you have Adam John on the bench. You have Mehdi Belushi, Alan Gordon, Walter Martinez, all very exciting offensive players that Mark Watson can pull from. See them all just watching the game right there.
Salinas ahead toward Lenhart. He's onside. Ball played back to Cudicini. Lenny getting more dangerous here in the second half. Baca, Chavez. Marvin Chavez, Wondolowski. Now Badischer. This looks promising. Third across. Lenhart went up for it. And good defense, Omar Gonzalez. Baca with it. Out to Salinas. He steps over. Chip back in. Toward Wando. Head in. Lenny. Patted. Chavez a shot and blocked. Baca a drive and it goes wide. Oh, what a sequence for San Jose.
What an onslaught. 3 or 4 great chances from San Jose.
Almost too fast to keep up, partner.
Beautiful ball in from Steven Badischer, and Lenhart just waiting on that back post. Well defended by LA.
Now a corner. Chavez sends it in.
So Lenhart again going for it.
Morrow nods it out.
It looks
Throwing it up for him. We've got contact. We've got players down in the box. Steven Lenhart and Juninho both down.
And you see some blood on Steven Lenhart.
And quickly the training staff for San Jose out on the field.
You see Lenhart making that run to that near post. You see both of them just connecting. Juninho flicks that ball on.
Lenny immediately going to the area near his left eye. Well, while we sort through this on the field. We'll go back down to Kate Scott, who's joined by a special NBA star. Kate?
Yeah, Dan, you might recognize the guy standing next to me. He had a pretty incredible NBA playoffs for a rookie. It's Warriors guard Harrison Barnes, and actually we were just talking about a play that he made in the playoffs, which you'd rather forget, landing head first on the court. And you said when these two guys collided that it looks a little bit softer as far as the landing's concerned here in soccer.
Yeah, the turf's got a little bit extra give than the basketball court, but nonetheless, obviously, landing on your head is obviously very painful.
So what are you doing here tonight, Harrison?
The biggest reason I'm here is just to support another Bay Area team. I like soccer a lot. I'm not that good at it, but I like watching it, and I came out here to support the Earthquakes.
Now, I've seen you tweet before about Barcelona, one of the biggest teams in the world. What attracted you to them as a fan?
Initially, I started watching overseas soccer when I watched the documentary Being Liverpool. And from there, I just started watching teams. Messi was one of my favorite players to watch, so naturally I just gravitated towards Barcelona.
Now, for the folks who don't know, Harrison was a North Carolina Tar Heel, obviously known for their basketball, but also for their soccer. Were you able to catch any matches during your time as a Tar Heel or interact with the players or coaches at all?
I knew some of the players during my time there, obviously going to classes and stuff. And Anson Dorrance, the coach of the women's team, came and spoke to our business school class one time. And it was one of the most inspirational talks I've ever had.
Well, Harrison, thanks so much for giving us a few minutes tonight. Good luck next season and enjoy the rest of the match.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. The North Carolina soccer program, one of the few programs more successful than the men's basketball program.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes certainly a big part of that Carolina basketball program while he was there. Can't help but notice that great North Carolina soccer tradition. Steven Lenhart being tended to on the sidelines, so the Quakes right now playing a man down. And Lenny just on cue is up and ready. Keene sends it across. And Landon Donovan climbing on the back of Justin Morrow. And still we're yet to see a yellow card here, Kelly, tonight.
Yeah.
Fairly rare for a rivalry of this intensity.
I think both teams have come out and they've fought hard, but they fought very fairly.
So a red-headed Steven Lenhart now onto the pitch. You can see the spot on his hair where the blood has turned his blonde hair into red hair. Second time in as many appearances that Steven Lenhart has taken a blow that required some attention. Now to Jason Hernandez. Marcelo Sarvas goal in the 20th minute. The difference here tonight. Bernardez. Chip ahead toward Lenhart. Taken down by De La Garza. Now Chavez has it. Wondolowski with room. Wando drive! Knocked down and saved by Cudicini. Wando knuckled it toward the goalkeeper who fought it off.
I'm not sure if Cudicini knew too much about that ball.
Great look from Wondolowski from just outside the area. Robbie Keane, he's in, and he's onside, but pushed off his line. Lenny got ahead to it, but De La Garza possesses.
Good pressure from Marvin Chavez. Let's take another look at Wando's shot. Gets the ball. I like this confidence. That ball just moves all over the place. Cudicini is diving, and the ball almost turns back out of his way. There's two good chances from Wondolowski.
But they're yet to beat Carlo Cudicini. Cronin now wide to Badischer. Inside to Baca. Chipping out toward Badischer. He's onside. Lays it off to Chavez. Sends it in. And Omar Gonzalez, you heard Shea Salinas tell Kate Scott at halftime, the crosses have to be good because Gonzalez is so tall. Now Shea, low drive. And again Omar up to it. Landon Donovan wins that ball on the sideline. Ahead to Robbie Keane. Keane funnels it. Zardes, shot! Oh, just wide! Jussi Zardes with an open look, and he couldn't put it by John Bush.
Robbie Keane just so dangerous whenever he gets the ball. You see Zardes just cut to that back post. Robbie Keane picks him out perfectly, and Zardes just cannot keep that ball on target.
LA with 2 golden opportunities, 1v goalie, and neither one put on frame. Robbie Rogers in the first half had a chance.
Yep.
And now Jussi Zardes with a good look. The Quakes dodging bullets. Can they equalize? Steven Lenhart right now on the sideline. You see him at the bottom of the picture, getting a little bit of a wash-off. This Earthquakes 4v4 tournaments presented by Wells Fargo are back throughout the Bay Area this summer. The final 4v4 will take place in Hayward Saturday, August 10th at the Alden E. Oliver Sports Complex. Registration for youth and adult teams now open. For more information and to register, go to sjearthquakes.com/4v4. Lenny now being fitted for a headband over on the side there. You see it. It's a MASH unit when you're a trainer for Steven Lenhart.
Yeah.
And now he will be allowed back on the field. You remember he previously got cautioned with a yellow card for coming onto the field without being allowed back. No caution this time. Juninho will take the set piece for LA. Very dangerous spot. John Bush will face an in-swinger. Juninho. Big Vic Bernard is there to head in. Robbie Rogers gets to it. Nodded back in. And again, Bernardez. So comforting to have Big Vic Bernardez, the Honduran center back. What a force he is.
Just such a leader back there.
MLS best 11 a year ago. You know, you might see Victor Bernardez in the All-Star game. For an update on that, we go back down to Kate Scott.
That's right, Dan. Bernardez, one of 6 representatives up for selection this year from your San Jose Earthquakes. And actually, just a few days left to vote. So if you haven't yet, head to MLSsoccer.com, or you can text a player's last name to 22442. And I know Dan and you, Kelly, are going to have an update on the leading vote getters after the game. So, hey, if you're at your computer or your phone right now, get on it and vote. Voting ends coming up on Tuesday, July 2nd. Guys?
Yeah, Kate, a couple of the Earthquakes are very much in the hunt. And again, that number 22442 to text in your vote. Into the area, very dangerous.
Very well
Salinas
defended.
and Baca, yes, with the defense.
LA just couldn't find their way through. Just kept trying to go wider and wider and wider. It's very well defended by San Jose.
Keane, this time it's into Robbie Rogers. Bernardez, oh, and John Bush there for the save. Rogers with a nifty turn and shot, but Bush was there again. Well, the numbers may not indicate that John Bush has had a good year, but having seen every game, Kelly, without him, it'd be an even tougher season for San Jose.
I think John has been having a fantastic year. See this turn from Robbie Rogers. Just off balance. John Bush in the perfect spot.
Bush came into tonight tied for 3rd in the league in saves. You look at the goal against average and you look at the record and you think he's probably having a rough year, but he's been so key. Lenhart, snap header toward the goal. You're not going to find a tougher player than that guy, Kelly. Steven Lenhart cut a couple games ago on the head, cut again here tonight, but still out there putting the head to crosses.
He just never stops.
Nice piece of soccer here. Justin Morrow ahead toward Lenhart. Now Chavez. Flip it toward Cronin. And not cleared. Chavez toward the byline. Sends it across. Far post. And Lenny was there. But the defense from Sean Franklin. Nifty play from Chavez.
Well, Chavez just rounded in the corner on Todd Donovan and Robbie Rogers, floating that ball to the back post. Perfect cross. Sean Franklin in the right spot at the right time.
Another corner from San Jose.
Looks like the ref is going to tell Lenhart he has to step off again.
I don't know if there's blood coming from underneath the wrap. You can see the frustration from Steven Lenhart. And yes, I think there may be blood coming from underneath the wrap, Kelly. Maybe just a touch.
Just a little. And I think what we're going to see here is Alan Gordon come into the game.
First a set piece, and Chris Wondolowski being all but manhandled in the area. And 50,000 react at Stanford Stadium. Landon Donovan unable to clear it. Robbie Keane. Bernardes took a swipe at it. Now back to Omar Gonzalez. You can feel this one starting to get a little bit chippy out there, Kelly. A little bit of after the pass contact.
Yeah.
We'll see if Armando Villarreal, our referee, steps in here at some point.
Well, that's what rivalry games are all about. Passion.
Zardes has beat LA chance begin again. And a foul here against the Galaxy. Well, take a look at this, Kelly.
Just arms wrapped fully around him from Todd Donovan.
I know it takes more than that to normally have a PK awarded, but that's got to be one of those cases where Villarreal stops the play and gives him at least a second try at the corner.
Well, if he's going to stop the play, he's got to give him a penalty kick for that, but he's got to see it first. And I'm sure that Villarreal just did not see what went on there.
Hector Jimenez comes on for Robbie Rogers. And as expected, Alan Gordon comes on for Steven Lenhart.
Yeah. Jimenez moves over to the right for LA. Landon Donovan coming over to that left-hand side. And Alan Gordon getting involved early.
Steven Lenhart goes 63 very tough minutes. And Alan Gordon comes on looking for his first goal of 2013. And what a night for that goal to potentially come here in the Classico. '65th minute. Galaxy with a 1-0 lead. Cronin looks long for Chavez. Well played there by Donovan. Columbus, the A's and Cardinals tomorrow. The rubber game in the 3-game set. 12:30 from the Coliseum. Possible World Series preview. We'll have it for you. 12:30, Comcast, California. Landon Donovan moving in. Robbie Keane slots it across. An open goal, and they score. Robbie Keane, the terrific pass, and the LA Galaxy have made it 2-0.
That right there is the perfect example of unselfish play. Landon Donovan starts this whole attack at midfield. Wins a tackle. Slips it to Robbie Keane. Robbie Keane normally shoots. Cuts it right across. And Hector Jimenez, the substitute, comes in to give LA that 2-0 lead.
Justin Morrow slid in to try to block the shot. But Hector Jimenez, the third-year midfielder, scores his second goal of the year, his third for his career. Came on as a substitute, and now the Earthquakes really have their work cut out for him. Chavez quickly on the throw-in. Gordon running in the area. Chavez serves it up. Far post, and Salinas was there. But well played by Sean Franklin.
Sean Franklin keeps popping up right at that back post to make that crucial clearance for LA.
Badisher sends it in. That's cleared out.
Good ball.
Kept in by Salinas. Rafa Paca. Gordon, nice play out wide to Morrow. And almost got it back to Gordon. Last year in the California Classico here at Stanford, the Earthquakes trailed by 2 goals on 2 separate occasions. And they won the game 4-3. This one far from settled. Badisher deflected. Out to Morrow. Now Salinas. Cuts it to the right foot. Cross. Gordon. Shot. Scores!
Salinas to Gordon. Alan Gordon, his first goal of 2013. And we've got ourselves a ball game in the California Classico.
What a finish from Alan Gordon. The great team goal from the Earthquakes. Patient play, move the ball, get the ball out wide, and a spectacular cross in from Shea Salinas. Cuts it in his right foot, floats it right to that 6-yard box, and Alan Gordon does what he does best, just dunks that ball past Carlo Cudicini.
The substitute matches the goal scored by the Galaxy substitute, and it's a 1-goal game. With that Earthquakes goal, $250 has been donated through the Wells Fargo Goals for Education program. The money raised will benefit local youth soccer programs. Wells Fargo, together, will go far.
And we're going to see a yellow card for Victor Bernardes here.
So Bernardes drawing the yellow, which means he'll be suspended for the next Earthquakes match.
A little forearm to the back of Robbie Keane.
Those two have been going back and forth all night here at Stanford Stadium. This time Bernardes just a little bit late with that challenge. Steven Lenhart icing down on the sideline. Well, Alan Gordon has injected life into Stanford Stadium with that goal. Morrow puts it into the crowd. $50,028 fans, Kelly Gray. So when I've been saying 50,000 all night, I've been selling the crowd short. It is a sellout here at Stanford Stadium, and a spectacular night. Sarvas, he had the first goal for LA. Into the corner, that'll be out for a throw-in. This one is served up and out. A goal kick for John Bush. Marvin Chavez takes the extra ball and puts it 30 rows up. Gordon battling De La Garza. Nodded toward Rondo. Good idea. Just didn't quite get it there. Gonzalez gives it away. Baca. Sam Cronin with it. Nice move. Looking for Wondolowski. Finds him. Nodded toward the area. And now clear. Juninho. Chipping towards Zardes. He's got speed, but Jason Hernandez breaks it up. Sarvis, the opener. Jimenez made it 2-0, and then Alan Gordon brought everybody to life with a terrific goal in the 68th minute. A couple of substitutes scoring the last 2 goals. Jossie Zardes tackled off by Hernandez, but a corner kick. '72nd minute here in the California Classico. Landon Donovan hears it from the hometown crowd. Former Earthquake. Takes the corner. Serves up. Headed toward goal by Gonzalez. But John Bush is up to it.
John Bush does it again. Omar Gonzalez able to get free in the box. Keeps his header on target. John Bush perfectly placed. Just makes that save look simple.
Gonzalez 6 goals in his 5 years in the league. Probably wants that one back. It was a great opportunity. Gordon, the goal scorer. Now back to Badischer. Earthquakes playing with a little bit more urgency here in the past 15, but a turnover. Robbie Keane down the left side with it. Sends it in. Up high. It goes all the way back. Sarver's shot goes wide.
LA again looking very dangerous on that counterattack. See Landon Donovan just trying to float this one to Sarvas in the middle, who just can't get up high enough to get that ball on target.
A very near chance for the Los Angeles Galaxy. Marcelo Sarvas already with 1 goal, looking for a brace. Turned over to Shea Salinas. Salinas still with it. Shea Salinas. Salinas! Oh, just missed it wide. Shea Salinas carried it all the way to the edge of the area and ripped it just wide of the post.
Salinas just continuing to be the most dangerous player for San Jose. Cuts inside, gets it on that right foot, puts it just a yard or so wide of the post. But that confidence just keeps coming through for Shea.
Shea has not scored since March of 2012. What an opportune time it would be to get that goal to equalize here in the California Classico. Morrow comes together with a Galaxy player, and we play on. Bernardes, Chavez, Baca with it. They got Salinas out wide. Wondolowski at the edge of the area. Chavez. Gordon drives just wide. With each strike of the ball as they get closer to goal, Kelly, the excitement is felt from 50,000 plus.
Wanda just collecting this ball here. Touches it to Marvin Chavez. Tries to make that first touch go to his left foot. Doesn't quite come off right, but Alan Gordon follows it up. He just can't keep that ball on target.
Big game Gordon, you can call him. He's looked as good tonight as he has all season. You get the feeling that 2 goals is not going to be enough tonight, Ken.
I know. But San Jose just keeps that pressure coming. LA is really struggling to keep up with them.
Very scary situation here between Keane and Bernardes. Well, join the Quakes for A&W Root Beer Float Night, Saturday, July 13th, when they host the Seattle Sounders FC at Buck Shaw. Make a small donation to JDRF and get a delicious root beer float scooped by a local celebrity. For more information and tickets, go to fjearthquakes.com.
You're going to be one of those celebrities, aren't you, Dave Dibs?
I wouldn't call myself a celebrity, per se.
I would. I would call you a celebrity, sir.
Offside here.
Well, you see Keane just take a look over his shoulder, see Bernardes is coming, and just get his body underneath. For me, that's an absolute yellow card.
No brainer.
If Bernardes pops up, he's furious that Keane doesn't get a yellow for that.
Especially when you consider the back and forth that's gone on.
Yeah.
Bernardes pushing Keane in the back 8 minutes ago, received a yellow.
Well, Keane just turns around and stares at Bernardes. He's clearly not playing the ball. 100% playing the man. That's a yellow card.
Bernardes with a hard challenge there on Zardes. And Villarreal allows that as well. Landon Donovan cuts it inside. Bernardes just a shade late to get there. And I'm afraid this will be yellow and this will be red for Bernardes. He'll be sent off in the 77th minute.
Tough to see if he actually catches his foot. It doesn't even look like he touches him, to me.
Wow.
Doesn't even look like he touches him.
And you can see the look of shock on the face of Victor Bernardes. He will hustle off. And now the Earthquakes will play with 10 men, Kelly, making their comeback task even more difficult.
Let's take another look at this.
Oh.
Absolutely no touch whatsoever. Juninho,
oh boy,
definitely sold that one well to the referee.
Armando Villarreal pulling yellow, and because it's Victor's second yellow of the match, it's automatic red. And now San Jose will play with 10 as Juninho is helped to the sideline. And you just got to hope that Juninho is able to shake this off and come back.
You see Bernardes just telling him he got that one wrong. That's just terrible. Just terrible.
The frustration made worse by the fact that Bernardes was just spilled in the middle of the field, and there was no admonishment, no yellow given to Robbie Keane. And now yellow is pulled for the first time against LA. The goal scorer, Marcelo Sarvis, for delay. Donovan with it, Landon Donovan to Sarvis. Floated in the corner to Robbie Keane.
Good step. Well done, Sam Cronin.
And we're going to get a substitution here made by Los Angeles. One of the great veterans of MLS, Pablo Mastroeni, will come on, making his 328th appearance. That's among the top 10 all time. So Mastroeni coming on in the 79th minute. Cronin with it. Quakes playing a man down and a goal down. Looking for Bacala. And Rafa just unable to track that one down. We'll get another substitution here for San Jose. It's the Stanford kid, Adam John, Kelly.
Yeah, what a game to come into in front of 50,000 fans here at his alma mater. Very exciting game for him to get to step into.
4 goals for Adam John, all coming at Buckshaw Stadium. And what a goody storyline it would be if the Stanford man was able to score at home to equalize here in the California Classico. Cronin to Gordon. Now Hernandez. Badisher had his pass blocked by Robbie Keane. And an extra ball on the field here. John got ahead to it. Thrown in the head. And out to San Jose. Alan Gordon scored in the 68th minute to bring the Quakes within 1. Marvin Chavez down the side. Chavez still with it. Oh, the flag goes up for a handball called by the linesman. And I would love to get a second look at this one, Kelly.
Let's take a look. This ball, I think it was a little bit behind that.
Handball call. LA with it now. Cross to Landon Donovan. But Sam Cronin back to break up the play. Donovan to Keane. Top of the area. Fakes. Now lays it up to Sarvas. Marcelo Sarvas! The save from John Bush.
Sarvas continuing to be dangerous from outside the box. John Bush up for the task again.
A shot took on a deflection as well, making the save more difficult. Landon Donovan with a corner. LA showing no urgency with the 2-1 lead. They'll play back. Chipped in, far post. John gets ahead to it. Wando up to challenge, and that'll be a handball. This will be a free kick for San Jose. Don't miss the post-game fireworks brought to you by Pyro Spectaculars. It will be awesome. Sun finally down here at Sanford Stadium. Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked for the post-game fireworks coming up after this one. San Jose so magical last year over the final quarter hour. Foul here on Alan Gordon.
Not sure I agree with that one.
Considering what Villarreal has let go all night, Kelly, this has not been a foul either way for the first 83 minutes.
Well, Alan Gordon just goes up for a 50-50 ball. I don't see how that's a foul at all. They both go up. Completely fair. You see that frustration on Allen's face.
6'3" Gordon against the 6'5" Gonzalez. This one gets free in the center of the park. Mastroeni to Keane. And Chavez breaks it up, but it'll go out for a corner. Each one of these corner kicks allows LA to milk off about 30 seconds. Sarvas will go out to take it. He's already been cautioned once for stalling. Low drive, Cronin. Well done to get that away. Donovan plays out to Sarvas, and now LA going backwards. Omar Gonzalez turns, and that one will be corralled by John Bush. 5 minutes plus added time to go here in the second half. It's the Quakes equalizer out there. Sarvas. Went out over the line. Hector Jimenez, one of the goal scorers, unable to keep it. And LA will make its third and final substitution of the night. And how about this, Kelly? One youngster out, another youngster in, Jack McBean, who's not played since April 27th against RSL, coming back on the field, the 18-year-old in his third year in MLS.
Yeah, that's just so amazing. Just such a young talent for LA.
So you take one youngster in, Zardes out, and you replace him with another LA teenager, Jack McBean from Newport. Adam John into the mix.
You look at the ultras. God, that's just so amazing to play in front of.
Spectacular crowd here tonight at Stanford Stadium. They just put it up on the board, 50,028. Just a fantastic crowd out here for the California Classico. Marvin Chavez out wide. Justin Morrow chips it toward the area. Not in, not out. Salinas puts it back toward goal. Jay keeps it. Gets a foot to it, but LA able to dodge the trouble. Sam Cronin. And that one out of bounds off of San Jose.
Landed down and grabbed. She was on there a little bit.
Quakes not getting the calls they're looking for here from the referee Armando Villarreal. Now every ball out to touch is more time off the clock. Look at the gash above the eye of Steven Lenhart. He now has twin gashes on his head. Gordon came on to replace Steven Lenhart. McBean fighting forward in the corner and taken away by Salinas. Nice passing here to get out of trouble. Cronin though, the giveaway to Robbie Keane. Keane slots it across. The shot and save by John Bush. Absolute point-blank save from Bush. Spectacular goalkeeping.
John Bush just continues to do it. Day after day, week after week. Pulling saves out of nowhere.
Chris Wondolowski took quite a knock in the center circle, and he remains down. Salinas serves it up. That's nodded out to Jack McBean. Give and go with Keane. Now McBean. Sends it across. Adisher unable to clear it out. Now LA likely will play this ball all the way back. Franklin indeed to Gonzalez. LA with the luxury of the lead, able to play backward. Good tackle by Salinas and Adisher. 90th minute at Stanford Stadium. Quakes are hoping for a lot of that at time. Now Donovan, 3-on-2. Landon Donovan outside the area. Robbie Keane fakes, pulls it back. Donovan still with it. Robbie Keane with it. And Jason Hernandez denies the Galaxy.
The Galaxy just trying to get a little bit too tricky there. But well defended by the Earthquakes.
San Jose playing with one man less than LA. They're playing a man down. Mastroeni. Now it's Sarvas with room. Sarvas walking in toward McBean. And this goes out to touch as we reach the end of the full 90 minutes. 4 minutes of added time, Kelly. The Earthquakes have just 4 minutes to try to equalize here. Donovan. LA playing a bit of keep away. Robbie Keane. Shot just wide. John Bush frozen between the pipes on that one.
Well, Keane just so dangerous whenever he gets the ball. Almost tucks that one right in the top corner.
Adisher head toward Wando. Quakes just cannot possess here over the past 5 minutes. Keane was offside. Flag stayed down. San Jose playing with just 10 since Victor Bernardez was sent off after his second yellow card tonight.
Second yellow, which should not have even been a yellow. The referee got that one wrong.
This one Taken out of bounds to a throw-in for San Jose. Morrow with the long throw. He's got John and Gordon in the area. They've got to caution him after he tells him to back up. Thrown into the area.
Oh, there it is! Shea Salinas has scored! Goal! Shea Salinas picked up the loose ball, and he's equalized. We're tied at 2 at Stanford. Gudicini lays prone in goal for LA as Shea Salinas cashes in a huge goal.
Well, we've been talking about how dangerous Shea Salinas has been over the last few weeks. Just follows this ball up and hammers it in the back of the net for the equalizer for San Jose.
The ball careened off De La Garza toward Gudicini. He wasn't expecting it. And Salinas scores for San Jose. The work not yet done, though, Kelly. 2 minutes to go here in added time. Give and go. Sarvas in the area. Shot blocked. Sent in by Omar Gonzalez. Morrow breaks it up. And Gordon drops it off to Morrow. Ahead to Marvin Chavez. Is there more Goody magic left for San Jose? Chavez. Serves it up to John. It goes free to Shea Salinas. Leaves
Great
it.
ball.
Cronin. Chip. Far post. Yeah! They score! Unbelievable! Alan Gordon! Alan Gordon! 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 Alan Gordon! Alan Gordon mobbed by teammates in front of the Ultras. San Jose has scored back-to-back goals. And the California Classico is again a Classico.
Unbelievable. Shea Salinas just picks out Sam Cronin. You think he's going to shoot it. Just floats that ball perfectly to Alan Gordon, who just dumps it in the back post.
Happiest yellow card of Alan Gordon's career.
Unbelievable.
And Carlo Gudicini and the LA Galaxy absolutely stunned at Stanford Stadium. And again, Kelly, the work not yet done. Still time for LA playing with a man advantage. Well, more money have gone to the Wells Fargo coffers, but there's no time to pay that off right now. A furious end here in LA. McBean goes for it, and it's out for a goal kick. And all of a sudden now, 50,000 fans in Stanford waiting for the final whistle.
Everyone on their feet right now.
Oh, what a flurry of action, Kelly. Alan Gordon giving San Jose the lead with a header off a perfectly weighted Sam Cronin chip. And Stanford Stadium is rocking. 50,028 waiting for the final whistle. And there it is! There it is! San Jose with an unbelievable, stunning come-from-behind win, beating LA 3-2. Just a spectacular finish in Stanford, California.
Unreal.
is a home opener for the Galaxy, so pageantry abounds here this evening in Southern California. A beautiful night, but as we take a look at the lineups here, they do have some good talent here on the Metrostars, with Peter Vermes, Tony Meola in goal, who most know from the U.S. World Cup. Also, A.J. Wood, one of the emerging stars.
Yes, there certainly is. They don't have the team that they want to have on the field tonight, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to give a good account of themselves. Certainly, they're going to be up against it tonight. If you take two international stars off any team, two stars like Donadoni and Ramos, it would cause an awful problem for most teams. And I'm sure it's going to be a kind of circle the wagons time tonight and make sure they don't give up any early scores. But they're going to be under the gun from the word go, I imagine. Huge crowd here. I mean, I haven't seen an atmosphere like this since the World Cup. It's an incredible feeling here. Soccer is really back, Joe.
And we get a look at the lineup, so we see Tony Meola there. And the big thing for the Galaxy, first let's get to Tommy in the lineups. We see Meola there.
Well, you see Meola, he's the number one man. He's from Kearney, New Jersey, and he'll be under a lot of pressure tonight. And Caricala will be the man who will be holding the defence together. He's got a lot of young players there with him, and Reed Hardy is the man who a lot of it is going to fall on. He's the man who's going to have to run with Kobe Jones. So his job will be well taken care of. The midfield, Peter Vermes, and up front, well, they have a good strike force. They have A.J. Wood, a man who can put the ball in the net. He's an emerging star. He certainly could get the job done tonight. If the Metrostars are going to do anything, he's going to have to do it.
And Giovanni Savarese, another one who can bury the ball in the back of the net. He did that with the Long Island Rough Riders, leading the USISL club to the championship. Peter Vermes, the Metrostars captain, up front with the referees. And there you see Jorge Campos from Mexico. Great flair both in goal, and when he decides they can move him up front and play it forward. And the one thing Jorge Campos, you may recall from the World Cup, known for designing his own shirts that he wears there in the net.
Yes, he certainly is, and he's one of the only international players that's allowed to wear his own outfit. He wears Nike outfit. Mexico all wear Umbro, but Campos is such a powerful man down Mexico way that he gets the privilege of doing that. And the only other man who ever was able to do that was Johan Cruyff. And Cruyff didn't get to wear his own outfit, but he did get to wear different boots when he played with Holland. And he was a man who starred here in the Los Angeles area for many years. Of course, now the coach of Barcelona.
Campos comes up front. Questions for the referees as he gets set. And there is the official kickoff here at the Rose Bowl, and we are now getting ready for soccer.
I don't think that qualifies as the first save of the night, does it, Joe?
I would think not, but we'll sure see plenty from Campos if we can get a good attack shown from the Metrostars.
Well, you know, he really can score goals too, as well as being a good goalkeeper. I saw him score a goal 2 weeks ago in a Mexico game, and I'm sure that it's going to be one of the top 5 goals in Mexico this year. So, I mean, he's a threat on both ends of the field. They have him in goals now, but they said that later on there's a possibility they may take him out at half-time and push him up as a striker.
A.J. Wood, he will play up front with Giovanni Savarese, and they will start the inaugural game for the Metrostars and the Galaxy, and Wood does it, pushes it back to the midfield, and the Metrostars play it deep. All the way back, it now comes near side and moved up the sideline and out of bounds, knocked off of Damian Silvera, one of the up-and-coming stars of the U.S. Olympic team, a player that head coach Eddie Fermani has compared to Claudio Reyna, and it is as Damian Silvera with the ball there, tries to spin away from the defender, and then moves it back. Ken Hess pushed forward and knocked out by Mickey Kaides. They say it goes off the Los Angeles player, so Hess will throw in. He works it over to Kaides in the midfield. And now in front, that is Peter Vermes. You know him from the Olympic team and the national team in the World Cup. It moves into the box. The save made by Campos as he covers up, and he will boot it forwards.
Well, you can see what Vermes was trying to do there. He was trying to release the player in the box. Nice 1-2. It just didn't work because Campos was very alert to the danger. And you could see Jorge was moving. As soon as he saw Peter Vermes coming with the ball, Jorge will know what Peter Vermes can do. And he cut down the ball nicely.
Throw in there by Noah Mouge for Los Angeles. Arash Noah Mouge in the midfield. And it's moved back to Robin Fraser. And a solid defense for the Galaxy with Fraser, Manny Matajo playing for Howard University. And it is Matajo with the ball there trying to move it forward, but intercepted. Sent up the side by the Metrostars, and that was Nicola Caricola. Caricola actually playing in a sweeper position here tonight, Tommy.
Yeah, well, they're going to play him in a sweeper position tonight. I mean, he's a man who has vast experience. He won 2 Serie A with Juventus in Italy. He's played for a lot of years with Genoa, and he knows what to do out there. This is his type of game, and they're definitely not going to push him up the field tonight.
And Cadi's with a kick taken by Los Angeles, turned the other way. You saw just moments ago there, Lothar Osiander. He is the head coach of the Los Angeles Galaxy. That is Eduardo Hurtado. Hurtado moves the ball ahead to the midfield. Cienfuegos with it. And still battling in the middle. That is Noah Mouge for Los Angeles. He decides to opt for safety's sake and moves it back to Robin Fraser.
Well, you know, Hurtado is such a threat up front. I mean, in the World Cup qualifiers, he almost caused a sensation before 1994 when Ecuador held Brazil to a 0-0 draw. I mean, it took a fantastic save from Taffarel, and Hurtado pushed one wide of the post. So they really got to mark him very closely. If you don't let him get ahead of steam, you can control him. But if he gets rolling, he's 200 pounds and counting. He can just bowl you over, Joe.
And still Los Angeles trying to set up the attack. Robin Fraser, the center back. He will take the long pass ahead, but too long. And moving over to play it, Ken Hess.
Well, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Hess tonight, and this is the opportunity that the American Stars wanted. They may not have wanted it this particular night, but they're getting it.
And Noah Mouge trying to make his move towards the box, stepped in and taken away by Kaides. And a nice play by Mickey Kaides. Now the long ball move forward. Campos will boot it into the stands and out of harm's way. So the throw in for the Metrostars. Damian Silvera moves down along the sideline as Eddie Firmani gets a look at his players as we about 3.5 minutes into this match. And Firmani has to be somewhat happy with what he's seen. We're both just a couple of minutes in here, Tommy, and already some attack from the Metrostars.
Yeah, well, they're pushing forward a little bit more than we expected them. But we thought they were going to be under the gun from the word go, but they're handling things very capably at the back so far.
And a nice play there, almost by Mauricio Cienfuegos, as he tried to keep it in bounds. Does not. You hear the boos from the crowd. And now the throw-in by Hess. Up the side, Silvera can keep control, and then the slide tackle by Mickey Kaides to knock it away from Chris Armas.
Well, Cienfuegos is another man who can control this game. I mean, he played so well for El Salvador. They surprised Costa Rica and qualified for the Gold Cup. Played here in California. He had a good Gold Cup series.
And Armas, the crossing down to the far side of the box, not able to get it to his man, and now Robin Fraser has to step in again. Cienfuegos, the El Salvadorian with it, and the near side trying to make the play. Karapetyan tries to move past Hess, but a fine play coming down low, and that by Andrew Restrepo. Restrepo's main job to mark Eduardo Hurtado, but he has to come in and help out Hess, who's being pressured by Karapetyan.
Oh, that was nice recovery there by the Metrostars. I mean, one covering for the other. That's what they're going to need. They're going to need some extra help at the back, slow them up for the first time, and then allow somebody to come in and strip the ball. And
the corner by the Galaxy headed away nicely in front of the Metrostars goal. But once again, Karapetyan, his boot with the left foot, taken by Miola. Right away, moves it up, and a long punt.
There's an offside call.
Miola and offsides, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tommy. I was always under the impression that the offsides call was effective from when the ball was kicked.
Yeah, that's a very, very close call. The player was coming out of his own half. I don't think it was offside either. But nevertheless, the linesman's flag went up. But you could see what was happening there. Miola looks up the field, and once you play against Campos, you can always catch him out because he's standing out now on the circle at the box. Miola realized that, and he was trying to put one in over his head.
Off the offsides. The Galaxy with it. A nice slide tackle there by Silvera. Moves it ahead for A.J. Wood, but knocked out by Fraser for the Galaxy. Throw in by the Metrostars. Silvera works it over to Vermes in the midfield. Plays it back to Kaides. Inside to Silvera, to Wood. Touch pass back to Silvera, but taken away. Galaxy will try and move it up the field. And with it there, Karapetyan. Over to Armas. A weak kick forward taken by the Metrostars. Mickey Kaides, who has spent time in the Greek First Division. He comes home to play for the Metrostars. And it is New York, New Jersey with it. Metros, Damian Silvera. Fakes the kick, moves back to Vermes. It goes forward to Wood. Tries a give and go, but instead played over to the far side. And now Keides with it. Works it into the box, but too far and over the end line. Goal kick for the Galaxy.
Well, you can see what the Metrostars were trying to do there. They were trying to get the Galaxy to come out. The Galaxy were playing a flat back four, and by moving it back and forth, bringing it back across the field, they were trying to pull somebody out and break somebody in behind it. But the Galaxy weren't moving, and it all amounted to nothing in the end.
So Armas, Kalachman and Frazier, they will pass the ball about in the backfield. Now Kalachman will send it up forward, trying to play to Hurtado, and Hurtado called for offsides as well.
Yeah, the big man got inside, and the Metrostars did it perfectly that time, stepping up. They're just playing a flat back three, but they're moving somebody over on the far side, just a little bit in front of the back three.
It's a 4-4-2 that Coach Eddie Firmani explained to me this afternoon that he calls the Eddie Firmani variation. He says it's something he came up with on his own and swore me to secrecy, not to reveal the finer points of the Eddie Firmani 4-4-2.
Well, I think Eddie Firmani is going to bring a couple of players up along the side. That will probably be his version of it, Joe.
And a hard tackle there against Giovanni Savarese. He is down on the field holding the right hamstring, and definitely a hard tackle by Manny Mataggio. We see it again here, Tommy.
And you can see him coming in. He's going to come in very late. He's going to stamp down, but he gets the ball. He does clamp down on the player. Savarese, of course, played at Long Island University, and he was 1993. He was an academic all-star there, so he's one of the local lads from the Metrostars area.
And now with it, that is Restrepo in the backfield, tries to move it out, and he does, into the midfield. Kick forward by Vermes, over to the far side and played in front. Savarese tries to tip it past Campos, makes the save, and the Mexican international outlet to the near side. He works it over to Karapetian, stolen away by Silvera, and he'll send it down across the end line.
Oh, Peter Vermes is doing so well, the man who started Rutgers for so many years, another local lad. I mean, he set that one up perfectly. Savarese just couldn't get the touch on it inside of the box. I thought he might have been fit to haul it in, but he didn't, and it was a good effort. Vermes' long ball is it's causing problems for the Galaxy backline.
And it's actually somewhat surprising, Tommy. Peter Vermes, normally a man who plays up front, seems to be making the adjustment to the midfield quite well.
Well, you know, when you don't have Donadoni and you don't have Ramos, you're going to have Peter Vermes, and I don't think I've ever seen Peter as fit as he is now. A man who has scored 11 goals internationally for the United States, and I mean, he's going to run between the two 18s tonight, and he said, and it's a good point, isn't it, Joe? He said, if you can't play football out of that field, you can't play football anywhere. I mean, the condition of the field is incredible.
An immaculate pitch this evening here at the Rose Bowl, and Vermes told me this morning as they came off the field, he said, no excuses about the field tonight. He looked at me, he said, my quote for the day, if we play lousy, we can't blame the field. And no, they can't. The throw in for the Galaxy. Move back to Robin Frazier. He will survey the situation. Play up to the midfield. Works it to Chris Armas, but touch back to Frazier. Over to Mataggio. Tries to work it up, trying to find Noah Mouge, but played out of bounds. A fine play on the wing by Demian Silvera. Noah Mouge the throw-in, and he now controls for the Galaxy. Will move it back to Mataggio. Will cross to the center to Robin Frazier. Frazier to Cienfuegos at midfield, and now being pressured as Vermes made the play up front. Let's work back to Campos, who leaves it for Frazier, tries to work it up into the middle as Hurtado comes out, but loses control. And Eduardo Hurtado, a player better known for his backup against the goal and not for making the plays in the midfield. And as A.J. Wood comes in, he can't get control in the box, and Kalachman wisely knocks it into the stands.
Well, you know, Kalachman started out as a sweeper for Division 3 Williams in Massachusetts. He's come a long way. He's the only American to ever play in the J League. He had a couple of seasons in Japan, and he's going to be the heart of this defense tonight, Joe.
We'll see what Silvera can do, known for his sharp crosses, but a nice play along the side by the Galaxy defender to knock it out of bounds, and they say it does go off of Silvera. Fine play by Noah Mouge.
Of course, a lot of people will know Calicman. He played with the Centaurs last year, the New York Centaurs, and they had a great season. He played for 23 games. And mind you, they had 7 shutouts in those games, and he really helped out of the back. Very big and strong. He can close you down very quickly.
Punch forward, Kaides down low, tries to get it away from Matajo, knocked off of Silvera, and a handball to call. Up off the right arm of Damian Silvera, so the Galaxy control. And once again, Robin Fraser. It seems like they're trying always to start the attack, Tommy, from Robin Fraser. And the long pass from Fraser knocked away with the header by Ken Hess. Silvera will keep it in.
Ken Hess is a local hero here. He played with the LA Salsas for a long time. And he's having quite a baptism of fire down there. I mean, they have decided, they obviously know who he is, and they've decided to try to attack on his side, but he's done a good job so far.
Some nice play we saw there by the Metrostars. Very little off the foot, but more showing you can use the body, also the head, and make sure you keep the ball alive.
Well, I'm impressed with the way the Metrostars are playing. They certainly haven't lost their composure. I mean, they're certainly the road team here tonight. There's no question about it. I mean, if you're at home cheering at your sets, you're the only ones cheering, because I think everybody in this place is cheering for the Galaxy, and that's a huge crowd. I mean, it's like there's a 12th man on the field tonight for the Galaxy.
And once again, another long kick off the foot of Tormiola. He is the most accomplished goalkeeper in U.S. World Cup history. Played in all 7 matches in both 90 and 94. Now A.J. Wood looks for the cross. Nobody there for the Metros. And cleared out of the box by L.A. Moving it forward, Karapetyan. Now near side. That is Noah Mouge. At the midfield line. He'll send it into the center. That's to Chris Armas. Calicman finally moves across the defensive half of the field, tries to work it inside to Hurtado. Can he get the shot off? No, a fine play in the box. Knocked away for the Metrostars by Dan Barber. Midfielder coming down low, knocks it away from Hurtado. The Galaxy get it in the box again. Hurtado goes up high to battle for it with the header, and it's knocked out, and the Galaxy cannot capitalize on a fine play there by Hurtado.
Well, it certainly looked like Hurtado was inside, and if you let him inside, he can be lethal. But the Metrostars did exactly what they had to do. They didn't let him get into stride. They closed them down very quickly. We spoke to his coach during the week. We see a yellow card coming on the far side. It's going to one of the Metrostars over there. Mickey Kaides is the man who gets it, number 14. He's getting the yellow card. Referee's putting it in the book. Well, we're going to see what happens here. You can see the tough tackle over the far side. Now, when he goes down, he's going to roll up. Well, I'm not sure. Cienfuegos was the man who was involved with him, but the referee took exception to what he did, and that's the first yellow card. That's a little trivia question. Who got the first yellow card for the Metrostars? I'm not sure that he wanted to be known as that. Mickey Kaides is the man who gets it.
And we have to wonder if it's not so much what Kaides did, but perhaps we won't know from up here, maybe what he said.
Yeah, he may have, the referee took exception to something.
And the Galaxy trying to push down the right side, but a fine slide tackle to knock it away. And the cross into the middle. And Kaides once again trying to push it forward to Savarese. And out in front, Damian Silvera tried to move it past with some footwork, and it's moved up for the Galaxy. Hurtado, can he move past his man? Hurtado trying to get the shot off, can't do it. Andrew Restrepo, his job is to mark Hurtado, and he did it there. A slide tackle to knock the ball out of danger.
Oh, that certainly looked like a dangerous situation. Hurtado now arrives on the left-hand side of the box. And I mean, Restrepo, he's going to have his hands full all night. I mean, he's going to shadow him across the field. The last time Hurtado was on the right side of the box, and he's equally at home on either side, but he doesn't like to be closed down early, and that's what the Metrostars are doing to him. In Ecuador, he's used to having more time on the ball, Joe.
And off the corner, Cienfuegos instead just decides to tap it over to Karapetyan. And the Galaxy try to move the play to the far side, and knocked aside for the Metros by Rhett Hardy. One of the 4 defenders in the 4-4-2 Eddie Fermani uses. Nicola Caricola from Juventus, the sweeper. And it's knocked out of the box there for the Metrostars, but Hurtado gets it. A touch pass back to Karapetyan. He steps over the ball, loses control. And now Cienfuegos for the Galaxy. He'll send it over to Noah Mouge. Works it down low, right side. Do they get the cross out? No. Knocked aside, and now move forward. That is Dan Barber. Moves it up to Hardy. And Rhett pushes it down the left side. Giovanni Savarese moves it back, and now Mickey Keity's in the midfield. He'll send it near side as the play forward by Hess. A.J. Wood has it stolen away. And now Cienfuegos playing it back. Mataggio with it now for the Galaxy. And they work it near side. Cienfuegos still trying to move away from the pressure from Damian Silvera. Silvera knocks it aside. A.J. Wood with it. Down low along the inline. The cross knocked aside in front by Robin Fraser.
Well, A.J. Wood stole that one. He didn't get enough of height on it. He had somebody on the far post, just couldn't get it across him. Savarese was over there, and Wood just couldn't pick him out.
And now Kobe Jones. Haven't heard much from Kobe this evening. He made his mark on the national team, recovering from a hamstring injury. And now the Metrostars controlling once again. We've seen some pressure from the Galaxy, Tommy, but not quite as much as we thought we'd see early on.
No, they're certainly not settling in the way we thought they would. We thought they'd come out here really turning on the afterburners, but they haven't been allowed to do it. I mean, the Metrostars have taken the game away from them. Peter Vermees has done a lot of running in the midfield. He's very strong out there. And the defenders, I mean, they're just taking players out of it. They're attacking the ball, and it's obviously affecting the style of the Galaxy. I mean, they need a little more time to settle on the ball. But the way the Metrostars defense is playing, they're just not giving them. But they can't give them that much room.
And knocked out by the Galaxy. We do have some other games in Major League Soccer on this Saturday. As the Metrostars move it forward, DC United suffering its second loss of the season, beaten by Columbus. 4-0 the final by the Crew. And now in front, Keity's the shot. It's over the net.
Oh, that should have been the first one. That should have been the first one. A beautiful setup. Keity's is inside. And all he has to do is take his time. He fires it off just a little bit too quickly. You can see the ball played across to him. A.J. Wood is the man. Keity's pulls the trigger. Campos is beaten, but the ball is over the top. That could have been the first one, Joe. Beautiful setup by Wood to Keity's coming up through the middle.
And that would be redemption for the yellow card if you can notch the first one.
It certainly would. That would have been redemption in a big way.
And now Hurtado trying to ball handle in the midfield, and it's knocked up to Fraser. Fraser will move it over to Mataggio. Now along the sideline. That is Noah Mouge. Noah Mouge trying to move it down low to Cienfuegos. Cienfuegos, the El Salvadorian, sends it into the box, but knocked aside by Ken Hess. Hess doing his job on defense there on the right side. Cienfuegos once again controlling for the Galaxy. And looking for the touch with Chris Armas, but instead keeps it, tries to move it forward for Hurtado. He makes the run, but the pass too far from Cienfuegos and Tony Miola.
Well, Tony, of course, a local boy. He grew up in Kearney, which is in, what, the shadow of the Giant Stadium. I think when he got up in the morning, he could look out and see Giant Stadium. So the local lad has come back to play.
And Red Hardy moves it into Coricola. Back to the middle to Restrepo. Right side, Ken Hess moves it up the sideline to Silvera. A nice touch pass, works it over to Vermees. Vermees ahead as the run made by Savarese. Savarese in the box, the cross knocked aside by the Galaxy. Dan Kallickman moving in to make the play.
Once again, it was Peter Vermees in the midfield who released him. The ball just a little bit high. He couldn't pick him out on the far side.
And now Cienfuegos at the kickoff circle. Near side, Mataggio. Manny Mataggio, the long pass, trying to work it into the box. He does. And kicked out by not Restrepo, but Nicola Coricola.
Coricola has used the mark on the good ones. He played against Marco van Basten and all those great players in Italy. He played with Platini when he won a championship with Juventus.
And you hear the crowd. They want something to happen from the Galaxy as they controlling it. That is kind of Petchy and knocked down to the turf.
The Mexican wave is going strong here in Los Angeles.
As Noah Mouge along the left side, pressured by Silvera. The slide tackle knocks it out and off of Noah Mouge, so the Metrostars will control. as the Wave makes a second run around the Rose Bowl. You have to be impressed by the crowd here tonight, Tommy.
Oh, this is an incredible setting. Look at over in the distance to see the San Gabriel Mountains. We're looking east. Mount Wilson is over there. It's a mile high, but this crowd is even higher, I think. They're really putting it on. I mean, look at this wave go around the stadium. Look at this.
And a good hard play by Curriculo to knock the ball away from Cienfuegos into the box where Campos scoops it up. And he will make a quick pass to the near side, but it is out of bounds. Metrostars to control.
Well, if this wouldn't lift the team to a new high, I don't know what would. Look at the way this wave is going around the stadium, Joe. I mean, it's just, it hasn't stopped.
And the ironic thing is there's always the question marks when they put professional soccer into Los Angeles, despite the large Hispanic community, always difficulty supporting a club.
Well, there certainly is, but there's no difficulty supporting the Galaxy here tonight. Once again, Peter Vermees appealing for the handball inside, and the Galaxy get a free. Now it's going the opposite way. The referee has seen it differently.
It will be the Galaxy that control as A.J. Wood was a bit premature on his run towards the net. And Vermees still controlling the ball, wasn't able to get it off, so Wood called with offsides, and Robin Fraser will start the play back the other way for Los Angeles. It's moved to Armas, tries to work it right side, looking for the cross as Hurtado makes his move into the box. Lothar Osiander looking on, and actually a little more attack from an Osiander coach club than you're accustomed to seeing. Lothar Osiander spent some time at the U.S. national team and noted for its defensive effort. Hurtado with the ball, turns, shoots over the net. Eduardo Hurtado.
Well, Tony Meola stared him down. Hurtado's inside. He's going to lose the defender. Let's take a look at what happens. Look at Hurtado. Uses strength inside. He turns away. The defender's down. He turns, he shoots, and it's over the top. So both teams have had a good opportunity. Look at the way Hurtado controls it. And Meola's coming. Meola would have had it.
And a nice play by Hurtado. He just knocked aside Andrew Restrepo. Restrepo did the best he could to try and make the slide tackle, but Hurtado was able to turn and get the big left foot on it, but it was high above the Metro's net. And now the Galaxy once again pressing forward. Cienfuegos. He moves it right side. That is to Kobe Jones. Back into the midfield where Armas controls, and Jones to Cienfuegos. Touch pass to Armas. He tries to work his way around Vermees and gets the ball to Jones. Stepping up, Rhett Hardy. And it is Rhett Hardy's job to keep pace with the quick Kobe Jones. And he does the job there, knocking it aside. Now Damian Silvera tries to move it forward. Knocked off the back of Noah Mouge. And the Galaxy come back the other way. Move forward. Hurtado making the run against Restrepo. Meola comes well out of the box and sends a deep pass into the Galaxy end. Tony Meola almost at the 35-yard mark.
Well, Tony Meola acting as a sweeper there. He was very alert to what happened because I think Hurtado had the step and he was going to get in on top of him, but Meola comes out and reads it perfectly. That's what he has to do. He's going to have to be an extra sweeper back there. I know they have a sweeper, but he's going to have to play an extra sweeper's role back there.
And Cienfuegos moves it down low, trying to get it in, and a shot taken but knocked aside. Karapetyan got the shot off. A quick tip by Meola that slowed it up, and the defense able to come in and knock it away. Ken Hess and Andrew Restrepo. Cienfuegos moving it forward, Tommy.
Well, here's what happens. You can see Meola's out. Watch the man coming on the back, and he's the man who saves the certain score. Getting back there, Restrepo is the man who swept it away. The ball was just edging its way into the empty net. But once again, Meola reacts well. He gives the defenders the time to cover off behind him. There's Hurtado, 6'3". I mean, once he starts to move, Joe, you really got a lot of problems holding him back.
Cienfuegos once again steps up to take the corner. As you can see, we're a little over halfway through this first half of play. It's out to Kobe Jones and a high shot over the net. Tony Meola holds the hand up to let them know it is clear. And the defense moves forward as Meola gets set for the goal kick. You look at Eduardo Hurtado, and the one thing about Hurtado, when you look at a roster, normally they overstate size and weight. Well, the 6'3" is right, but they only list him at 200, Tommy. That may be a few pounds shy.
I think it is, yeah. He certainly looks like he's carrying a lot more than 200, but he moves so well with it. I mean, he's so agile, especially inside of the box.
And the play in the midfield as The slide tackle by Dan Barber trying to knock it away, but the Galaxy able to move it forward. Karapetyan, the kick off the head of Hess. And Karapetyan once again controls, but Mickey Kaidy steps up, takes it away, and moves it back where Robin Fraser will have to take over for the Galaxy. A long pass once again trying to find its way to Kobe Jones. Red Hardy with the head to knock it away. Coricula comes in. Hurtado, touch pass back to Cienfuegos. He's got Karapetyan on the left side, but Cienfuegos takes the shot right into the gloves of Tony Meola.
Correcula, he stood his ground. He knew what he had to do. Cienfuegos was coming through, but Meola positioned himself perfectly, and by the time Cienfuegos got the shot off, it was a very easy one.
Calicman will move it to Robin Fraser as once again the Galaxy will try and set up the attack with the long pass down the right side, again looking for Kobe Jones. And they say Jones moves behind the defender and offsides the call.
Well, Jones hasn't really been involved in the game tonight, and of course, we consider him one of the fastest players to ever play in the United States. He's over 70 caps for the US, Joe, but they've kept him quiet tonight so far. There's a long time left, and of course, one of the innovations of the MLS, the clock is counting down rather than the clock counting up. Of course, the referee has the ability to stop the clock.
And now the play by the Galaxy. Moving it forward. Hurtado has it knocked away. A slide tackle by Vermes as the Metrostars reverse play. Up the left side, Dan Barber trying to move in and see if he can control for the cross, but knocked out of bounds. Galaxy with the throw in.
Well, it's an unbelievable scene here. It's an unbelievable scene. The crowd are just coming from everywhere. I mean, they're just coming from everywhere. Obviously, they've opened the gates. There was a huge crowd outside, an overflow crowd. The crowd are coming in by the thousands even at this stage, and we have only 16 and a half minutes left in the first half.
And the Galaxy moving the play over to Mataggio. Mataggio to Hurtado. Turns, shoots. It's deflected by the defense, and Meola will come over to make the play. Approaching 16 minutes remaining here in the first half. As the Metros make the run up the left side to Savarese. Savarese leaves it for Barber. In front, that is A.J. Wood. And Wood will have to play it back to the midfield. Rhett Hardy ahead to Barber. Spins, tries to move around his man. And the foul called against Mark Simeoli, the right midfielder for the Galaxy. And you hear the displeasure from the crowd.
Well, Simeoli, one of the best players Stanford ever produced out here on this coast, so he's well known in this area, and there was no sympathy for the Metrostars there.
Eddie Fermani watching on along with assistant Ralph Perez as it goes into the box. A.J. Wood up high for the header, but just can't get up high enough. The ball for the Galaxy safely over the end line.
Well, of course, Wood, no stranger to scoring big goals. He was the hero for the University of Virginia when he scored the winning goal. That was the year when they beat Indiana in the final. I mean, he's going to be a member of the under-23 team that will be playing in the Olympics, and he's going to be some asset for them.
Damian Silvera there pressuring Karapetyan. He is another that will be with the Olympic team in Atlanta. And now the play forward. Silvera tried to move it over to A.J. Wood, but the pass too far in front. Campos plays it, and the throw out to the left side, trying to find Noah Mouge. Arash Noah Mouge with the throw in to Hurtado. Silvera late on the slide tackle. Hurtado around Restrepo, and he makes a bad pass into the middle. An opportunity there, but the bad pass into the middle, intercepted by the Metrostars, and moved forward by Ken Hess. Now Kaides trying to find Giovanni Savarese, but Savarese cannot get away from Simeoli.
Kaides has done a good job here too. He's from Norwalk in Connecticut. I mean, he was drafted here in the 11th round. He was the 109th pick overall, but he's certainly living up to better than that tonight. I mean, he's really done a job in the midfield.
You see Kobe Jones there. He has definitely made his mark with the Olympic team. One of the assigned players for the Los Angeles Galaxy. And moving forward, trying to make the play down the left side. That is Rhett Hardy. And Hardy comes up on Simeoli. Simeoli instead will opt to play back to Kalikman. Into the middle to Robin Fraser. And once again, setting up the attack from Fraser. Does he look for the long pass? No. Instead, puts the touch to Karapetyan. He comes back to Fraser, left side. That is Matajo. Manny Matajo now, the long pass into the box that Miola will step up and grab. Just too far ahead of Hurtado.
Well, Tony would love them to come like that to him all night. I mean, he'd have no problems. Just a little miscommunication there. The Iranian native not fit together on target, but now they're coming.
And that is Kobe Jones. He is down low on the right side, looks for the cross. He's played in Brazil and shows some of the skill that allowed him to play with some of the top players in the world, but the pass intercepted and broken up there by Damian Silveira. Silveira will move it back to Miola, who steps into it with the right foot, moves it up the sideline, trying to find A.J. Wood, moves it over to Savarese. And the heel pass to Savarese. And Wood plays it back to Mickey Kaides. Over to Vermes, looking in for the shot. Instead, plays it over to Dan Barber, but loses control. Barber was not able to control off the touch.
There were two players, Metrostars, in the wrong place at the wrong time. One of them got in the other's way. I mean, Vermes was coming through, and neither of them could take it. A nice play once again by Wood, retrieving it from deep.
And the Galaxy setting up with Matajo. Moves it in the middle. And that is Simeoli. And Simeoli moves it ahead, trying to work it down low to Karapetyan, and that was Mauricio Cienfuegos. And once again, the Galaxy not able to turn the play back towards the net as the Metrostars look to clear. Silveira touches it down to Hess. Ken Hess, the right back, sends it up the sideline, but Robin Fraser will move it back to the goalkeeper, Jorge Campos. Campos and Armas back and forth, and now Campos will send it long to Kobe Jones, and Jones running into the defender, and the play is made back to Miola. There's a nice job by Rhett Hardy. The play in front, Hurtado tries to move past Restrepo. He steps in, knocks it away, sends a header that is intercepted by Noah Mouge. Noah Mouge down the left side. He moves around the defense, takes the shot. It's wide. Kobe Jones will have to track it down. He'll send it into the box once again, and knocked away by Mickey Kaides. Kalikman tries to send it forward. Going up high forward is Curricola. And now Hess will send it forward with the header, where it's controlled by Matajo. Matajo down low on the right side, where Rhett Hardy knocks it away. Now Barber matching up against Mark Simeoli of the Galaxy. Dan Barber tries to spin around, slips down, bounces back up, and it's down low along the line. Does he try to knock it off of Simeoli? Yes, and he does.
Al Barber, of course, played in this area. He played with the Las Vegas Dust Devils, and they won the title in '95. That's the indoor team. And Barber had 29 goals, but they're playing him deep tonight. They're using him as a defender. He's coming back most of the time to help out of the back.
And you saw a shot of the crowd here enjoying this inaugural game for the Los Angeles Galaxy, as well as the Metrostars. We're approaching the 35th minute. We are now into the 35th minute of the first half. Still no score, but some good chances on both sides. Mickey Kaides sent a shot over a beaten Jorge Campos, but it was also above the crossbar. And Eduardo Hurtado, El Tanque, has had a couple of chances, but just has not been able to beat Tony Miola. So it is not for lack of effort that we have a scoreless tie.
Now, there certainly has been a lot of excitement in this one. Both teams have proven that they can play all-out attack football, and this is a good display by the Metrostars when you consider that the two biggest stars that everybody thought they would have, Donadoni and Ramos, are not here tonight. Imagine what this team is going to look like when you plant those two international stars in the midfield.
As the official English newspaper of the Galaxy.
Well, a little bit of pushing down here on the side. I mean, the referee is just letting it go.
It's Restrepo and Karapetyan. Restrepo for the Metrostars.
The referee said 6 to 1.5 doesn't deal the white call it.
And they move it back. Hurtado moves it forward. Going in on the play. Kobe Jones scores! Hurtado Kobe Jones flies about the box as he celebrates the first goal in Los Angeles Galaxy history.
Oh, look at he cuts inside. I mean, he just takes everybody on. As Miola comes out, Jones is still at a full head of steam on, and he tucks the ball in by him. Look at this as he just cuts inside. The defender misses him. Miola's going for his right foot, and he goes just the opposite way, tucks it by him.
And that is the Italian star, Nicola Caricola, that could not get back in time to make the tackle on Kobe Jones.
Well, we saw Kobe Jones' speed there. We were wondering all night where it was. We certainly know that he has that kind of speed.
And the Metrostars, an opportunity there into the box. Savarese making the run, but over the end line. And a packed house, ecstatic now as the Galaxy take the 1-0 lead.
Oh, certainly. Kobe Jones, a very, very popular star around this part of the world. And a man who started his career with UCLA, and certainly he brought the big crowd in the house tonight to their feet.
And now Savarese pressuring Campos. That goal for the Galaxy coming in the 37th minute. Kobe Jones on the nice feed from Eduardo Hurtado. Hurtado known for his goal scoring, but showed there he can get the ball to teammates when need be.
Oh yeah, certainly nobody picked him up. He was all alone in the middle as we have a yellow card.
And I believe that yellow card, as Lothar Osiander looks on, goes against the Galaxy's Chris Armas, I do believe. As we get the note there from the referee, Mickey Kites gets set to knock it into the box. He does, but knocked out by the Galaxy. Turning play the other way. Moving ahead. Hurtado is on the right side. As controlling for the Galaxy, that is Karapetyan, and his long shot is over the end line, and Miola watches it go out of bounds.
Karapetyan thought that he might find Miola off the line that time, but he wasn't going to catch him that easy.
In the mail for special savings on all your grocery needs.
Tony just out, just couldn't catch up to Kobe Jones when Kobe scored. Kobe just got that, he got that step on everybody at the back, Joe, and that was the problem. But the Metrostars still showing a lot of life out there. We were talking about Donadoni. I mean, a man who's playing so well with AC Milan that they wouldn't allow him to come away until they figured to have the championship won. Juventus still pressuring them, so it shows you the kind of a player that he's going to have.
Indeed, right now, AC Milan is 6 points clear in Serie A with 5 games remaining. And at 3 points a win, that's 15 points up for grabs there. So not just quite enough.
Well, for Manny's looking on here, and you know, an amazing thing happened today. I would have thought it was a publicity thing, only I saw it myself. We were coming from the airport, and Donadoni called from Italy to know what kind of a team they were going to have out tonight. He called Charlie on the mobile phone today, and I mean, there's a 9-hour difference in Milan, so you can imagine. And Charlie Stilotano was so delighted to hear from Donadoni. Everybody says he's a real class act, and certainly that was a class act. He wanted to know, he was so interested in what was going on here tonight. So I mean, he's really committed to coming to the Metrostars.
And Manny Mataggio not able to save the ball from going out of bounds. And Damian Silvera will step up for the throw-in. An opportunity here for the Metrostars to try and equalize as Kobe Jones has the Galaxy in front 1-0. Silvera plays the ball back to Hess. Ken Hess with the cross, knocked aside by Mataggio, and up the left side. Karapetyan controlling. Hurtado makes his run down the left side, and will have to pull up as Andrew Restrepo comes up to make the play on Karapetyan. Now worked over to Hurtado, but Hurtado cannot get the ball away from Silvera. Ken Hess will knock it up the sideline, but intercepted by the Galaxy. And now Noah Mouge moves it down to Hurtado. Cienfuegos controlling for the Galaxy now. He'll work it over to Noah Mouge. He steps in top of the box over to Hurtado, and slide tackle and making the play, Mickey Kites. Once again, the Galaxy a chance for the attack. Cienfuegos along the right side. Sends it up top. That is to Noah Mouge. Surveys the situation over to Chris Armas. Touchdown to Cienfuegos, the El Salvadorian, looking for the play, and instead has to move it over to Armas. Armas tries to split the defense, but taken away. Hess and Vermes make the defensive play, and Peter Vermes will send it forward. Ball played back to Campos. He has a bit of difficulty, but finally sends it forward.
Oh, that's what Vermes said he was going to do, run between the 18s, and he certainly has run his heart out in the first half. A couple of good opportunities. You can see he's dropped even more deeper now than he was, looking for a supply of the ball. I mean, the Metrostars have come under constant pressure here.
And we go inside. 3 minutes to play here at the Rose Bowl. First half, Kobe Jones has the Galaxy in front 1-0. And the Metrostars controlling. That is Silvera. He comes right side to Hess. Hess trying to work around Karapetyan. Instead, Karapetyan able to pressure enough, and then Chris Armas moves it forward. But we get the call once again from referee Brian Hill.
We're just looking at some of the great games coming up, and they have a 10-game schedule. You can buy the tickets for one game that I know we'll be very interested in. It's the revenge match between Mexico and Ireland. Ireland going to be out to prove to Mexico that they can beat them if they get them in Giant Stadium. They said it was too hot in Orlando, so this is the return match, Joe, and I think there'll be a big crowd there. That's June 12th. And also the Metrostars are going to play a great club from Portugal, Sporting. So if you buy the 10-ticket schedule, I mean, there's a couple of great international matches there as well.
A 10-ticket plan to see some great MLS action as well as some international play with the Metrostars and Sporting Lisbon, as well as Ireland and Mexico. You can call the Metrostars for that ticket information. 1-800-330-4666. And now the Galaxy moving it up the left side. Karapetyan spins around Hess, moves to the left foot, takes the shot in front. Viola knocks it away, and Hurtado not able to get to it in time to push it into the empty net.
Well, Karapetyan certainly an unknown sort coming in here. He pushes well in, he gets inside, and you can see Hess is coming back to cover him, but the ball is slid across the goal, and inside Hurtado just doesn't get the touch on it. But Karapetyan really has played very well tonight.
Just off the outstretched arms of Tony Meola, and now along the sideline, Giovanni Savarese. And Savarese can't keep the ball in play, so the Galaxy will be able to turn it back upfield. Manny Matajo steps over. He will not take the throw, and instead leaves it over to Arash Noamouj. Noamouj. That's to Armas. And Chris Armas makes his move up the left side. Tries to play it forward, looking for Karapetyan again, but this time intercepted. And an over-the-head kick by Andrew Restrepo, and Restrepo's kick out of bounds along the near side. Now Silvera makes a run up on Cienfuegos to try and knock it away, and Silvera now controls. Tries to touch it down to Peter Vermes, but intercepted there by Noamouj.
Well, we didn't get any Andrew Shue tonight. A lot of anticipation. Perhaps the star of Melrose Place would be playing tonight, but he's down there on the bench, I believe, but I'm not sure if we were going to see him. There was a lot of anticipation all day that he might have been on.
We'll have to wait and see. It is Andrew Shue who spent his time on Fox. They finished up filming last week. He's been with the team even through training camp. And one thing of note, in case you think it's a gimmick because we're in Hollywood, Andrew Shue finished first in the Galaxy fitness test. He did play with Dartmouth and professionally in Africa, so he can play quality football. And now Hurtado tries to move it forward as time expires here in the first half. The whistle from referee Brian Hill, but it is Hurtado's feed to Kobe Jones that has the Los Angeles Galaxy in front of the Metrostars through one half of play. And here it is. Kobe Jones moves it past Tony Meola, and we are at halftime. 1-0 Galaxy. Welcome back to the Rose Bowl. They've waited over a decade for First Division soccer to return to America, and at least here in Los Angeles, the fans, young and old, absolutely thrilled. We do have some other action in Major League Soccer on this Saturday afternoon. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. First in Columbus. A nice crowd on hand, 25,000 at Ohio Stadium to see the Crew defeat DC United 4-0. In Tampa Bay, it was the Mutiny downing Alexi Lalas in the Revolution 3-2. And Kansas City, the Wiz, a 3-0 victory over the Colorado Rapids. And you saw the score there from the New England Revolution, 3-2 the final there. Alexi Lalas and the Revolution coming to Giant Stadium next Saturday, and that will be the home opener for the Metrostars. Again, Tickets available 800-330-4666. And one of the sections you can sit in at Giant Stadium is the Supporters Club. And we know, Tommy, the supporters with us tonight at Giuseppe O'Leary's in Midtown Manhattan. They were there last week for the opener. They're excited about soccer coming back. Let's just hope the rest of the New York area catches the fever as well.
What a name for a place, Giuseppe O'Leary's. And I mean, when you look at that, I mean, Fiorentina are coming to play in Giant Stadium. They're going to play the Metrostars on May 24th, and on June 15th, Ireland will play Bolivia. So there's all kinds of tickets available. I mean, if you buy the season ticket, you get all these great international matches, and of course you get to see all the great stars. You know, you get to see Echeverry, you get to see Valderrama, first Campos you're looking at tonight, and of course Donadoni and Ramos will be here by then. And we also have a sneak preview that perhaps the Metrostars are going to sign a Colombian international in the very short future.
That is what we hear. They still are waiting on their 5th assigned player, and who could it be? Well, as you heard there from Tommy, word is a Colombian international. We're back to action, though. Second half is underway, and right off the kickoff, move quickly down the right side over the end line, and Tony Meola will have the goal kick. The Metros trailing the LA Galaxy 1-0 on the goal by Kobe Jones.
Well, we're not sure if Eddie is going to pull everybody back and try to keep the score at this. The problem is by pushing players forward, he's going to leave himself very open at the back. And we've seen what Cienfuegos can do, and we've also seen what Hurtado can do inside. So, I mean, he's got a difficult choice at this time, Joe.
And they're trying to push forward and moving the play up the field. Dan Barber on the slide tackle. He misses. And Simeoli controlling for the Galaxy. He moves to Kalikman up front to Kobe Jones. And it's once again back to Kalikman. He'll send a long pass up the right side, but nobody there for the Galaxy as Coricola moves it into Meola. He sends it quickly out of the box, but Kobe Jones controlling there. Tries to spin and keep Brett Hardy off. He's able to do it. And the ball still loose. Cienfuegos along the right sideline. Moves it ahead. Mickey Kaides comes in to make the play on the ball, and Peter Vermes with it. And now Coricola sends it right side. And with it there is Hartman.
You can see he's pushing Coricola forward a little bit more than he did in the first half, so obviously they're going to try to pull the one back.
And the Galaxy controlling. They push it forward. Right side. That is Cienfuegos. And Mauricio Cienfuegos moves it ahead to Chris Armas. Charges towards the box. Nobody makes a run, but Hurtado, the touchback to Armas. Turns, shoots, Meola dives and saves.
This time they're using Hurtado as a target man inside. He's standing with his back to the goal, and the first touch comes on it. You can see the breakthrough. Armas is the man. There's Hurtado, the little touchback. Armas has struggled his way by the defender. He tries to push it on the far post, but Meola has it covered.
And now, down the right side, you hear the call. Gio. That was from Peter Vermes. And Vermes over to Savarese. And a whistle as Savarese takes the shot. Campos made the save, but that play early on.
Offside on the far side of the field. The Metrostars player had just stepped inside.
If you're looking for all the scores, pick up a copy of the Daily News.
And Savarese just a bit too quick to make the turn towards the net as Vermes made the feed, and Savarese's shot hauled down by Campos, but again offsides whistled just before that. And now the Galaxy push it up the left side. We are 3 minutes into the second half with the Metrostars trailing the Galaxy 1-0. And what do you do to come back from a 1-0 deficit? Eddie Firmani has his strategy. It's known by Santiago Formoso.
Yes, I think so far in the first 10 minutes, Eddie's just going to try to play the same game that he was playing in the first half. I believe in the second half he's going to release the two midfielders and maybe even a fullback coming through.
So we look to have some more pressure if the Metrostars can't equalize early on here. And right now, a move into the box, but it's knocked away by Matajo for the Galaxy.
Well, you could say that's our Gaelic connection. We could be the Gaelic connection up here. We have Santi down on the field, a man who starred for so many years with the Cosmos. And everybody keeps saying, is this going to be the same as the Cosmos League? I don't believe so. This league is going to be a success.
And now a pass into the box where nobody there but Campos, and he will send it forward. A deep pass. He is eyeing Hurtado. But moving in and making the play, Caricola, he knocks it back to Restrepo, and Restrepo to Tony Meola. They'll move it up near side. That's the left side to Caricola. And Caricola, the pass into the middle. Tipped ahead with a header by Vermes to Savarisi. Savarisi tries to turn. A.J. Wood crashing in on Matojo. And Matojo able to get the pass upfield. Now Kaides controlling for the Metrostars to Caricola. Near side to Hardy, and he moves it over to Peter Vermes. The pass back into the midfield to Kaides, tries to play it forward. A.J. Wood turns, can't get any open room to maneuver, and it's knocked aside by Robin Fraser. And now moved ahead, Hurtado trying to make the play upfield, but the dribbling skills just not there at this particular moment for Eduardo Hurtado.
Well, that's the problem, of course, for the Metrostars when they do push forward. I mean, they're leaving themselves open at the back. Santi told us they were going to release a back to come up along the side, and that's exactly what they're doing. But you can see, I mean, the Galaxy were expected to be a good counter-attacking team. That's the way the coach likes to play, and this is going to be the ideal situation for him.
And Kobe Jones along the right side for the Galaxy. Instead, he loses it. Restrepo sends the pass upfield. And once again, Giovanni Savarisi ahead of the play. Offsides the call. Quickly, the Galaxy try to move it up the left wing side. Looking to center in front. Hurtado is there. He turns to make the play. Restrepo steps in, knocks it away. And the Metro's defender keeping it away from El Tanque.
Well, Restrepo really has done the job tonight. I mean, he's just not allowing Hurtado any room. Unfortunately, there are a few other loose players, but Restrepo has taken care of his part of the deal.
And he made the play on Hurtado there as Simeone knocks it ahead, trying to find Kobe Jones. It's out of bounds, and the throw-in by Rhett Hardy to Tony Meola. He sends it all the way to the right side for Ken Hess. Far side now, Mickey Kaides trying to move it forward. He's looking for Damian Silvera. Goes back and moving up forward, trying to get to it. Dan Barber charges in on Campos, but the Mexican international scoops it up and looks upfield, surveys the situation. Campos with a bounce, and now a big right foot into the ball.
Semioli makes a nice play in the box there, Joe. He headed it back nice and softly to Campos. Beautiful setup by the Metrostars, but Semioli just takes it away from them.
Now sending it upfield out of bounds. That was a play by Caricola. Now Simeone to throw in for the Galaxy. Trying to move past Barber is Simeone, but Barber now controlling. Touch pass back to Vermes. He moves it down to A.J. Wood. Has to send it up the sidelines. He finds Rhett Hardy. Hardy tries to spin and get around Kobe Jones. Coming in to help out. That is Simeone. The slide tackle out of bounds. Metrostars will control. Hardy with the throw-in. Goes over to the Italian star, Nicola Caricola. And a pass down right side. And Campos able to scoop it up as he worked it in to Giovanni Savarisi. And now playing forward, Hurtado along the box, far side. Tries to spin around Restrepo, loses control. Restrepo sends it up the sideline. Savarisi comes in. Touch pass over to Silvera. Damian Silvera comes into the middle of the field, tries to move it ahead to Vermes, but taken away by Robin Fraser. Fraser up to the midfield line, pushes ahead, easily moves past Silvera, and now has to pull up as nobody else there from the Galaxy to help out. And the crossing pass to the sideline to Cienfuegos, and Cienfuegos tries to move it past Dan Barber. Can't do it, and the Metrostars moving forward quickly, making a run upfield.
Well,
that is Caricola.
Restrepo was open there. He just couldn't find the ball, and this man has improved an awful lot. I mean, he had some experience in the Colombian First Division, and he's really having a good game out there tonight, taking care of Hurtado.
The Metro's working down low. That is Savarisi. Sends it atop the box. Controlling there, Caricola. The sweeper will move it all the way to the right side to Hess. Ken Hess. Back for Kaides. Kaides had the best opportunity so far for the Metrostars. A powerful shot that went over the crossbar, but moved in front. trying to head it forward. Savarisi moved down below his man. Campos had an arm up looking for the offsides call, but instead A.J. Wood tries to cross into the box. It's tipped away. Now moving in, Savarisi. His shot is wide on the far side. Once again, Campos calling for the offsides. The flag does go up. A nice feed by Caricola to Giovanni Savarisi.
Caricola's so experienced, Joe. And I mean, they're starting to push him up. They used him as a sweeper in the first half. Let's see what happens. He's going to push the ball inside. You see, he takes it down on his chest nicely. And watch Savarisi inside. He just steps in. Oh, that's a very, very close call. Savarisi couldn't get the touch on it anyhow.
And Campos controlling for the Galaxy. Moves it up to Robin Fraser, and he will go over to Bataggio. Long pass up the far side into the box. Miola comes in, scoops it up, rolls it over to Caricola.
Of course, so many people remember Miola. 21 years of age, he played in goals for the United States and Italia 90, and he played in the US 94. I mean, he's a really colourful character, Joe. I mean, he's been around a long time. Last year he was with the Long Island Rough Riders. He won a championship with them. He's tried to stage on Broadway. He's played with the Blizzard inside. I mean, is there anything left for him to do except win a championship here?
He even gave it a go with the New York Jets, trying to become their field goal kicker. And maybe you had a chance to see Miola on Broadway, and oddly enough, Tony and Tina's Wedding. And yes, indeed, in case you're wondering, he did play the role of Tony. And now a slide tackle in front, knocked into the box where Campos will control. That was Dan Barber for the Metrostars. Campos, a long pass, moves it far side, streaking down the sideline. That is Noah Mouge. He's got Karapetian inside. Also Hurtado. Noah Mouge tries to spin around, takes the shot. It's in the back of the net. Arash Noah Mouge was able to spin away from the defender, took the shot. Miola came out, looked for the play, and it buries into the back of the net, and the Galaxy with a 2-0 lead.
I think it comes off a defender's foot. Watch this. He's going to work himself inside. Watch the ball coming across. Does the defender get a foot to it? Yes, he does. That's what changes the direction. Just changes the direction on Miola. He cannot get the touch on it. See that? The Italian star turns his head to the ball. The ball comes off his foot. Terrible, terrible mistake in the back.
And the shot by Noah Mouge deflects off of Nicola Caricola. You could see on the replay Tony Miola diving to the left, but the ball was going right, and it finds the back of the net. 2-0, the Galaxy lead, and now we heard Santiago Formosa tell us about pushing forward, and the Metrostars will definitely have to do that now, Tommy, if they're going to get back into this match.
Oh, they certainly have. I mean, they have a big, tough road ahead of them now, but 2-0, they tell you it's the most dangerous score in soccer. In a situation like this now, the Metrostars just have to hold their composure. They're warming somebody up down there. I see Miles Joseph is getting up. Perhaps he's going to be put in the lineup.
And it looks like Joseph is going to come in. Indeed, Miles Joseph will enter the match in favor of Mickey Kites. And Miles Joseph, another one of the young stars on the Metrostars that will perhaps ply his trade this summer in Atlanta as a member of the Olympic team.
Well, he certainly should be on the Olympic team. And Kites, of course, he had that great scoring opportunity in the first half. Wasn't able to convert, but he really hasn't been involved in the game as much as the coach would like him. And he took that yellow card. Now the coach has decided he's going to put in a set of fresh legs. And I mean, this is a kind of circle the wagons time. I mean, the Metrostars do want to be rocked out of here. I mean, they have their home opener next week. They have a couple of big stars that are coming, and they just got to have a gritty performance now. Hang on, and they're on the attack.
And Joseph, a member of a state championship team in New York, upstate, Shenandoah, and they were winners of 66 games with just one loss, with Miles Joseph in the lineup. Joseph, we'll have to see what happens here as well. Taking the corner kick is Dan Barber. Also look for some interaction, Tommy. Miles Joseph and Damian Silvera, they played together in high school. The corner by Barber. Campos comes out and makes the play. The long pass forward, Hurtado battling for it, and coming up with it, Tony Miola, as the ball deflected away from Hurtado by Andrew Restrepo.
Calicman is at the back, and he nods it back to Campos, but you could hear the roar from the crowd here. I mean, Campos was such a good buy for Los Angeles. I mean, to have a player who's an international goalkeeper, he also can play as a striker, and I mean, he has a fan club here. He sounds like he took in about 25 or 30,000 of these people here tonight.
And along the far side, the Galaxy controlling. Once again, Noah Mouge, he has a goal in this match. He moves it over to Karapetyan, but too low along the line. And Karapetyan's attempted cross out of bounds.
Karapetyan, the Armenian, has certainly shown a spark tonight, Joe. He was a kind of an unknown quality coming in here tonight. He looks like a very dangerous character down there in the number 11 jersey.
And Miola will take the goal kick. Shenanda Hall of the high school that Silvera and Miles Joseph played together with. 3 state titles in 3 years, 66-1 the record in that time. And Silvera joined Joseph for his junior and senior year, actually a Long Island native. We talked to him about it earlier in the week, and he basically said his high school team wasn't any good. His father said it was okay to transfer up. It was kind of on a lark. Miles Joseph said he just mentioned, hey, do you want to come up and play, kind of joking around. They met playing on a state team in the U.S. Olympic Development Program, and Joseph said, hey, well, why don't you come up and play? And Damien's eyes lit up, and it went from there, and they teamed up and won 2 state titles together.
Some of the most interesting stories that happen in soccer, of course, happened because something just happened. I mean, there's so many good players that were turned down by teams. I mean, Hurtado had 2 opportunities to play for Barcelona and Ecuador, and they didn't want him. And look at him, I mean, he's now an international star. He never played for them. They had 2 opportunities to sign him, so you never know what's going to happen in this game.
And Red Hardy controlling, he'll slide it into the box as Kobe Jones pressures in on Miola, and Miola sends it away up across the midfield line, and the Galaxy controlling and moving in from behind on the play, Nicola Caricola, and he says, I didn't try and do anything. A quick handshake to Mauricio Cienfuegos. As the referee moved in quickly, I thought we might see another yellow card.
Caricola was so unfortunate. I mean, just he turned his back at that ball, hit him right on the, it looked like it hit him on the heel, and spun the opposite way to which Tony Miola was going.
And now out of bounds, Red Hardy not able to save it, and the Galaxy with the throw-in.
Major League Soccer camp designed for boys and girls ages 5 to 18 will be conducted during the summer on a weekly basis at over 750 sites.
Well, it looks like the Galaxy here have a sub warming up down there too, whether they take somebody on or not.
And good bag full of great stuff from MLS sponsors.
And throw in by Jones to Cienfuegos. He crosses for Hurtado. Knocked out of the box by Ken Hess. And Montaggio for the Galaxy controls, moves it over far side. Noah moves to Karapetyan. And Karapetyan has it taken away. Damien Silvera is still trying to move it past Karapetyan, and finally slides forward, but Noah Mouge controls, knocks it into the chest of Silvera, and now he clears it out of harm's way up to Peter Vermes.
Of course, Silvera, one of those University of Virginia players. There's a few of them out here tonight. He broke all kinds of records, including he played in 98 games, 97 straight at one time.
And now the shot into the middle and wide on the left side. As an easy shot taken there, but off the mark with the shot, Nicola Caricola.
Well, Caricola finds himself inside, and he just tries to loft it in by Campos. He's aiming for the top right-hand corner. The ball just keeps bending away, and it's about 2-3 foot off the target. That was a nice opportunity. New York has to take opportunities like that. They're not getting many of them. If they don't put them away, I mean, that's the most important thing, especially you're down 2-0. You've got to score when you get a ball in the position like that.
27 minutes to go here in the match, and the Galaxy up 2-0. And there you see him, Andrew Shue. You may know him better as Billy on Melrose Place. And it looks as though Andrew Shue will enter this match and get some time with the Galaxy.
He certainly looks like he has, yes, he has the name on his hand, and they're going to make a double substitution, it looks like. They're also going to bring in Brad Wilson, I believe.
As Miola sets with the goal kick, you see Shue and Wilson warming up there on the sideline as Miola's kick moves quickly across the midline downfield. They chip it towards the box, and now spinning, trying to get something on the play, and knocked into the arm of Miles Joseph. The handball called, and the Galaxy will turn the play the other direction.
It looks like they may take off Kobe Jones. I mean, they're just going to insert a couple of defenders, let them defend from the back. They've scored enough now, they feel they'll win this one, and I have the feeling that Kobe Jones is the man that they're signaling to. Whether he's the man that's coming off or not, we'll know very shortly.
And Edmundo Rodriguez steps up for the Metrostars along the sideline as well. So the next opportunity, and here we have it, we'll have a number of substitutions. The linesman holds the flag up, and now number 13 will come off the field.
That's Dan Barber is coming off.
Well, I was just waiting to see which 13 is coming off. It is indeed Dan Barber. Barber will come off in favor of Edmundo Rodriguez. And Rodriguez really impressed some people.
And 13 also comes off Kobe Jones. 2 13s.
Actually, it will not be Barber. Barber will stay on. He came over. He saw the 13 held up. It will be A.J. Wood that comes off as Rodriguez will step in. Edmundo Rodriguez, 6'4", 205 pounds, an All-American from the University of New Mexico. Definitely impressed some folks at the MLS Combines. And now Andrew Shue enters the field. You hear the cheers. He comes on in favor of Aru Karpetian. So Karpetian and Jones come out for the Galaxy. Andrew Shue and Brad Wilson will step on the pitch here at the Rose Bowl. A.J. Wood replaced by Edmundo Rodriguez along the front line for the Metrostars. We'll see how Rodriguez and Savarese can work together. Definitely fresh legs for Edmundo.
Well, you've everything to play for coming in as a sub in a situation like this. You can turn out to be a big hero, perhaps solidify a spot on the team for the next start, which will be the home opener against the new England Revolution at Giant Stadium next Saturday night.
And a foul called on Restrepo as he knocked Armas to the turf. And Cienfuegos will start to play. He'll move into Hurtado, a shot over the net. Eduardo Hurtado made the run in on Miola. A fine touch off the free kick by Cienfuegos.
Well, there's a little push inside. I think Hurtado, that's why he was fit to get the shot off. Does he do a little bit of pushing? Well, he certainly does a little bit of tripping, but that's long after the ball is gone. It's over the top. New York Metrostars get the free out. Lucky there, Eduardo Hurtado didn't put the ball in the back of the net. I mean, he had the opportunity.
And now Simeone, he moves it forward. Brad Wilson, fresh in the game, gets an opportunity, but wasted. And it's moved up the near side.
Oh,
Barber.
Simeone give a beautiful pass there. And I mean, the player running in, Wilson, he should have done better with that one. He's not going to enamor himself to the coach playing like that. Chance to be a hero, instant hero. He could have walked in on Miola.
And Restrepo, a long pass upfield intended for Savarese, knocked away by Mataggio for the Galaxy. It heads out of bounds, and it will be controlled by the Metrostars.
The fireworks on the field are over.
Hess, the throw in.
Stay in your seats.
He
There will be an
finds
opening night fireworks show
Silvera
just
can't
for
get
you.
around the defender, and Hess will control to Nicola Coricola. Coricola, a long pass into the box. Campos comes out, makes the play. Rolls it forward. Jorge Campos pushing forward on his own. Campos across the midfield line. He dumps it off to Cienfuegos, and Campos quickly sprints back towards his own net. The ball knocked loose. Cienfuegos tripped to the ground. And no call. The referee says play on, and they do. Red Hardy up the near side. Boy, some excitement from Campos all the way across the midfield line.
Well, he certainly makes things happen. Every coach, everybody in the place really electrified by Campos coming out. I mean, this man can handle the ball on the goal line, or he can handle it anywhere on the field. He's just an all-round athlete.
And play down, the cross in front. Can the Stars get to it? Edmundo Rodriguez goes up high. Can't get a head on it. The Galaxy knock out of the box. Now Ken Hess across once again into the box. Rodriguez plays forward. Offsides.
Oh, that's a very close offside on that one. Rodriguez trying to break in on the left-hand side. But the place is still electrified by Campos. And I mean, are we going to see him come out to play as a striker? The referee has gone in to talk to him. I'm not sure what's going on. We had heard that he might play as a striker at some point in the second half. He certainly, when he arrived here from Mexico, he told the coach he wanted to play as a striker. The coach told him, you're in goal. And he hasn't changed his mind since.
And now the play up front. Hurtado once again trying to move in past Hess. Shot taken by Andrew Shue. It goes off of Ken Hess out of bounds.
Well, Hess stuck to Andrew Shue that time.
And you see Andrew Shue with 21 minutes to play here in the match. Andrew Shue hanging right at the corner. He won't take it though. That job will go to Cienfuegos. And Cienfuegos will send it out atop the box. And that is Armas. Armas losing control, now moves it in forward, taking the shot. It's deflected nicely done by Red Hardy on the shot by Simeone. But the Galaxy still controlling. The cross in front, Miola gathers it in. He'll quickly outlet up the near side, trying to get it to Savarese, but quickly stolen away. And Savarese not aggressive enough there, and Hurtado, he has it, but stepped in nicely by Silvera. Steps in on Hurtado, knocks it out of bounds, as you had Robin Fraser coming up from his center back position, making the run up the right side.
Oh, the Galaxy still coming forward looking for scores. We haven't seen too much of Fraser come up tonight. This time he burst his way up through the middle.
And the throw in by Wilson. The Galaxy not able to control as it's kicked away by Silvera. Savarese again trying to make the play at midfield. And a foul called as Savarese knocked Armas to the pitch. And the play moving. Andrew Shue, he'll move it. Far side to Hurtado. Cienfuegos makes the run in towards the box. Knocked away by Curricola. Cienfuegos and Curricola to battle again. Curricola knocks it towards the sideline. He sends it up and away to Peter Vermes. Vermes.
Curricola's back playing now as a sweeper.
As Vermes tried to find its way to Miles Joseph. And now making the play upfield. Silvera, he has Joseph on the right side. Pushes forward to Savarese. And it's cleared out by the Galaxy. All the way back to Curricola.
Well, you can see what the Galaxy are going to do now. They have 5 players back, 6 players back. They're just drawing a line across the field, and that's going to be where they're going to defend from.
Osiander is a defensive coach. We were surprised at the attack we saw from him early on. And now he's starting to go back into that shell we're more accustomed to.
Well, if you're going to defend, I mean, this is the finest spot on the field to defend. He's drawn a line about 15 yards on his own side of the midfield line, and he's just not going to pull away from there.
As Curricola tries to send it up the far side, he tried to work it to Vermes as Savarese was camped out in the box looking for a crossing attempt, but Vermes not able to control. And the offense tonight for the Metrostars, Tony, definitely anemic, partly due to the players they are expecting, Donadoni and Ramos, but still, they had some tries early on, but we haven't seen a shot from the Metrostars since the 18th minute of this match.
Well, they certainly have gotten themselves into position where they should have taken the shots. They just haven't been fit. That's 1/3 of the field. I mean, they've been outshot 12-3 at this stage. Here's one.
And there's a shot and a save, diving by Campos, as Eddie Fermani can't even get a smile out of that opportunity. Definitely looks disappointed as he looks on from the sideline.
Well, Eddie, a proven winner. Here's the situation. The shot coming. Look at that. It's curling for the top corner. Campos. I mean, he's those cat-like reflexes. Dives across and cuts. He covers his goal as well as anybody. He's not the biggest goalkeeper in the world, but I mean, he has a reaction. He has a leaping ability that's incredible.
Now along the sideline, Rodriguez. He tries the cross. It's knocked off of Simeone. Kept in by Kalikman. The play along the sideline. Rodriguez goes in hard, knocking the player to the ground. And coming up with it, Barber. The cross, the header. And it's over the net by Curricola.
Oh, Curricola coming up that time. I mean, the Metrostars had pushed up 7 players looking for the opportunity, looking for a score at this stage. Just anything to get themselves back in this game. I mean, they're just trying to plow their way back in. In fact, they're going to take on another sub now. Here's the shot coming from outside. Peter Vermes is the man who lines this one up. And the shot, there's the save by Campos. A brilliant shot by Vermes. I mean, 70 appearances for the US. He scored 11 goals. Almost thought he had the first one for the Metrostars there, Joe.
And the Galaxy once again trying to push forward. And it's chased out of bounds. Andrew Shue there for the Galaxy. The throw-in for the Metrostars. Matt Knowles there on the sideline. He is getting ready to come in. It will be for Andrew Restrepo, as Restrepo makes the jog over to the sideline, and Knowles comes in, the first-round draft pick of the Metrostars. And there was almost a moment where we didn't think Matt Knowles would be on this club, Tommy.
Yeah, we couldn't find him for a little while, but he's shown himself up. Big player, a very good defensive player. They were intended to play him in the center of the park tonight. But instead, Restrepo went in, and that's why they're taking him out. I mean, he just ran himself into the ground. He had a brilliant game.
Did the best he could against Eduardo Hurtado, and now Knowles in the game. Hurtado goes to make a move. Tries to spin away from Dan Barber, who makes the slide tackle. Now Knowles moving forward, and he quickly will make the play into the midfield. But the Galaxy able to control there. Matt Knowles, Defender of the Year in 1992 with the NPSL, playing for the Milwaukee Wave. And there were some contract disputes between the Metrostars and Rochester of the A-League.
It looks like Silvera's the man who's gotten the yellow card from the referee. Let's have a look at the foul. Going to see him come in very hard and low. Silvera just takes the player out of it.
Trips up Simeone, never made a play on the ball, and that's why the yellow card comes. Simeone, a slight limp there, but he will stay in as Silvera picks up the yellow card. 2 yellow cards in this game, both by Metrostars players. Damian Silvera there. Mickey Kite is back in the first half. And moving upfield, Brad Wilson for the Galaxy. Drops it off to Cienfuegos. Cienfuegos, top of the box. He's looking to move around Knowles, or actually Peter Vermes there. And now into the box, Knowles heads it away, but coming in, Chris Armas. It turns, the shot by Wilson over the net. Brad Wilson moving up from the midfield, had the opportunity as Armas pressured in and knocked it aside. Wilson had the ball at his feet, took the shot, but it was high.
Well, a little bit of a mix-up inside. Knowles is the man who's going to head it down, and it comes right down. See it coming back out. There's 3 or 4 players, and it breaks just exactly where Wilson wanted it. He couldn't find the target as he put it way up over Miola.
And now Rodriguez has a chance in low, still with the ball, maneuvers, takes the centering and the setup in front. Goal! Giovanni Savarese! Rodriguez controlled down low, moved it in front, and Savarese with the header.
Oh, watch the footwork here of Rodriguez, and then he squares it across. There's a touch on the far side. Savarese is there. Here's the header, and there's the bulge of the old onion bag. The first one for the Metrostars. Savarese is the man who put it in. Miles Joseph was the man who fed it across to him. Rodriguez was the man who made it all possible. Brilliantly taken goal.
Giovanni Savarese, 3 scrimmages in Florida. He scored it all 3, and he finds the back of the net tonight. And now the play down low, trying to move in and make it. That was Dan Barber from the left wing side, and has it tripped up, cleared out by the Galaxy. What a headed shot. Giovanni Savarese on the feed from Joseph. Some very nice in-close passing there. Rodriguez over to Joseph, right to Savarese, the quick header into the back of the net.
Oh, Rodriguez has played so well since he's come on. They've pitted him out here on the left side, and I mean, he's made a couple of beautiful runs. That time he just held on to the ball, and I mean, he faked a couple of players out of their shoes before he got it across. Miles Joseph got the touch on it, and Savarese was on the back post, and he took care of business. Beautifully worked goal by the Metrostars.
12 and a half minutes left on the clock here at the Rose Bowl. And that is the time left for the Metrostars to see if they can find the equalizer. One thing to keep in mind if you're used to watching soccer across the globe and through the rules of FIFA and in the World Cup, the referee does keep the clock here, but he has to signal to a scoreboard operator to shut it off when he wants the clock stopped. So the clock on the scoreboard is the official time.
And of course, the other thing, if this game ends in a tie, you can have a tie in the MLS. It will go to a shootout. You will get the ball 35 yards out. You may see a small white mark on the sideline on both sides, and you have 5 seconds then to take the shot. 5 players will take the shootout. So if we get another goal from the Metrostars, who knows, we could have our first shootout here.
And the play by the Metrostars on the far side of the field. Damian Silvera, you see him there.
Well, that really, the crowd didn't appreciate it, but certainly I'm sure all of the folks at home in Tri-State land watching the Metrostars for the first time appreciate the beautiful goal that was worked there for them. And I mean, you can just think about this team, and you think about Donadoni out there controlling the midfield with Ramos, and I mean, it has serious implications, Joe. I mean, this has the beginning of what I think will be a very good team. I mean, this is a very professionally run club, and forget about single entities and everything else. The Metrostars want to be the Stars, and they want to win this championship, and they're looking for loyalty from their players.
And it's Savarese in the far corner, trying to move around Mataggio. And Savarese the cross, but it's wide over the end line, and the Galaxy will get the goal kick.
Oh, Savarese had Rodriguez inside, but the defender touches it out, and the corner will be taken for the Metrostars. Savarese is going to cross to take it, I believe.
And they say it goes off of Mataggio. And the corner into the box, up high for the header. It's down low, moving in. That is Red Hardy. He crosses in front. Campos snares it.
Oh, Red Hardy just doesn't pull it far enough away from Campos in the box. Red Hardy, you see him, he's going to pull the trigger a little bit quick on it, and he puts it much too close. Look at that, he has 3 players on the back post. If he pulls it out about another 2 yards, the Metrostars have an opportunity.
And now the Galaxy look for the cross in front, headed away nicely and out of bounds. Matt Knowles there on the defense for the Metrostars. And for people who had their questions about soccer in the United States and here in the Los Angeles area, how about this for attendance tonight? 69,250 here at the Rose Bowl, and they are getting quite a show.
That's nothing. There'll be more in Giant Stadium next Saturday night when we open at home against the New England Revolution. If they can do it in Los Angeles, they certainly can do it in the Tri-State area as well.
And the challenge put forth there by Tommy Smith for the fans to try and make it out to Giant Stadium next Saturday night. And off the throw-in, Matt Knowles controlling for the Metrostars. He looks for the long pass across the field. Dan Barber makes the run, and Barber knocks it down, controls in front. He works it over to Vermes. The shot over the net. Campos came out. It looks like he may have gotten a hand on it to tip it aside. Peter Vermes, what a chance.
Oh, Peter Vermes, he takes it just inside of the box, and you see he's going to set it up. He fires it off on that left foot, and it's just sailing on the far corner. He misses the far corner by about 3 foot. Look at this opportunity by Vermes. He's done a tremendous job tonight, and he just pushes this one over the top. That's his best role if you can get him up front, and if you have him up front and Donadoni can feed the ball to Ramos, he could be a potential threat for really putting on quite a firepower.
And the run down the right side. Cienfuegos makes the stop. The left-footed cross over to Hurtado, right into the hands of Miola. A nice play by Cienfuegos. Made the stop with the right foot. Was able to turn into the field. The left-footed cross. Hurtado the header, but right into the hands of Tony Miola. And once again, Cienfuegos making the charge down the right side. Red Hardy comes up, knocks it away, but they say it comes off of Cienfuegos across the end line. And the goal kick for Tony Miola. And Cienfuegos comes on to Brian Hall.
Well, you're going to see the opportunity inside, and Knowles is allowing far too much time for Hurtado inside. Hurtado is allowed to pick the ball up on his own that time. That's the very first opportunity he's gotten all night. Knowles can't give him that much room. If he does, Hurtado is going to put one of them away. That time he doesn't get good power on the header, and Miola takes it very easily from him. But that's a dangerous situation. I mean, Hurtado is good in the air. He's good with either feet. And if you're going to leave him alone inside like that, Joe, he's going to punish you.
And actually, off that play, they said it was a handball on Cienfuegos. That's why you saw him pointing up to the upper arm, saying he can touch it there. But now the Galaxy move it in. And Matt Knowles once again caught out in front of Hurtado. Ken Hess had to come over on defense and back up for Matt Knowles. But Hurtado once again had an opportunity, but just couldn't control the ball.
Oh, you hear the huge roar that time. It was the crowd giving themselves a round of applause when it was announced that many people were here. What a crowd and what an atmosphere. Haven't seen anything like this since the World Cup.
And interestingly enough, this was the site of the exciting, thrilling, almost miraculous victory of the United States over Colombia in World Cup '94, right here at the Rose Bowl.
And Cienfuegos goes down. I think there's a little bit of contact. He goes down very low to head the ball, and he's going to catch a boot in the face. You can see Galaxy players. Campos is out telling the referee, let's see what happens. There's the contact made. Just a little touch. Cienfuegos had gone down very low.
And Nicola Caricolo, the player coming across, as he went up high against Cienfuegos, came down, and that is when the foot caught Cienfuegos. The trainers attending to Mauricio Cienfuegos. 5:57 on the clock here at the Rose Bowl. And oddly enough, the clock's still ticking here. We haven't had it stopped by the referee, Brian Hall.
Well, that's up to the referee. He decides himself. I mean, fouls are part of the running of the game, and if the referee doesn't think that anybody is delaying the game purposely, well, then he doesn't stop the clock. And it's simply he's not using his stopwatch. Instead, he's using the clock on the stadium. I mean, that's the way refereeing is always done, and it's no difference here. If he thinks you're going to try to delay time, you will see him cross his hands, and he can't stop the clock.
Play down the far side. Andrew Shue making the run on the ball. Not able to control, though, as Miles Joseph marking Andrew Shue on that play, and Shue will drop the ball. He will not make the throw-in, and it comes in. Andrew Shue, though, controls off the throw and makes the cross, looking for Hurtado, but knocked away. And the Metrostars come back the other way. A long pass. They try and move it forward, looking for Savarese. Campos comes out, heads it away.
Oh, Campos is living very dangerously, heading it away there. He had somebody coming running right down his face, and I mean, he's lucky to get the touch on it.
And the play, Knowles moves up with it along the sideline. Tries to push it forward, but knocked aside by Simeoli. Now, once again, Cienfuegos makes the cross. That is Andrew Shue. Tries to touch it forward for Hurtado, but Hurtado never makes the run on it. And Tony Miola scoops it up, and you see him. He waves the players forward. Lothar Osiander looks on. 4:15 remaining on the U.S. Postal Service scoreboard. And the Galaxy in front of the Metrostars, 2-1.
Alapaki Bonner, he punts it down into the area, and it almost works.
It almost works, but you mentioned the Irish keeper, Packy Bonner. Unfortunately, the scoring chance there wasted, like many of the ones by Bonner.
Well, Miles Joseph was the man who was coming in on the box, and he was the man who just couldn't get the touch, but they got a corner.
And off the corner, up front, Coricola the header. And it's knocked aside. Now another shot taken, this one by Rhett Hardy. It's wide over the net. Rhett Hardy acquired by the Metrostars in the first ever trade in MLS history. As Hardy came over from San Jose, the Stars drafted Troy Dyack. Here you get another look at the shot, Tommy.
Well, he already is in the history books. He could have gone in if he had tied this one up. He's gone in, as used that as the first trade ever. Had the opportunity there. Nobody picked him up outside of the box. He just couldn't get it on the target.
Came over for Troy Dyack. He was the second pick of the Metrostars, but then the Stars found out, well, Dyack didn't want to sign. So that's when general manager Charlie Stilitano made the trade with San Jose to acquire Rhett Hardy.
Well, he was an All-American at Stanford in 1988. He has the credentials to be good, and I mean, he's really shown a lot tonight.
Well, Whittier, California native, had the opportunity there, and now down on the pitch.
Well, the flag has gone up the far side for offside, but the free is for the Metrostars, just outside of the box. Can we have a dramatic equalizer here? Time is starting to become a big factor in this one. 2.5 minutes left in it. One of the first times in my life I was ever fit to tell accurately how much time was left in the soccer match.
And Edmundo Rodriguez was the one that was knocked down. The Galaxy set the wall up. They try and make sure that it is 10 meters away. Vermes and Hardy will decide the kick. Hardy runs through. Vermes moves it forward, knocked away, but right back to Vermes. He tries to send it into the box. And once again, making the run down low, Coricola. Offside's not the call. Coricola's cross. It curls away towards the top of the box. Moving in to make the play with the header. And it's knocked forward. Campos scoops it up. He'll make the long throw. Trying to find Hurtado. And Eduardo Hurtado. He moves it forward. Cienfuegos steps in. Tries to move past Knowles, but a fine play by the defender. And Matt Knowles still on Cienfuegos. Tries to knock it aside. He does, but a foul called on Knowles.
Well, Knowles does well to deny Cienfuegos, but then Cienfuegos takes it back off him and he fouls him just outside of the box. You're going to see Cienfuegos gets the good ground inside. He's knocked down, but Ken Hess is the man who comes in and floors him, but the foul is called on Knowles. And this is certainly, if we had a dangerous situation, look at who's coming up to take it. Jorge Campos himself. And we're going to have a huddle before he takes this one, Joe. Look at all that empty net down there. If Miola could get a hold of the ball, wouldn't that be dramatic?
Campos has scored in the Mexican League, and many of them coming off penalty kicks. Now Campos has his discussion, and he will move back to the midfield line. Jorge Campos just giving some advice. You always want the goalkeeper to come up and give the scorers some advice on putting the ball in the back of the net, huh? And off the free kick, Miola able to knock it aside.
Oh, Miola comes up very big on this one. It's heading up to the top left-hand corner. Miola's going to stretch all of that big body of his and just push it up over the top. That's where those extra inches come in. Look at this. It's heading for the corner. Beautiful save by Miola.
Mauricio Cienfuegos with the free kick. Knocked aside by the 6'1" Tony Miola. Played his high school ball at Kearney. A lot of players coming out of the Kearney, New Jersey area. John Harkes with DC United. Miola there. And now the ball knocked out of bounds. Metrostars with the throw-in. They have about 10 seconds to see if they can get the equalizer. The pressure forward. It's out of bounds. The clock's still ticking. The Galaxy raising their hands. They're clapping. And that will do it. The Los Angeles Galaxy. They will take the victory over the Metrostars. 2-1, our final score here at the Rose Bowl, as 69,250 on hand to witness the excitement. Kobe Jones scoring for Los Angeles, and that the eventual game winner. And the first game for the Metrostars goes into the record books as a defeat. The Galaxy with the win 2-1. And welcome back to the Rose Bowl. You see here the goal by the Metrostars, the first in their history. Miles Joseph to Giovanni Savarese. He puts the header into the back of the net, but it would not be enough on this night as the Los Angeles Galaxy take a 2-1 win over the Metrostars. The game winner off the foot of Arash Noah Mouge, as fireworks in the sky. Noah Mouge, fireworks on the field.
Noah Mouge moves inside and watch the defender coming across. I think this ball is going to take a touch just from the defender's heel. Miola's trying to cover up. Noah Mouge cuts into the middle. The defender comes in. I think it just touches off his heel. And look at that. Miola's caught flat-footed. And that's the goal that's going to see the Metrostars down. But what an atmosphere, Joe. Unbelievable.
So Arash Noah Mouge, the deflected shot off the heel of Nicola Caricola. And that gives the Los Angeles Galaxy a 2-1 win over the Metrostars. Fireworks in the sky here at the Rose Bowl.
their brand spanking new 20,000 seat stadium, $400 to $500 million worth of stadium. And boy, did it take a long time to get this done. 14 years in the making. And it's the Whitecaps who get to help christen this brand new building as Jordan Much and company try to improve their record against DC United, a team that they have not fared well against over the years in MLS. Just 2 wins so far, but an early free kick for Felipe just underway. Peter Shad and Nick Dazovich happy to have you along. And very warm in the district. 87 Fahrenheit, 31 Celsius, but feels more like 36. And there's a familiar face, David Osted, the former Whitecap goalkeeper, having to defend the free kick from the Brazilian. Aha, to send it across. Much was there, but away it goes and into touch for a Whitecap throw.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't put that ball right on top of David Osted. Talking to Carl Robinson, he's alluded to the fact that he's not great on crosses, so look for the Whitecaps to put a lot of balls on top of the box for him.
Mr. Grajeda, Hilario Grajeda, now 50 years of age, is the man in charge. And right out of the gates, he's not happy with the ball, I don't think. Carl Robinson hoping for a successful month of July. Didn't get off to the greatest start against Colorado on the first, but an important win over Chicago last week. And a tough month ahead with visits to Montreal in the Canadian Championship, Seattle, and then they have a home game against Minnesota. Ben Olsen just wants to get this building christened properly with a victory. They have 20 games left, DC United. That's more than any other MLS team. 15 of those will be here, and only 1 game is outside the time zone, and that's at Chicago. So it's a favorable schedule for DC United. Can they make the most of it? O'Neal Fisher of Seattle Sounders fame, the Jamaican, goes infield. The youngster Chris Durkin, who's getting a lot of rave reviews all of a sudden. Back it goes to Birnbaum. And Yamil Assad, who came across from Atlanta United last year, had a very good season to help Atlanta get their MLS careers underway. And now coming across, the 24-year-old.
Watching the ball skip across, I think they've actually overwatered the grass, and it's really heavy and the ball's not moving that quick.
You can see where they have watered it as the ball is sent in towards Sean Franklin, who gets the start. He's the only change in the Whitecap lineup. He replaced Jake Nerwinski, but the former DC United player of the last 3 seasons gets to line up against the only one of 2 changes for DC United. Joseph Mora, the left back, is in for Jalen Robinson. That pushes O'Neal Fisher to his more familiar right-hand side as away it goes from Marcel de Jong, helped on by Juarez, and then a long effort skips across the turf, but did take a deflection. The first corner of the match goes to the home side. You see that just the 2 wins this season. It's been slim pickings for DC, but it's been a difficult schedule, and they'll try to improve that here. It's a deep cross in, but that'll amount to just a goal kick. And Brian Rowe has to be looking over his shoulder a little bit with Stefan Mrnjavich now firmly back in training, on the bench again, and you have to wonder if he'll get a chance in the Canadian Championship on Wednesday to start.
Yeah, I think talking to Carl this week, he's talked about getting him some minutes now. He needs those minutes to get back into contention and get his rhythm back. So he's absolutely itching to get back in. So you can just imagine Stefan knocking on the door and, what am I going to play Gaffer? I'm ready.
Towards Much it goes, a good flick on, but out comes Osted, who had to wait at the edge of his penalty area with Jordi Reyna looking on. A little push in the back from Felipe.
Felipe loves getting involved right off the bat. Let him know it's coming in my little territory here, you're going to feel me. Nothing really into it, but you can just see a little nudge after saying, stay away.
Foul on Luciano Acosta. Lucho, they call him here.
You can just see that water skip up, and you can see it there on the field there. It's just not rolling quick.
Brilliant with New York City FC prior to this season. Birnbaum, Acosta. Assad will win DC a throw-in. Ben Olsen and Carl Robinson down below you there. Very close. keep in constant discussion with one another. Ariola's the other change from the 2-all draw at LA Galaxy on July the 4th for DC, a very credible result. They were down 2-0. Fantastic goal by Zlatan to make it 1-0, and then one of the old DC players came back to haunt them in Chris Pontius, but they overturned that 2-0 deficit. Darren Maddox involved in the scoring, as he has been often this year. In fact, Maddox looking at his best MLS season in his career, and he'll want to keep that going here now with some support from Rooney as Kai Kamara takes over. He'll slip it into Reyna. A little flick on for Jordan Much, but isn't going to get there. And it's Assad for DC. Birnbaum. Acosta. You see the steep grade of the seating in behind the Whitecap goal. It's a very intimate venue. So different from RFK Stadium. There is a certain charm to the history and the soccer history that occurred there, but it was a crumbling old stadium with wasps' nests, rats everywhere, and it's high time DC, one of the league's founding members, got its own park. Here's Acosta once more. The former Boca Juniors man making crowd ooh and ah. Stern challenge, but a crossing opportunity. Juarez was there. Big tackle from the Mexican. Danger not over yet as the ball is sent to the back post. And still in possession by DC United. Left-footed ball whipped in, and Aja got it away. Kamara. And now Much. The Whitecaps going to have a breather. Much tries to play it into the path of Kamara. Just 2 goals behind Jason Kreis on the MLS all-time list. He's a little farther back from the next man up, and that's Ante Razov, 8 goals back, and then after those names it gets increasingly more difficult to overtake them. Landon Donovan, of course, the all-time leader. Little flick from Kai Kamara. Reyna not giving up the chase. Felipe Juarez leaves it for Reyna, who got past one. Has Alphonso Davies a good advantage played, and here's Alphonso Davies very much central. Will he try a shot? He's got De Jong in support. Back it goes to Juarez. Reyna still picking himself up. Much. Franklin, wouldn't he love to set up a goal against his old team, but that's way off and high, and it'll be a goal kick for DC United.
Yeah, when you look at DC United, you think about the team, how they've built their team over the past years. They've looked at always trying to find the gems in the league that from other teams, but it seems they finally got their act together. They want to bring in better players. Obviously, Rooney's the start of it. You can see players like Acosta, Luciano, Assad, again, is one of those Atlanta players, but they like to play with other teams' players as well. So it's interesting to see the dynamic and how they built their team. But they're leaving that now and going towards players on their own, and Rooney's a great example of that.
Briand. Durkin, just 18. Grew up not far from here, was in that Richmond Kickers youth program. Actually captained the U.S. in India last year for the U17 championships. O'Neill Fisher. Zoltan Stieber, the Hungarian international who played all 3 games at the Euros 2 years ago. And now Mora. Assad. Nice ball looking over the top. Little chest down. Acosta was held back slightly, but great poise by Daniil Henry. And now Marcel de Jong sends it down the line just a little too far ahead of Alphonso Davies.
Yeah, it's the right idea. If you're going to play Alphonso in that transition, that ball's going to go over the top from Marcel into the space. You can see the water in the pitch. I've already talked about it. It will settle down and let Alphonso run on it.
Mora. Pace into Darren Maddox, but stolen away. Kamara got the first touch, but Birnbaum's going to get there and go back to his goalkeeper. Durkin again. Saad often plays wide left, but has drifted infield for the most part to start things off. Maddox had it knocked away, and Paul Arriola, who's also a designated player, is one of the American contingent at the Zolos of Tijuana before coming over to the district. Acosta again. Nice layoff from Maddox. Acosta in a shooting range, and it's a palm stinger, but no problem for Brian Rowe. And the Whitecaps can take a breath.
You know, it's interesting that last play, you can see him just, Jordan Much is almost standing still there, got beat. He could look at us running, can't run back. Will the weather affect Jordan Much? Come from England, it's not this hot. This is really hot down here right now. So keep an eye on Jordan Much. We can see a nice little play there by Costa. Loves to put little 1-2s around the box. Tiny little player, small in stature, but he's good on the ball. Fantastic finisher as well.
Much wins possession back for the Whitecaps. Won't mind the weather. Daniil Henry, who's been in a really great run of form. Now 6 straight games for the Brampton boy. His parents moved to Toronto from Jamaica, and he was just a youngster. Only started playing when he was 10, and here come DC United again. Acosta seems to be the main man. The ball slipped through, but no chance for Stieber there, and now the Whitecaps called back, and I think they wanted the advantage played there. They were on a good little break with Reyna. The first yellow card of the match in minute 12. That's Arriola who's in the book.
Well, those fouls happen for a reason, because they know that if they do not foul it early, guys like Alphonso Davies is absolutely away. You can see here the transition. Right when he gets out, he goes, if I don't take him down now, Alphonso is gone. Takes him down right for the sole yellow card.
I don't know if they keep stats on how many yellow cards you draw from your opposition, but there's no chance that Alphonso Davies is not the top of that list. I mean, I think in the Orlando game, he drew 3 by himself. So he's done it again, and now Arriola has to be on his best behavior just 12 minutes in. De Jong, who's had 3 assists in 4-game run, including that wonderful ball he played down the line for Davies that was cut back to Kai Kamara, which ended up being the game winner last week against Chicago. Reyna for Davies. Reyna carries on his run, and the offside flag was up. Here's O'Neill Fisher, chosen 40th overall by the Seattle Sounders in 2015. How about the speculation around this man? I know all the talk has been about Wayne Rooney, but speculation around Alphonso Davies and the eyes that may possibly even be on him here today with so much foreign media in town for the Wayne Rooney debut.
I don't think it's a matter of, if he goes, it's just a matter of when he goes.
Kai Kamara trying to catch David Osted off his line. That was cheeky. No problem for the Dane. And now Fisher up the line. Stieber. Brion. And that's over the head of the advancing Mora. And Olsen with 302 games in charge, 104 wins, 72 draws, 126 losses. That's a 34.44 winning percentage from the DC United legend. And here comes Acosta, and a little bit of room to run. It's Daniil Henry. It's a great ball through for Maddox. Out came Rowe. And that was an important intervention by Brian Rowe, who came off his line in a hurry. And the former Whitecap was denied on that occasion. Another neat little give and go. And clipped away by De Jong. Reyna. He's been busy in these first 14 minutes or so. Again goes down, but no foul this time. And there's room for Acosta. Infield, down went one of the DC players with great aplomb. Fans don't like it. The Whitecaps are allowed to carry on. Of course, Mr. Grajeda can have a look if he wants. Yunus Marakchi is the video assistant referee. Felipe threads the needle for Reyna. Rides one challenge. Reyna. Kai Kamara and Alphonso Davies on either side. Davies gets past 2. Leaves it for Reyna. Can he shape up and hit one? Gets a second look at it. Nice ball through to Davies. Can he test his old teammate in Osted? Little back heel for Kai Kamara. Barged off of it. Kamara keeps up the chase, though. Nice spell by the Whitecaps. Reyna again, trying to shape up. It's Felipe who goes over the top. Still looking for his first Whitecap goal. We've played a quarter of an hour. It's 0-0 at Audi Field.
This is a ball through here. Ball just drops at the top there in the counterattack. I think they let this one go. You can see Assad gets pulled right there at the end there by Jordan Much. Nothing really into it. Referee lets it go. But going back the other way, the Whitecaps DC had so many players in the box. They needed to get the ball out wide, but obviously Afonso's in there. There's nowhere really to get the ball out wide, because to penetrate those 6, 7, 8 DC players is difficult.
Well, the Assad one there was never in the penalty area, so there would have been no reason to look at it. And when you see it again, he made a meal of it, quite frankly. As Acosta slips it through for Maddox. Nice give and go. And then a little ball out wide. It's Areola who's chasing. And does manage to keep it alive. Young only got a half clearance away. It's nice from the Hungarian Stieber. And then Fisher. Into the box it goes, but Henry is there with a powerful clearance away.
Seager keeps the ball in Areola, and then De Jong comes in, committed tackle, fair tackle.
Assad in a battle. It's off him last, and it'll be a goal kick. Yamil Assad, 24, is on loan from Velez Sarsfield, where his father played. Omar was a pro. Marcel de Jong, who left Canada at age 5, has come back and really settled in, and I'm sure he's one of many Whitecaps who are looking forward to the upcoming Canadian Championships, which finally arrive on Wednesday for both Vancouver and Montreal. And Toronto will have an interesting challenge in Ottawa. Brian Rowe with the goal kick. Sun setting over the U.S. Capitol. A fascinating city, of course. This particular area the stadium is in is called Buzzard Point. 2 rivers, the famous rivers here, intersect. Not far from here is where the Washington Nationals play, where this year's All-Star game is for Major League Baseball. So it's an area that's really growing. Daniil Henry covering Aha there. Right-footed ball, but right to the chest of Birnbaum. Fisher. Durkin. Assad now for Fisher once more. 9 games for Fisher in the Jamaican uniform. Grew up in the same town as Darren Maddox. Reyna again, just couldn't get past Brillant. But Reyna looks dangerous today. He's had a lot of good looks going forward. Reluctant to pull the trigger on that last barrage the Whitecaps threw. It's a nice ball to pick out Acosta. Franklin jockeying. Maddox in support. Offside position though. Now Maddox flips it towards goal, but that's easy for Brian Rowe, who will get the Whitecaps on the counter as quickly as possible. Former Whitecap having to track back now. Davies just gliding past 1, then 2. Rada on his left shoulder. Alphonso Davies leading the league in completed dribbles. Much comes over to that left-hand side to support Juarez. And now De Jong. The Whitecaps just happy to have the ball at their feet for the moment.
Well, possession is important tonight, just to keep the ball, to give yourself a little bit of break. Especially if you drop your lines deep and then you're defending for quite a while. You need to recover the ball and secure it.
Important tackle there from Felipe. Can Kai Kamara inflict some damage as he changes gear, tries to get past Mora. DC, one of the few teams Kamara hasn't played for in his MLS career, as he swings it across looking for Reyna. But beaten to it there. Now a chance for Assad to break. Areola. Fisher. 20 minutes in, scoreless at the new Audi field. Stieber. He tries a long, hopeful effort into the stands behind Brian Rowe. And the 29-year-old will have to rue that chance. He did score in the July 4th game at Los Angeles. Made it 2-1 at the time. .22 caps for Hungary. And there's a growing list of Hungarians now playing in Major League Soccer. That's an interesting statistic for DC United. They'll have to change that, and they'll hope to do that with Wayne Rooney. No goals in the first quarter hour of any game this season. Now, they have played fewer than everybody else, but that is a bit alarming as Osted calmly plays it through, and Durkin will take it away.
When you watch the way DC play, they like to play a good brand of football to get the ball in the deck. They've got some decent players. Just a matter of finding that quality in the final third.
Decent ball. Ooh, past two teammates. Reina ducked out of that challenge. Danger not over for the Whitecaps. It's Marcel Dion coming back to help. Davies will win the Whitecaps a throw. Both players are down in a heap. There's that last chance with the overlapping run from Mora.
I think Marcel just gets a great touch, but here, two players in, they both hit the deck here. I think Afonso hits the advertising boards, and Durkin hits it as well. I think they both hit it.
It's very close from the ribbon board to the park, and extremely close for the fans sitting in those special loges right at field level. You have to be on your wits there when you're sitting that close to the field. Last year, the Whitecaps put together their best July in Major League Soccer history. And they'll want to try to get something close to that now. Meanwhile, there's a cut for Areola, so he's going to be patched up here. DC United may have to play for a moment or two with 10 men.
Not sure when that hit came from, but obviously you can see it streaming down the left cheek.
Chula Vista boy, just outside San Diego, so the trip to Tijuana was not a far one. It was 83 games for Areola there after being with the LA Galaxy in their academy setup. The Whitecaps for the moment will have a numerical advantage. Much, who scored his first goal in Major League Soccer last week. Looking for Kai Kamara, who won the header. It just wouldn't fall for Davies. Back for Acosta. Stieber and Acosta playing keep away for the moment. Juarez couldn't reel it in. Alphonso Davies, I think that Marcel Dion won the ball, but I think Mr. Grajeda is calling it back for the challenge by Juarez. After Boca Juniors, Acosta went on to Estudiantes. Loaned initially to DC United and then became permanent. Birnbaum. He's always pretty good with his feet, David Osted. No arguing there.
Well, they're definitely closing down the ball at the back quickly when it gets played backwards. So again, I'm sure Carl mentions this players. Get after it quick, make him kick it, rush him, make him make mistakes if you can.
No clean sheets, though, for the Dane this season. It's not been the greatest. His goals against average above 2, much like Brian Rose. Here's Mora. Ripped it in, away from Aja, and Rowe will pull it down. I think Jordan Much is laboring, Dazzo.
Just on this watch and there, just a little highlight there of Osted getting past, but Jordan Much looks like he's starting to run in quicksand. It's plus where he's playing on the wide right side. There's a lot of running up and down, particularly when the fullbacks start to get engaged in 2v1s.
Davies doing what Davies does, running past people, but that time he wasn't able to get past DC United. Davies also leading in the duels won category in Major League Soccer, which is quite remarkable.
I think he's asking for a foul because it was definitely a grab from behind to hold him back. And as Carl asked him as well, it was definitely a foul. There was no advantage on it. But yeah, but sometimes when you watch Alfonso play, it's like he's playing that when you watch youth soccer and that big guy just runs past everybody. It's like watching youth soccer sometimes in this MLS. So
he's 17 and everybody else is a man. Assad. Durkin. Kamara. A little bit behind. Maddox kept it alive. Danger not over for the Whitecaps as Fisher with a chance to send one in. Off of De Jong. Assad with a curling effort. Wonderful goal. Yamil Assad. A right-footed ball into the top corner. And DC United christens their new home with a 26-minute goal.
Wow, what a finish. What an incredible finish. Almost looked like he didn't know what he was doing. He was just going to try to get it on target, but he had such an up and down on that one. You can see a good block there, but onto the ball quick. Alfonso's got to be a little bit more aggressive there, and that is just absolute quality. You know, is Brian rolled too far? Is he too close on his line? He's come out, engaged it, but here, again, no one's picking up. That's just a fantastic finish.
Just a little square ball from Stieber. And Yamil Assad has 8 goals on the season, 15 in his MLS career from only 47 games. And just a wonderful goal scoring rate. A lot of people saying, well, he was with good players in Atlanta and scored a fair bit of goals last year with United. And he's kept up that scoring pace despite the fact that DC United's league position is not that good. But there's one for the history books. First ever goal scorer at the new Audi field. And it will be Yamil Assad. He says Yamil. And that's a trivia question for years and years to come. And how good is it to get it when it's your home field, too?
You can hear it buzzing there. You can hear the crowds into it. This is a new moment for DC United as a football club. New stadium, but Rudy's coming in. You see the way they're playing tonight. They're on their front foot. They look excited about it. And if they can keep this going, who knows what they can bring them. You talked about it, Pete. They got a lot of games left at home. Are they playoff bound this year? You know, that's one thing they're looking for too.
They weren't challenged by much, but I mean, that was the equivalent of smashing the champagne bottle across the bow, wasn't it? When you score that first goal, you really make it your home. And to get a great goal like that, well, it's dream stuff. DC United's only wins of the season have come when they have scored first. Whitecaps, as you saw there, do not have a very promising record when they allow the first goal. To say they've been second best by a long shot wouldn't be fair through 29 minutes or so, but definitely the better quality chances have fallen at the feet of the home side. As Mora goes infield again, Acosta back to the Costa Rican, and it's off and out.
Yeah, what's going to happen now, as you can see with the two up front with Kai Kamara and Jordy, somebody's going to have to drop in that hole because right now they're getting outplayed 3v2 in the middle of the park. Let's look at that goal again. That's just sublime. Absolutely perfect finish. And he, like you said, he had a fantastic year last year with Atlanta. It's fun watching him play, getting in behind, hitting him and Almiron, teaming up together. And now this year you can see him and Acosta just carrying on. And hopefully for them at DC, a tradition for them.
It was a complicated move because they had to first get his rights from Atlanta in Major League Soccer. And that was $500,000 in allocation money. And then they had to continue the loan with Velez Sarsfield. So they managed to get all that done. And it cost them a pretty penny, but he has been worth it for them this year. As Birnbaum, who used to be Christian Dean's teammate in California Golden Bears, UCal Berkeley. Mora again, who was with Saprissa, did manage to keep it alive momentarily. Aha gets it away too much. This is the final game of Christian Teixeira's suspension. That's a great turn by Jordi Reyna, who got his shirt tugged by Durkin. Referee says play on. Or is he going to give the free kick? He is. Well, that's, I think, decent refereeing. He's pulled it back as Durkin was water skiing on Reyna, who had a wonderful turn in midfield. It's actually Briand who pulled back.
Yeah, Carl's not having it because what's happening is part of the Whitecaps idea and their type of play is to get the ball quick forward, and if they're just grabbing and pulling, you know, the ref has to do something about it, because the moment you do that, now what's Brilliant going to do the next time? You cannot grab. Now Alfonso or Kai or Jordi are away, so that completely ruins where they're going to play. And fair play to the referee. You can see here, that wasn't the one. It's just before that as well. He pulled him. That's why he called a foul.
So Briand now has to be careful, as does Areola. David Osted will have a free kick to defend, and the Whitecaps have not been as potent from set pieces this year as they were last year. It's been a fast break type situation for the Whitecaps where they've had their joy. De Jong can certainly pick out a target. Dangerous ball. There's Kamara, crossbar. Oh, David Osted was beaten cleanly. Wonderful delivery again from Marcel de Jong. The Whitecaps should win the throw-in here, will they? They will.
Well, that's what the Whitecaps have up their sleeve. They got a fantastic ability to get themselves on end of set pieces. You can see there, David Osted starts to come. He drops off a bit. Very brave, too. That's Danilo and Kai going for the ball, but again, just got saved by the bar.
2 inches from a level scoreline. De Jong has a very sweet left foot. That's Durkin in possession now. And Fisher. Straight to Juarez. He's wearing the captain's armband, as you see. This trip to DC will be the Whitecaps' last that requires a connecting flight. But they've traveled 53,000 plus kilometers. They'll head off to Montreal on Sunday and stay in Montreal for the Wednesday Canadian Championship semifinal first leg. Down goes Maddox. DC will have a free kick. And Franklin had a pretty good spell here in DC. It was a re-entry draft pick. 101 games in the capital. 3 goals. The Whitecaps can't afford to give up a second. That might be too big a hill to climb. They have overturned those deficits this year, mind you, but you know, with the momentum going the way of DC at the moment, new stadium, big crowds, Wayne Rooney still to come. They'll want to keep this close now, and they came very close with Kai Kamara just a few moments ago.
Yeah, and then 2 identities of the Whitecaps with that transition and set pieces are always in a game. Always. There's no, even if it's a 30-yard service or 35 yards out, you can see Ariela's starting to bleed again there. I'm sure the ref's going to have to get him off again. But again, they always in a chance. It's like I said, as long as they don't get too far behind, always in for a shot at goal.
Birnbaum straight into touch. Reyna with a great turn, and then he accelerates away. It's a good-looking cutback, but Durkin was there to intervene, and it's back in the midfield for the chest of Daniil Henry. Henry carries his run on, tried to poke it all the way through, but it falls easily to David Osted. He's been pushed quite severely by the backup goalkeeper Clark. Former Columbus man. Juarez with the foul with 10 minutes to go before halftime. He looks very much the 18-year-old, doesn't he?
Wow, looks just like a kid. Incredible. Good for him playing at this level.
He has certainly turned some heads. 6th homegrown player in history with the United squad. Davies. Durkin again. The goal scorer, Assad. Birnbaum all the way back. Stieber just got ahead of Franklin. Acosta. Stieber now on this near side. Good looking cross. Looking for Darren Maddox. That was headed away. Mora. Kamara. And then Juarez for Kamara. Birnbaum back to his goalkeeper. It's an awkward ball for Osted, but he did get there. Pressure on again from Jordi Reyna. He's on it now. Again, a lot of shirt tugging and water skiing, and now it's Davies. To the outside, just needs some support. Did get it back, but just a little bit long on the delivery. Jordan Much keep up the fight, though. Franklin, 2008 Rookie of the Year with the Galaxy. Reyna. Franklin has stayed up, too. De Jong, Davies, Fisher all over him. Davies gets away as he so often does. Epi Juarez switches play for Franklin. Looking for Reyna in front of Durkin. That was a giveaway to Maddox and a heavy ball. Ariola got caught by Juarez. The referee says play on. That might come back, however. And a little through ball was cut out by Aja. And now Franklin's going to have to go to ground, but it's off and out. Now let's see if Epi Juarez is going to go into the book.
Yeah, that's a late challenge. You can see he's almost lining him up there. That's also a bit of fatigue and frustration. He's lucky in that one, even a yellow card, but they got to stay away from that type of undisciplinary thing. You look what Jordi Reyna did in Philadelphia a few weeks ago. They got to stay away from that. If they can't get it, just drop your lines and keep the ball in front of you.
Ariola has a yellow card, and now he's drawn a yellow card from Efrain Juarez, who last week had 33 pass attempts against Chicago, and he completed all 33 of them, including that wonderful ball over the top that led to Jordan Much's first MLS goal. 39th minute, DC United through Jamil Assad have the lead. Much for Felipe, but that was short. Another free kick as Darren Maddox was fouled. He gets on with it quickly. Acosta through the legs of Much. Assad. Fisher. Stieber. Fisher carries on his run. Ariola. Poked away by Much, and now can the Whitecaps transition? There's 3 streaming through, including Jordi Reyna. Oh, he just couldn't find Kai Kamara, and he was wide open. And that ball was just a little bit off, but the Whitecaps still look dangerous when they transition like that.
You can see Felipe, they're asking for the 2 center strikers to get themselves back and connect. Worst thing is you got the midfield 4 and you got the 2 strikers and they're 30 yards apart. There's a big gap in between the 2 of them. You look at teams like Atletico Madrid, they get their 2 strikers back in, they're compact, and that's where teams start to dictate the rhythm, pass it back and forth. And the 2 strikers are kind of almost useless just staying up on their own, but in and they're going to need to drop it even deeper to help, because it gives them even more room when they win the ball back, and they're dangerous when they win the ball back.
Kamara with a little flip away from Burke. Much at the better of Assad there. Much helping Cardiff City get promoted back in the day. That's where he would have gotten to know Martin Pert on the Whitecaps coaching staff. Now on loan with Crystal Palace, of course, Jordan Much. Davies is going to chase down Brillant, and that's going to lead to something as Kamara digs it out for Reyna. He needs some support. Much. Sweeping ball across. And Fisher's going to have to steer it over his own byline. The Whitecaps will have their first corner of the match. He didn't like the communication there, O'Neill Fisher.
Well, if you're defending and you don't know where Alphonso Davies is, you don't take any chances. Just knock it out for a corner kick. Mind you, this is a dangerous situation to face with this Whitecap, with the height they have, and again, the quality of service.
Felipe, for the most part, has been on corner kick duty. The referee wants the ball in the quadrant. Surprisingly, we haven't had a hydration break so far. A little chat between Areola and Much. Areola's really working Jordan Much. That ball is well outside the quadrant. And the Whitecaps respond inside the final 5 minutes of the first half at Audi Field. A little smile between the two managers. Flicked away. Juarez will be the next man to it. Can he get it back into the danger area? Back post ball. Up goes Osted. Couldn't get there. Oh, what a chance for Aja. Goalkeeper completely out to sea. Aja could not direct it on target. And DC United gets away with one. And this is David Osted flapping at it with Daniil Henry right in his way.
And that's exactly what Carl was talking about, speaking to him this week about David getting caught out. But again, you look at that one there, he does go for it, but Daniil Henry full rights, jumping for it, looking to win the ball. He definitely got hit. He got hit, but again, that's what happens all the time. I've seen those called. But again, Daniil's got the full right to go and try to head that one in, and Aja's got to do much better than that.
Well, he scored the day after his birthday, his first MLS goal, but he wasn't able to get that on target this time. Steve Clark will go through the motions, but we've seen this often from David Osted in the past, down in a heap, and miraculously does carry on. It was certainly a complaint at times. Well, I think this is an embarrassment injury more than anything. He was nowhere near that ball.
The last thing you want as a coach in this type of weather and heat is to sub your goalkeeper. You need those for the outfield players, especially now when you get that 60, 70 minute mark come the second half.
He's testing that left hand of his, as you see the Washington Monument and the evening sky in the District of Columbia. Such a fascinating place to visit. But steaming hot. Mind you, the entire East Coast has been steaming hot. It won't be any better on Wednesday in Montreal. Usually we could bank on an afternoon thunder shower here. Well, they're certainly taking their time with David Osted.
Well, question mark is, did he have an injury before that he's holding, that he's dealing with?
And so Steve Clark will take a seat, the Michigan boy. David Osted will carry on, but he can't afford any more of those. What's that line about goalkeepers like vampires hating crosses? And a couple of times already in this game, Osted has been a little bit fortunate. no disrespect to the man and the character he was in Vancouver. What a popular and really active member of the community, not just for the soccer team, but he was always at the events and Children's Hospital. 3 added minutes at the end of these 45. And always very accommodating too, David Armstead, with the media. He would answer the critics and he would face the cameras when things didn't go his way. Just seemed to fall off for him in 2016, though, after his fantastic 2015 for the Whitecaps. Up goes Kamara, always there or thereabouts. Durkin. Areola. Much came back, and DC United with a late throw. Durkin. Reina went a little bit early that time, and so a little free kick opportunity here for DC United in the late stages. Played one of those added 3 minutes.
Right there, Joseph. Right there. Hold. Your shape's good there, Paul. Hold, Joseph. Hold, Joseph.
Will be the goal scorer, Assad, to preside over this.
There you go.
Looping ball, nicely headed back into the danger area, away from Much. And creative from Alphonso Davies to get it away. Fisher will go back to his goalkeeper, but that's a heavy ball back, and out comes Osted, who's flipped it into touch. And so the game plan to put some pressure on the Danish goalkeeper has certainly paid off a couple of times.
Well, it's very slow, Pete. Sorry, it's really slow. It's spongy, the field. It's a new field. We've watered it. You can just see the ball's not moving quick. So those type of passes could be absolutely suicidal for either team.
Lots to come at halftime. A busy slate of games in Major League Soccer. Also some World Cup highlights. The third, fourth place game was earlier today, and TSN's coverage sadly comes to an end. What are we going to do come Monday except be in serious withdrawal? The World Cup final, and the man to my left eagerly anticipating France and Croatia. So we'll have Kelsey Braid breaking all that down at halftime in just a moment. First, a throw in from Marcel Dion. Henry picks out Much, guides it through to Reina. The referee saw no foul there, and the Whitecaps carry on. Will they craft one more opportunity before the halftime interval? Much looking a little bit more lively now, but was second best there. As mentioned, Christian Pichera will be free to return to the Whitecaps after this game. But there's the halftime whistle. And Yamil Assad christens the Audi field goal to your left with a fine, fine effort. And after 45 minutes, it's DC United 1, Whitecaps FC 0. Mr. Grajeda set to get us underway with the Whitecaps to kick off. A few smelling salts first. Felipe. Effie Juarez is on a yellow card. You could see where the sprinklers were doing their work. A little bit behind from Davies. Dion got a second chance at it. Awkward ball back for Rowe. Franklin to Kamara. Much. Reina racing to try to get on the end of this. It'll be Fisher to win that race. Well, to keep it alive. Up steps Dion. And the Whitecaps will win a free kick.
And these areas with the Whitecaps, those central ones, that look to either hit it right or left, and they play in the second bits across the face again. And they've got probably Aha will take one side, and Danilo Henry, and they'll try to get the ball and then play that secondary. Or even Kai Kamara, they're very good at it.
And Felipe can certainly pick out his targets. Much is also someone that can attract some attention in the penalty area. DC United have yet to lose when leading at the half. You see Aha stationed there at the back of the box, as Dazzo is alluding to, and that's for the ball. Well, it's actually headed straight into Osted, who again didn't get a very good clearance to it. It's off Alphonso Davies and out. This time Kai Kamara is the one who gets up on the hobble.
Well, they wanted to test David Osted again and put it right in the mixer. To be fair, he's come out, his body's there, he's been brave there. Punches is what you want to do as a keeper. If you cannot get a nice clean one on, but he doesn't get a clean hit again. Got a little bit lucky on that one.
And I think it's where Kamara bumped into Frederic Brion, and that's where Kamara is hurting. When Kamara and Reyna have been together, the Whitecaps have 4 wins, 1 loss, and 4 draws, and they have overturned deficits this season already. I think the most notable one was in Columbus earlier this year. They fell behind through Jazzy Zardes and then really turned it on in the second half. They'll try to do the same here against the bottom team in the East. Durkin back to Brion. He too is on a yellow card. Osted with the right-footed clearance.
Well done.
And you hear the discussion from the sideline, and Carl Robinson, as Darren Maddox was caught offside.
Yeah, they're going to have to, at one point, be a bit more aggressive from the top, and that's what Carl's saying. When Kai goes, push your lines up and work together as a unit.
Juarez, he was booked in the first half. Alphonso Davies isn't going to latch onto that, but the Whitecaps do get a throw in. And you wonder what Ben Olsen will do with regards to his substitutions, and whether we will see Wayne Rooney around about the hour mark. And there have been some pretty good debuts by the marquee men in this league in the past. I think Zlatan Ibrahimovic's was probably the best in history, maybe even, as Kamara tried to slip it through for Much. Oh, and the ball rolled through. Much is pulled down, and there's a really tasty free kick opportunity right at the edge of the DC United penalty area.
Well, that's on Brilliant again, and he's had his second. That would be his second yellow. I think that's what the players are asking for.
And let's see if Mr. Grajeda books the central defender, because Much was wide open and gone. It's a pretty tasty tackle on Felipe as well from Chris Durkin. But I don't think that Brion's going to be sent off here. And in the meantime, can the Whitecaps make something out of this free kick, as Brion living dangerously now?
Is he ever? That is on the right on the, I would just say, the line of being another yellow card. But again, if he doesn't get a hold of him, is Much away and putting the ball in the back of the net.
Felipe was not far behind either. Well, the Whitecaps won't win that argument, but can they convert on a free kick opportunity? It's almost too close to goal, isn't it? Right on the edge of the box. Well, you know he'd take the free kick if it was on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
So 3-man wall. Osted is happy with it.
This could be a touch and hit. Open up your angle a little bit when you bypass that wall.
Kai Kamara also in the vicinity, but it is Felipe along the ground and away for a Whitecap corner.
Yeah, that's not the right one there with such a heavy grass and such a heavy pitch. You don't want to put it on the ground from there. That's got to, if you're going to do it, you want to put it, it skips right in front of the keeper to make him make a save, maybe parry it away into the on-rushing attacking team. But that's something you don't really want to do from that angle.
Felipe from the corner. Oh, and another chance for one of the Whitecaps central defenders, as Daniil Henry was absolutely wide open, and he will regret that miss. What a chance for the big Canadian. And again, no sign of David Osted, who is out to sea on the cross. And Daniil Henry that close to his first goal as a Whitecap.
You know, Daniil, at that point in time, you don't have to flick it to get, you just got to put your noggin on it. You get your forehead and put exactly back to where it came from. It's going to the side of the net without any issues, but I think he overthought that one and tried to snap it on the other side. But again, you can see how they're doing things. Carl's put everybody in the line to really make that difficult for David, and it's working. The charm, it just, that finishing touch has to be there.
Well, Aja had the chance in the first half, and now Daniil Henry with that opportunity to make it 1-1. And perhaps BC United a little bit lucky in the start of the second half. They could be down a man, and they could be level on the scoreline too, as Aja gets past Assad, knocks it off him and out. Franklin. Flick from Kamara. Reyna. To Relive. Kept his feet well, did Jordy Reyna. Franklin for much. Early ball in. Kamara's there! Headed down, and away it goes. Two DC players colliding on that clearance. And now Daniil Henry for Jose Aja.
Yeah, it's just positive play by the Whitecaps. They're doing the right thing, getting the ball out wide and getting crossed in the box and causing all sorts of problems for David Elston and the back for BC.
The Whitecaps have come out wonderfully here in the second half. Here's Reyna from the left-hand side this time, but that pops away. It's on for out. Bieber winning the throw-in for DC United as Wayne Rooney continues to warm up. Brion. It's all really Daniil Henry has been missing in his little run here with the Whitecaps that's now into his 7th game. A goal. And boy, I don't know if he'll have a better look than that one. Costa with the foul. Henry for Felipe. Aja splits wide before floating it towards Kamara. Won the header, but there's Birnbaum. Whitecaps here at the start of the second half. Henry comfortable on that left foot, which has really worked out well for both center backs. And when Kendall Waston is back, you really do wonder what decision there is to make. But Areola on a good-looking run into the Whitecap penalty area. He has to do some defending now, Henry, and he just perhaps did enough to put Areola off, and the Whitecaps will return through Juarez. Well, you really do have to be careful with the short balls, don't you? They are sticking like a Vancouver rainy day. Much with some space around him on either side. Leaves it for Reyna. Davies makes the infield run, and it just went a little bit behind the Canadian.
Yeah, it's got a little bit wider. Just make your runs a little bit later. Stay wide to keep that space, and you can come on the outside, the fullback, or the inside. But there, the Founders it far too early, and is making it nice and easy for the back four of DC.
Bieber. Areola. O'Neal Fisher overlapping. Acosta. Good block by Aja. The Whitecaps looking to transition with a nice out ball. Kamara well dropped off. And now Dion. I haven't seen Davies take on a throng of opponents here in this game. He's been held back just a little bit. And now it looks like Wayne Rooney has been summoned to the technical area where he'll probably start getting his set piece assignments. Franklin. Much pulled down for a Whitecap free kick. Well, this is not the way Ben Olsen will have wanted to have started the second half, as Reyna will take on Areola. Davies, Felipe, and couldn't get it in behind for De Jong. Felipe still on the chase, but away comes Areola again. And that's a nice little 1-2. The Whitecaps there to tidy it up, though. And that free kick called against Aha, who clearly got the ball first.
Tough to see from that first angle, but obviously Darren's taking a tumble. And here he comes, Mr. Rooney. Let's see what he can do. All he's telling him is get the ball and score, I guess. Make it simple.
Will he play with or alongside Darren Maddox? Be hard on Maddox, who's had, as mentioned earlier, a pretty good start to this season. It will be instead of Darren Maddox. We've seen that walk before as observers of the Whitecaps. History being made again. The stadium is open, and now the big designated player star, one of the marquee men in the league, and there's even a handshake from Carl Robinson.
I think Carl just said, "You got any mates?"
Well, Rooney's brother John did sort of ply his trade a little bit in the lower leagues of
he did.
North American football. Makes it official. I think even Carl Robinson offering some congratulations for Darren Maddox too. Well, what kind of difference can the former Man United and Everton man make? Joined Everton as a 9-year-old, his boyhood club, and finished his Premier League life with the Goodison Park outfit. It's a decent looking ball away from Franklin. And that dangerous play, it is.
Is this Rooney range? We're a little bit too far away.
Well, we saw some of the highlight packs in the pregame show, and he's not afraid to have a go from anywhere. Two-man wall for Brian Rowe.
Yeah, I think he's going to line this one up to have a go.
Well, it is amazing how often the marquee men do take the headlines. Costa is there as well, but I think this is Wayne Rooney's all the way. And what an introduction it would be. It is Wayne Rooney and straight at the wall, but the danger not over yet. Mora tried to cut it back and straight off and out.
Yeah, it was a fair distance for him to get through. A lot of bodies as well. Didn't quite get it up. Need to get it up and over.
And it was Jordan Much who had some very publicized photos with he and Wayne Rooney in Premier League action, one on top of the other. The guys were saying at the beginning of the show how David Osted says in training Wayne Rooney hasn't scored on him yet, but players like this do have a tendency of lifting the teammates, and Carl Robinson has said it often. You know, you want people who your younger players can aspire to be, professionals to emulate. Rooney trying to get away from Franklin, but it's the Californian who gets the better of that tussle.
Yeah, the one question mark's always going to be with somebody, and it's not old by any standards. 32 is not old, especially take care of yourself, is how will you deal with the MLS, the pace of the MLS. It's not the same playing in Europe. A little bit more hectic sometimes, and that's always a question mark.
Well, he won't have to worry about travel. I did mention that 15 of DC United's remaining games, which is 20, are here, and they only play one outside their time zone, which is in Chicago. So he missed out on all that early season moving around, the nomadic United, as they waited for this stadium to be completed. Another foul for Juarez, who has to be careful, already on a yellow. And the card came out for somebody there. So Felipe goes into the book, I think, probably for something he said. O'Neal Fisher. Assad. Big sliding tackle from Henry there. Acosta. Give and go with Rooney. Left-footed ball in and fists away from Rowe. Danger again, not over. Franklin. Areola. Assad. And that's just beyond Acosta.
It's almost like putting in Rooney. The game's already changed right away. Might not have any extra chances on goal, but you can already see the Whitecaps a little bit further pinned back. And you know, it's that respect factor as well. You don't want to leave Rooney alone. You got to make sure he's in the right spots. Like, here we go.
This is one of his spots, and he's going to try one, but that's just a little short. But one thing Carl Robinson wanted to make sure of was that he was given no respect, and he did not want the red carpet rolled out for Rooney to score his first Major League Soccer goal. Now it's Jordi Reyna. He himself is going to try one, and this time it's David Osted with the clean hands and no crumbs left behind. And the Great Dane, as he was called here, will settle things down in the 63rd minute.
Yeah, good spot here. Here's a chance here by Rooney. Looks up. Thought he was going to try to cross it. Maybe a shot. Difficult to tell from that angle. He's actually trying to chip the keeper from it, looks like.
So that's 2 attempts towards goal by the Liverpudlian. Assad dispossessed there by Franklin. Big collision there. And now the transition on for DC United. Rooney starting wide left on that rush. Stewart. Straight to Davies, who comes back to help out defensively. Felipe strings a beautiful ball to Jordan Much. Looking for Reyna, but Briant was there.
With that high of a line, that's got to go in behind by Jordan Much and just let Reyna run onto that one.
Franklin. Assad. Mora. Rooney. Assad. They're lining up in the box. It's Rooney with the attempt. And Stiebler's effort, that is, over the top.
Yeah, you notice every time the ball, when Rooney gets the ball to his feet, he plays it out wide. The first thought is go right into the box, get yourself set up, and look to get on the end of things. See, he's playing there. His first option is get in, find some space, and then go attack it. And Daniil Henry's done an excellent job there dealing with Wayne Rooney at the front post.
There was a bit of room for Stiebler. He has 3 goals on the season already. Kamara beaten in the air by Birnbaum. There's Henry to help it forward. A little flick from Reyna, or from Davies, that is. Reyna on the chase now, putting O'Neal Fisher under pressure, and coming away with it. Jordi Reyna still going, tumbled over. The referee was right there and wasn't having any of it. And now back the other way goes Aha, and he'll steer it towards his goalkeeper. Juarez. Let it bounce, and it's off and out.
Yeah, the one thing that's evident on that one is you see exactly how much pace Jordy has here. Just quick, because O'Neal Fisher's he's not slow either. He's gone. You know, here, good. They're both pulling and grubbing. Nothing there. Gets up.
It's a great tussle.
Excellent. And here, just seems to fall down. I mean, that's not maybe a soft penalty that did come in, but good battle between the two. But again, it just shows how quick Jordi Reyna is.
We saw last week how crafty he could be with those delicate through balls that he plays, but he does have different gears, doesn't he? So does this man. And he's going to use all of them. Surrounded by black shirts. Still keeps possession. And he ran all the way off and out. It doesn't happen very often to Alphonso Davies.
Well, you can just see 3 against 1 in the corner. Alfonso has to figure out, can he get the ball quicker?
So Jake Nerwinski replaces the former DC United man. Maybe Carl Robinson asking for a little bit more pace and width on that side of the park. I don't think there was any indication of an injury. Franklin did have some troubles at the beginning of the season, but has traded roles with Nerwinski for pretty much most of the 2018 campaign. And the New Jersey boy will certainly have some friends and family here in DC. It's not that long a trip. A real convergence of license plates in District of Columbia, the U.S. Capitol. Off of Felipe for Juarez. Both central midfielders in white on yellow cards. Durkin. Neat through ball. Layoff from Rooney. Areola waiting for Fisher to join. Durkin. Birnbaum. Mora. 68th minute now. And DC still leading on this man's goal. Nice ball. Great layoff. Areola with a chance for 2, and it's through the legs of Rowe, and he's furious. But Paul Areola makes it 3 on the season, and a 2-0 lead for DC United in their new field.
You know what, that was a magnificent team goal. The way they executed it, let the ball move, coming from left to right, playing in, quick one-touches. Again, who starts it there? Rooney. Good pass, one touch, and then 2 touches in the back of the net. Excellent football, great finish. Again, since Rooney's come in, he has changed the dynamic from that team, although he's not scored, but unlucky there. Brian Rose come out big, gets unlucky, just I think sneaks through his legs right here. It's on his left ankle and pops in, but what a great goal from DC United. Absolutely brilliant.
Another game where the Whitecaps concede 2 goals. And both designated players involved in that build-up. What a layoff it was by Zoltan Stieber. That was the final ball that Areola steered between the legs of Brian Rowe, and those folks are in a good mood. Whitecaps 2-0 down at Dallas earlier this year, of course, and they made a triumphant comeback very, very late. But it feels like a different proposition here. This new stadium and this new DP, new ownership, has it breathed new life into one of the league's original franchises? Let's hope so, because they seem to be drifting for such a long period of time in Major League Soccer. Whitecaps' last visit to DC was a really depressing 4-0 win in the cold of April 2016. A 4-0 win by the home side. The Whitecaps' last ever at RFK. Montreal helping out the Western adversaries with a 2-0 goal. And LA came from behind to beat New England. Chicago in a tough little spell now all of a sudden. Minnesota with a big lead, and Darwin Quintero continues his goal-scoring exploits. And it's 2-0 now, Orlando over Toronto. My goodness. It's anybody's Canadian championship, you have to feel. Even Ottawa has a chance, perhaps. Away goes Alphonso Davies. The Whitecaps need a response of some kind soon. Davies is going to try one, and that's really dragged wide. Did it take a touch? It's a double change now for Vancouver. This is interesting. Nicholas Mosqueda coming on, as is Ali Ghazal. So that's the Whitecaps' 3 substitutes. Jordan Much, the first to make way. Mosquito replaces Much. And Ali Ghazal, I believe, is taking off. Well, he's taking off Felipe. So Carl Robinson might want to save Felipe for a return to Montreal on Wednesday. Also on a yellow card tonight.
It's also good to get Ghazal some minutes too. It's been a while.
And the ball went over and out from that corner. David Osted looking for his first clean sheet of the season. That was the last time David Osted had a shutout against Seattle for the Whitecaps. Aha. Nerwinski. He's had a hand in the 2-0 goal, that's for sure. Really is tight quarters on that far touchline. Saad trying to get away from Davies. He's on that right side now. Battling away. Kamara takes up the pieces. Wins the Whitecaps to throw.
Yeah, so Alfonso Davies has gone over to the right side now, and it looks like Jordy's coming. This thing up top, we're going to drift into the left side, which will mean Mosquito will play up alongside Kai Kamara.
Nerwinski looking for Kamara. He got a little flick to it, but David Osted uncontested this time in his 6-yard area. Straight into touch. Former Saprissa man. Kamara fouled, and the Whitecaps will send men forward now. They need to do something quickly. Ghazal's first touch. Draw another foul.
Yeah, they've been very tight in their marking, DC. And then again, when the ball gets to players like Jordy or even Alfonso, 2-3 players on him at the same time. And that's where the Whitecaps need to move the ball quicker so they can change a point, find the open man.
Dion looking for an option. Forced back. Birnbaum with a clean header. Rooney caught by Aha, no foul. Juarez escapes. Kamara. Nerwinski up the line. Davies. Neat ball into Juarez. Mosquito. And the Whitecaps engineer something here with 15 minutes left to go. They've played so many more games. Only a couple of teams have played more games than the Whitecaps. It's been a difficult trip for the Whitecaps in their history to Washington. Just the one win on a Camilo penalty. Juarez will put his head down, but won't get past Birnbaum. Nerwinski kept it alive for Davies. De Jong kept his run going. Now he has some targets to aim for. It's not a bad ball. Away by Brillant. And Areola did just enough to get it into midfield. Now Rudy. Now the space opens up. Areola's going to lift it into the path of Acosta, but that's easy for Rowe.
Yeah, Acosta's got his thumbs up thanks to the pass, but in general, that's 1 versus 4. That's probably not the best idea to play it through there.
Mosquito. Gazal. DC will be more than happy for the Whitecaps to play the ball around square in midfield. With pretty much everybody in a black shirt camped out in their own half of the field. They have to make this home field count. Gazal kept it alive for De Jong. Might he have a go with that sweet left foot? He got under it.
Yeah, it's too bad. So they got his head up with his accuracy. Kai Kamar was all alone at the back post. He just floated up there. Not floated, but bending it with pace. Kai could just nod that one in.
3 assists in the last 4 games for De Jong, but he's going to need to make something happen pretty quick if he wants that streak to go, and that's not a surprise. Quite an occasion. Now, can they turn things around in their season? Nice turn there, and away goes Stieber again. Slips it through for Rooney. Back to Stieber. Kept his feet. Thought he was going to hit it with his left foot. Stieber again. Left-footed ball to Rooney with a header. Pushed away by Rowe. That was nearly the moment 20,500 were waiting for, but they were pleased with the idea and pleased with the endeavor. And listen to this crowd right now. It is buzzing at Audi Field.
Yeah, I think we talked about it, Pete, earlier. How many is Rooney going to get before the end of the season? 20 games left, 15 at home. Can he hit double digits? You know, and he's got to think about it. He's got probably a good chance of getting to that. Just with his quality, understanding where to be. That's the most important thing with Wayne Rooney. He knows where he's going to be in the cross. He feels it, smells it, senses it, and he gets himself there.
You have to think he'll be the penalty taker, and they'll get 2 or 3 of those. But he wasn't far off at that moment there. Now to 11 minutes to go. Whitecaps' Eastern travels haven't been the greatest. They've got a trip in August to New York City FC. That'll be a tough one. Coming off that 4-0 loss at Philadelphia. Won at Columbus, but they're 2-0 down here. And Areola's going to bury one! Second of the game, and what a strike from the Chula Vista boy. And that is game, set, match for DC United.
Wow, what a finish again. Brian Rowe once again, no chance on that strike. Too easy playing it in little triangles, 20, 25 yards from goal. You can see nice intricate passing. Back 4 stepping off, letting him have it. That's too deep to step off. That's an incredible shot. You know, as a back 4, what do you do? I think right here, Daniel's got to get tighter. But why can't he get tighter? Because Acosta's making a run through the hole there, and then he can't let him go. Gives him a shot from distance. You got to give Areola some plaudits there, because that is a great finish.
Wayne Rooney does get the setup, too. He played that final ball, and Paul Areola has been very influential in this game. Still just 23 years of age, but now up to 4 goals on the season in his 13th game. And he is starting to look like the player that they really hope to bring in. He's trying to whip up the crowd. They don't need any more whipping up, frankly. And, you know, is this the kind of game that can spark a season for DC United? You have to think so. Davies. Decent ball to Kai Kamara. Can he unleash one? Sidesteps one onto his left foot. Charge down. Gazal. Reyna. Couldn't get it out of his feet. And now DC can break again. And maybe they're going to get greedy here. This could be another whitewash. The Whitecaps have already lost 4-0 twice in the U.S. capital. after this in league play, the Whitecaps will have to visit Seattle. That's a wounded animal down at CenturyLink Field. That's 1 week from today. It's a 1 o'clock kickoff on the Pacific Coast. It'll be on TSN 4. Yours truly and Paul Dolan for that one. And then, of course, the 2 Canadian Championship games, and then the final home game of this month will be to Minnesota to visit on the 28th.
Yeah, and the question we keep asking ourselves again is, when is Seattle and are Seattle going to wake up and start making that climb as they normally do? But when you look at the standings, they are really far behind that Western Division.
Acosta, Rooney, working hard to keep DC in possession.
You know, when you look at the way DC's playing right now, and you look at them and think, these guys are bottom of the league. You know, it's incredible because they do have a good footballing team, even without Rooney. But obviously, when Rooney's come in, the game has changed. It says a lot of him as an individual and what he brings to the squad. So, I'm a DC United fan. It's exciting times ahead for this football club.
You have to think he's going to get fitter as well, because just even looking from here, there's probably some game fitness to be gained. Sidestepping Mosqueda. Skeever, another give and go. Rooney the focal point. The Whitecaps seem flummoxed. They're chasing shadows at the moment as O'Neill Fisher shakes off to Neil Henry. Back post ball and a flying header. Good effort. That's the hat trick eluding Paul Arriola at the moment.
He's attacked it brilliantly and just in front there. Just couldn't get onto it, but a great ball again.
And now he's going to make way for Ian Harkes, John Harkes' son. So no hat trick today for Paul Arriola, but a very convincing performance. And the Whitecaps with sort of 7 minutes left to try to get a consolation goal at this stage. DC United have a date with Atlanta United next up. That's never going to be easy, but if we play like this, it could be interesting. Harkes wearing the number 23 shirt, a past Mac Herman Trophy winner, Wake Forest University grad, and also a DC United youth player. Well, this is good news for Ben Olsen. He will have wanted desperately to get this stadium in the winning column in the first time out. 20,500 fans have been thoroughly entertained. De Jong. Davies infield. Here comes Jake Nerwinski. Davies is going to keep his run going. Nerwinski going for goal himself as a diving header off the outside of the post from Jordy.
Well, that was a proper chance there for the Whitecaps. Nerwinski did a great job of finding that space, driving and getting his head up, just chipping it to the back all alone. Be disappointed again, hands to the face there. That was another close. You can't say the Whitecaps haven't had chances tonight. You know, if they're more clinical, possibly it's not this 3-0 lead in the 85th minute, but you can't see, you know, they could have been up 1 or 2 goals in this game easy.
And all 3 of the glorious chances were from headers and from crosses, weren't they? Kai Kamara off the crossbar from the free kick. Daniil Henry steered his header wide. Jose Aja had an empty goal, couldn't hit the target, and now Rain at the back post. Kamara surrounded. Comes away with it, though. Good work by Kamara. And his little layoff from Mosqueda knocked away only as far as Reyna. Rooney dropping off. Again, focal point. Keeping things going. walking pace now for O'Neill Fisher. And wouldn't David Ousted just love to stick it to his old team by shutting them out?
Yeah, and the question mark is, do you get pumped up when you play your ex-teams? Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Well, especially given the circumstances. There was a lot of confusion and perhaps some ill will in the decision to move on, I think, by both sides. Really, oftentimes it comes down to money. And Ousted is on a pretty big ticket for MLS goalkeeping standards. He earned every penny for me in 2015. How he didn't win Goalkeeper of the Year in 2015 is shocking, frankly, but Luis Robles had the honor. Here comes DC United again through Acosta. Rooney, and just got under it to put it over the top. And he wants a corner. He's going to have to get used to Major League Soccer refereeing, perhaps. DC United making their third and final change.
Yeah, just seems to know where to be, seems to know where to go, asking for the corner kick. Always finds little spots. Again, that's the intelligence of the footballer. Run when you have to, find little gaps.
Russell Knaus will replace Yamil Yassad, who's had the game-winning goal as it stands right now. Knaus is a Pennsylvania boy, but went off to Hoffenheim after being at the Red Bulls Academy, and a lot of people very excited about what he can bring with Mosquita's shot charged down for a Whitecap corner. And maybe there is one final chance to break the bagel that sits next to the Vancouver name. 90 seconds plus added time. Mosquita on set piece duty. Kamara just beaten to it. De Jong switches play over the head of Kamara, only as far as Mosquita. Nudged aside, little nutmeg for Mosquita. Still going, Nico Mosquita, and put it in a beautiful area. Nobody in white there to tap it in. And now it's Reyna again. Reyna pulls off a nutmeg, but Brillant wasn't going to let him get past. And it's now Ali Ghazal. Davies away from Birnbaum. Mora did well to pick out Rooney. Final moments. First ever game at Audi Field. Many, many more MLS soccer-inspired stadiums still to come. Minnesota next year with their Alliance or Allianz Field, if you will. Maybe one day David Beckham will get a stadium built in Miami. We'll have to wait and see. It's been a real slog for him. Juarez. Into 3 added minutes.
You can see Rooney, they're telling him Costa to get back. Kind of floundering in the front area there. And that's one thing that he's going to bring to their team too, though. He's going to be able to dictate rhythm on the field and be able to call guys up because he's got that experience. Be a leader on the field for Ben Olsen.
Well, it's about as good as you could ask for if you are Ben Olsen, and maybe it's going to have one more chance. Straight up the middle goes Hartz. Little ball for Knaus. Rooney. Happy to keep the ball moving.
He's just enjoying himself, getting the ball, floating around, keen possession. I mean, like when you watch his performance in DC, this is a good football club that needed maybe this little bit of new stadium and the DP, a little bit of positivity.
Perhaps one last late free kick for DC to add insult to injury as Jordy Reyna called for the foul. Acosta doesn't look like he has any desire to get the ball into the Whitecap penalty area. Bruni's in the neutral third. Back to make a tackle. And they are just going to play a possession keep-away game right now. 5 passes for a point. They'd be up 2-0 already.
I think Rooney's been watching Manchester City. They are loving this, the crowd here.
Like I said, could you have had a better christening of a new stadium? I don't think so.
One thing was missing from DC's point of view. That was a Wayne Rooney goal. Otherwise, it's been a perfect evening for him so far.
Well, maybe one last chance for the Whitecaps to spoil the party just that little bit, and it's Alphonso Davies. Skipping away, gets away, and unleashes a cannon! There goes the shutout, and it's Alphonso Davies who unleashes an absolute howitzer. 3rd goal in his MLS career. Too little, too late, but some consolation for the visitors and an absolute wonder strike. And there will be a lot of foreign media watching this game for Wayne Rooney. Well, they'll now have seen the kid everybody's talking about. Alphonso Davies makes it DC United 3, Whitecaps 1.
1v3, 1v4. This is a stunning strike. No chance, but if you're DC United just playing again, overplaying at the wrong time, Harkes gives it away, and this is Alphonso Davies at his best, and that is why the young man, like we talk about, Pete, it's not if, it's when he leaves North America and heads overseas.
And David Ousted still looking for his first clean sheet as a member of DC United. There was a muted celebration. He immediately went to go get the ball, but that is inconsequential. Audi Field opens with a plum. DC United winning by 3-1. Ben Olsen victorious. Wayne Rooney with an assist. And Alphonso Davies with a cracking finish. Kelsey Braid takes us from here. Thanks for watching MLS on TSN.